Keep faith in BAWUMIA to turn things around, Lydia Al-Hassan advises students. Students, especially those in Lydia Seriram Al-Hassan's New Patriotic Party MPP districts, have been urged to continue believing in Vice President Dr. Mahamudu BAWUMIA by the MP for Ayawaso West. Intuition has said, Madam Lydia Eden Simbia to Mountain so Ediama student Ewa Ayawaso West. Our chum say, Ebeya, or Monto Maba Emma Vice President BAWUMIA. If you say, Onudu say, Obilivin so say, BAWUMIA Edigana Ebe Konkai. She noted that the Vice President has the ability to secure a better future and bring about constructive change, and she urged students not to let the state of the economy depress them. Nti has said so no say onundia Vice President Maubia onundia obetumi aye. Ochese BAWUMIA wo ability say ebema inyama nyina etumi akone nti no say my students ni enhwe Ghana ye state I want sisi a ehwe nyama hyeda nko yedun so ne nyama na eti atisi nti no hwe nya ekoso ewo Ghana ha na emu ono ma mi Lydia yim say BAWUMIA the Ghana bedu your dream odi bedu your future ye pese ye drew nti eho eno mo hwe na omonto abano emfama BAWUMIA. During her annual Easter Feast and Games event on Easter Monday, Al-Hassan spoke to over 2,000 students at the University of Ghana, Legon, and the University of Professional Students. She stressed Dr. BAWUMIA's pledges to address economic changes, including plans to remove certain government taxes like the e-levy if elected president in 2024. Intuition has said Swana Mami Al-Hassan entry say Abrana Onyan Easter Feast and Games event it also Easter Monday Abrana sa Aqueniano Okopiemu student we Okopiemu or University of Ghana Legon and a University of Professional Studies home and of workers and same way I may read a day ama watch say Dr. BAWUMIA Enya Queen and Ebedi President. I am say obey taxes be more free Uncle Queen Makoso and as I e-levy a buy and fashion be papa be a shada massa until obey and also a de fluent a president vice president BAWUMIA omuntu abamano na obedi presidents 2024 muko 2025 remember nyama andani Ghana hasi. The event was planned by Al-Hassan, also referred to as Sama Lydia, with the goal of fostering a feeling of community and extending support to students who stayed on campus during the Easter break. Entertainment included games and a variety of Ghanaian and continental dishes. Okay, nti yehwe hanom se ya uzimu se Madam Lydia Lydia bebrina e de friend no ma Lydia na ode nini so ade hu eto se oh okay me fele e de ama community no nti owo so be extend the support e de ama students na omote campus. When say you student more school no ebi mo so abonti so student no more school no during Easter break no and omunya asa kwenu. The fact that the game winners received 500 Ghana cedis each shows how committed Al-Hassan is to promoting youth development. I take it again. The fact that the game winners received 500 Ghana cedis each shows how committed Al-Hassan is to promoting youth development. Nti yehwe hanum say out me say Madam anasema Lydia nsema okeka kanini anase program ya oye students in Waberi who receive 500 Ghana cedis na saa sika wei ɔde ma wei anaasɛ game sɛ ɛkɔɔ so ɛma students ne nyinaa hu sɛ oh okay na kyerɛ sɛ maame yi wayɛ n'adwene sɛ nyama a ɛkɔ so MPP aba ɛkɔ so ɔpɛ sɛ yɛto ma no wagia n'adwene wayɛ n'adwene nyinaa focus on saa nyama wei giving out 500 Ghana cedis to students na obi win saa game not mean say maame I crowd ye papa say ensem oka nyina no Dr. BAWUMIA ba ebekɔ so yi no no so na fam dey so so yen so obetumi aye no be yen yi papa. The feast came after Al-Hassan recently gave 1,000 Ghana cedis as seed money to women in 2 of her constituency voting zone, helping market women in Zowolu and Tesano. She also has plans to soon expand the gift to other locations. Okay, it is a share say so out to say me mali dia de 1,000 ama market women be and say imami no be just say is either ombeka or masem show ono anase ono hu se omu yamwa enokopo aye no e woni constituency bibia ye vote ma no sa zone no e ho no kwaye sa adoye wi na ohonum eye Zowolu ene Tesano ho no kwaye sa adoye wi ti ebusiafo ahanum ni location a mami this 1,000 ekopi mu na so wase ne buyi papa se MP ni do bedi why na dwen so se MPP ano no mu hwibom ti ebe ya student ni vote enfama no at the same time so omu vote enfama BAWUMIA se ba no se 2024 nyankopon de yedru asundwem ne ewura December 7th abato no ebe ya student ni ento enfamfa BAWUMIA nakachi. Madam Al-Hassan recommended Dr. BAWUMIA's comprehension and digitalization concepts and stressed how crucial they are to reshaping Ghana's economy in the face of cutting-edge technology. She said she was confident in his economic expertise and his digitalization efforts, thinking they were the key to making success. It's here I say so I'm not sure say BAWUMIA digitalization ya odi be ebebwa Ghana ye papa important say beba na ba shape Ghana biem into looking at what mami we say kano not to mean say only BAWUMIA de aseba fine any form. In the next elections, Madam Al-Hassan will compete against John Dumelo of the National Democratic Congress (NDC), a race that is important in the politically engaged Ayawaso West seats, following a contentious by-election in January 2019. The constituency attracted notice. It is a na in the next election, mami any John Dumelo, name John Dumelo. Ghana has on we move my pa ye within who era abaimu and no nice or no any malidi any besia kind and a John Dumelo NDC me a banner say or see a kind na and as or NDC kono sasona malidia so eka MPP kono ehona say ombeto aba omutu ibeji na ma yato omuso aba nti malidia ayen tem akwa kopie mu ewo University of Legon and University of Professional Studies ordinance megu kwan mu e de ama students nsa na be ya ombeto de ama no normal to so e de ama Dr. BAWUMIA na hasi de obi bitumi ebisa se na John Dumelo we faili asen faili na we so besengi na bio ye hwe se ni din wa hade na so besengi na bio na wo arehye mu se John Dumelo be wini anasa mali dia eno be wini sa bawe. Okay, ye kwani. The occasion demonstrates Al-Hassan's commitment to youth empowerment and community involvement, strengthening her vision for advancement and development in the area. It's here I see so not me say ye maame I na dream say youth empowerment dey oginim a ewe hwe a obi aya no hwe a enyiye nti a strengthen a vision ade oye strengthen vision a owo edema youth no nti we ene nsem a efri mali dia akache ede eba say student entoma BAWUMIA na omontoma no so because enche na oni John Dumelo AC akan ewonsem fufro mu no hope in a container. MP's donation transforms healthcare in Mamprugu district. Inti hase no another story yenso yensa kan yede ebro na say MP bi mu akomo ha bom donation the ama healthcare bia ewo Mamprugu inti yentie nya ekos. Mustafa Yusuf, the Minister for Youth and Sports and Member of Parliament for Yagaba Kubori, has launched a groundbreaking healthcare project that will transform services in the Mamprugu and Mwanduri districts. This is an inspiring gesture of compassion and teamwork. Inti ye dinya ye boy and I say Papa bi ani din adi Mustafa Yusuf no minister edima youth and sports was also a member of parliament ono na wa launch sa initiative kakrake na say ode inyama bi mu abre healthcare bia ewo Mamprugu and say healthcare project na papa we di ni esi so ono de obeye na wa transforming Mamprugu for omo healthcare ewo ho. Into looking at this no na say papa no afa ne ntoma pefra erara hono ama Mamprugu so omanya ntoma pefra ewo healthcare facility. This is an inspiring gesture of compassion and teamwork. Nti hase ene so na akwa say ye papi enye ono nkwa no ye ono ne nkrofo bi mu ena ebom ena asai ni so ade hu aye kra behwe a menum ye kanwase. In collaboration with suppliers overseas, internationally SOS, in the United States, the MP arranged for the contribution of a large 40 foot container that was loaded with essential medical supplies. Until you share say na say MP aye boni dia Mustafa Yusuf just say what they weigh 40 feet container na say 40 foot container ena odiaba full nyanya health care facility nyama nkwa na health care nkwa na nti omube isi wa mu nyama ne bu na otum say wa we hwe mi wetimi abobi ura hospital enyama ewo say ye yusu de hwe yen no enu bi no mu yin na every container ni mu just say omudi aboira facility ho a ebe ma ho no etumi egina omona so na omutumi ahwe ayarefo. Along with traditional elders and local officials, the MP formally gave the donation to the district health directorates, headed by the district chief executives, Honorable Abu Adams. This substantial donate is intended to be distributed to the district hospitals and health clinics. Into she has is one ISM or distribute here edema Honorable Abu Adams. Ono district chair chief executive edema wana wo hono. Into which we so an ISM or distribute edema district hospitals no any health clinics in the district no hospitals any health clinics ho ena MP ene ne kofa ka bom ena mo distribute sanyama we nyina ede amom sane ebe ya bebi biara we yare a obusuni bi edo befa no na chere say yotumi enya ayarehwe ewo ho no. There is an abundance of medical supplies from state-of-the-art equipment to basic necessities inside the container. The donation promises to significantly improve the district's health care capacity and includes life-saving equipment, stitches machines, and diagnostic instruments. Inti we ya meridiama ubura healthcare facility biana ade bi a yɛde hwɛ ayarefo ade bi a yɛde duadua nipadua ne nkɔn sɛ wei na ɛyɛ o wei na ɛyɛ o wei ade bi a yɛde bɛ save yɛ life nyinaa no ɛwɔ container no ma yɛyi esiw a ɔkyɛ ɛde ama district hospitals no ɛne health clinics. Mahama on why Ghana is currently facing doom so. The leader of the opposition NDC, National Democratic Congress, Mr. John Mahama, has blamed the government's mishandling of the nation's power generating resources and the collateral damage of the Energy Sector Levy Act (ESLA) for the current power outage, also referred to as doom so. Inti wei ensem efri Mahama kachi eba ochim say Ghana from Adena currently ye face doom so. Inti he's here to explain why we are going through doom so no. Inti ebeko yenine iti ensemana ye former president Eka na ochim so oblemi government and say on handle inyama yi and on enam so ema power generating resources no and as energy no energy sector no yetumi akaponya doom so sisi enwi eno any ade a ekoso iti ekoyi. The purpose of the ESLA's establishment was to combine levies gathered from the energy industry. It seeks to finance the production of electricity, aid in the upkeep of roads, and make it easier for the industry to pay off its legacy debts. Inti way no de kan ho chum say ESLA establishment bia omode ato ho a combine the e-levies any other resources to gather nebema ewe energy industry etimi aye kwabehwe timi akonenim. Now looking at senya nyama esi kono eboa ESLA ne boama finance production of electricity and puti in kind ko we say be keep your roads scanner efi ESLA hone ban ekipi your roads no like e ban say roads no ho touch ma I think say hono no mo fafu na onwode tumi aye ena industry ni easier so betumi tua on legacy debt bi nti eba no say debt bi bedo dahwa na say ESLA no finance na wo hono ana say skasam na wo hono eboa ma we roads ya yeki eboa ma etumi upkeep etumi upgrade etumi ehwe roads a ho atochima at the same time no eboa ma industry no yenya easy legacy debt. They say that be dawa etumi pay free home. Additionally, the act encourages the wise and effective use of the money raised by the levies and make long-term sustainable investment possible in the energy industry. Inti odeka onse tisi ano scanner da hon eboa ma e-levies no levies a ewo ho no long term it means sustain investment a ewo ho my energy industry no let me the enough money able to provide my light and semi and the to me akoso. Speaking to members of the Association of Ghana Industries AGI in Accra on Tuesday, April 2nd, 2024, the former president clarified that the country had returned to do so as a result of the mishandling of ESLA in Tiway any idea ewo Abra na yakasa former president popie mu ewo Accra one nkofo bi mu twetwe nkoko nkomo one members of Association of Ghana Industries AGI twetwe nkomo kodi nkomo on the 2nd of April 2024 no no ma nyame mu eda pefe eda mpan twe Ghana fo bi no se sisi ade asanso akoyechi asanko akofa do so no ede aba na kire se enyama bi a nsisi na akoemu ntia na ebasa waban na osi so no entumi en manage enyama eyi. He cancelled the administration to accept accountability for the issue and make efforts to resolve it. Inti hono na administration na ewo ho anase omo a ono mo apako piepie mu ewo ho no kacho mo se sisi ana ebe ya menitumufo se mo accept se nyama ekoso no enkoso yi te ebe ya mo put effort bi mo fa energy bi enhim mo fa mo bi mo nya vigilant na mo solve situation ya Ghana for economisia anase mpo or the same way e dey ama ban se be ya on bi enini na sama ekoso no onya energy bi onti neni na oma onya vigilant woni ekoso no ho na ontumi solve science ya ekoso. Darkness has descended upon the nation. We've returned to doing so due to mismanagement of the assets, generation and financing of ESLA, which was intended to supply the funds to services both present and past debts. The government should accept responsibilities for the issue and make an effort to find a solution. Inti we no address the government osi so na nado dankwa ekufu ado MPP for conference and no kan asem say president no say ojitum oji responsibilities etum also oji ne ekosulu etum no hu say also find ways and means or be solve dum so na ekoso na skasema say ESLA for skasema ewo hono ehwe nyama we nyina so street light so electricity so na looking at say bibi seska wo ho anke o say bibia wo say eda na kwem ba akwa say nyama bi enkoso yo ma mismanage nyama wentumi ama nyama nsisi na poso ntina ma ska ensheda eni wona na so ma ya sanso akoyichi akwakofa dum so. But sadly, that is untrue. I understand that the unstable electricity situation makes it difficult for households and companies to plan, he said. Inti we na account biom the account say yare ho say yankran kweju my kobi and I say few moon and our companies be renano so here electricity ebe mo nyama betumi akoye but it looks like dum so ni nyama ekosumenti ema ankrankre ejumaiku and I say few moon nyama intumi enkoso ama nyama imu ya yeden yi ede amaga nafu. Additionally, Mr. Mahama chastised Matthew Opoku Prempeh, the Minister of Energy, for his recent reaction to the public's desire for a load shedding schedule in the middle of the power outage. Looking at this, not just a younger side former president Mahama say Matthew Opoku Prempeh sendi a okaye ne na emfa na kwemu kra yesha Matthew Opoku Prempeh minister edema energy na hono ka chen say only up to nyama ekoso we na load shedding na ekoso ni na no on shena onye mubidi because this one is getting out of hand we sema ekoso wode Matthew Opoku Prempeh. In a recent interview, the minister expressed disapproval of requests for the Electricity Company of Ghana (ECG) to provide a load shedding schedule and requested that those in favor of the schedule provide their own. Nti we ene sema minister of energy say Matthew Opoku Prempeh this same way to draw say interview be a okomu and not just Electricity Company of Ghana (ECG) and provide the load shedding schedule and farmer Ghana for na ebi mudu na ebi muso ebi mu so na ebi mu do nti we ne nsema Matthew Opoku-Prempeh edeto. The leader of the NDC said that the minister's remark was impolite. Nti wo hwe nsema Matthew Opoku-Prempeh kan say load shedding ebe ya enka yenkumpa because of what is really going on. Nyama ensha da enko yi ewo electricity side nti ebe ya ka load shedding no de enko na say hanom duma na hanom aso ne ade keka kamu. And I'm so a leader of the NDC, Ranka 24 Edema NDC, former President John Dramani Mahama, Eka Sensema, Matthew Opoku-Prempeh, Eka Enidi, Emfa Queen, impolite, Enyen Sema, Anka Inikwanse, Oka. Thus, he asked the authorities to swiftly resolve the nation's electricity situation. Nti hanom no de kan aka say sisi an authorities in Penifam wo hono mesre say nyama ekoso no electricity hu semsem ekoso situation na yewo problem a yewo ni wonhwe na mon solve nti we ni Mahama ni say. He emphasized that in order for residents to plan their energy usage in the face of power supply issues, the government must provide a schedule. It is here no kasisiano ankrankra ejuma ko yetime for ni fie nyama bi ma e pese ye no bebo say government a otis no be maye nyama bi to say something like ebia Accra yebedum lighting from this to this as a base my yentime for ejumeko for ankrankra for you say okay and then make off itibia me nyama so ne be ya echna me call of crapa and sheda ham so we and I former president Edito Monteso while opposing the do so must stop campaign. Energy Minister Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh is believed to have stated that people calling for a load shedding schedule desire bad. Okay, so he was saying while opposing the Do So Must Stop campaign, Energy Minister Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh is believed to have stated that people calling for a load shedding schedule desire bad luck for the nation and ought to make their schedule public. Okay, we any insema ewo ho whilst baby na oppose say Isaiah do some must stop campaign na kasankasano. Energy Minister Matthew Opoku-Prempeh GAD say nkofo mo frefre say na mo keka say load shedding schedule no omo desire bad edema the country Ghana. They have bad luck edema country Ghana. Let them come out and then see what they have to say publicly. Almost schedule some of the babontim or say almost the banner public other than say almost Erika can say any can say okay. This is really disrespectful to the people of Ghana and the people who use electricity. Without a doubt, companies operate best in a microeconomical stable climate where revenue measures are intended to promote local manufacturing for expansion and budgetary consolidation, according to the former president. Until any last line of former president John Dramani Mahama Edemayo Trey and say, Osha companies bebrina ejuma best under microeconomical environment, that the stable climate, and on eboa these days into their air cost on there and share that any day. Emfa Queen Tebeya Omombwa na promote local manufacturing for expansion. Embwa my the budgetary consolidation so enkoso inti way any semi free yankasa former president John Dramani Mahama eba inti for way nsema free president your vice president or eba inti ye be consent fufu. BAWUMIA will win convincingly Doma East MP predicts. Inti we esanso eko BAWUMIA kache every Doma East MP ho eba. Adi inti na ewoka se BAWUMIA be winning convincingly. For him no or convinced. For him no nothing is stopping BAWUMIA from winning. Inti adi inti na ewoka nensem sa ebeko. Ne abako shenia etwim. Paul Chumberima, the MP for Doma East for the New Patriotic Party (NPP), predicts that Alhaji Dr. Muhammadu BAWUMIA, the Vice President and the party's flag bearer, will easily win the general elections in 2024. Intiwei and Paul Chumberima ononosaye MP at the Doma East. And ordinance we are to just say MPP Franca 24 Alhaji Dr. Muhammadu BAWUMIA as you see and currently no vice president Dema MPP nano or training say easily like a fala. This man will win the election in 2024. According to him, the party and the campaign teams present initiatives and tactics are the foundation of his conviction. During an interview, Mr. Berima mentioned the vice president's promise to pass tax relief for individuals and companies if he is elected president in 2025. Nti we share some Paul Chumberima eka ochemu say abrakopi mo interview bi ase no ochemu say campaign team bia we Dr. Muhammadu BAWUMIA ade ato monten so no omo initiative omo adwen omo skills bi a mo de ba abonten no ntumi hu say ade a ebeboa papa yi a vice president promise say nyame ya adom na say obetine egwe so say president and their tax the obema tax free inkofuko just a tax ade a we ejuma pound shede hu ejuma ni so because we are the close of the month and tax ayete no what national dream krana it meet your school fees come on your honsesa nti nutu say we ni nsema BAWUMIA nda to just say na me adom na so obetine egwani mu a obe reduce tax ni bi de ama ankra ni ejumeko fo pimu ama Ghana itumi ara ni smoothly. He stated that Dr. BAWUMIA has made a name for himself and hit an emotional note with the business community, which had pledged to support him. Into Ushe Hayana Akakoye say Dr. BAWUMIA Ankasawa make a good name for himself. Na Dr. Chumberima Eche say Dr. BAWUMIA Eyobia Wajidin ye na wasanso ajidin papa ede amane ho ense oye nyama papa enyandin papa ede mane ho na wohwe ne akoso na nkofu ankra for business communities bebrebe mo a promise say anase a pledge say nyankopon ya adu na say omuni a omuma BAWUMIA full support say ne be your betumi a really country no eye. According to the Vice President, the current tax system is less innovative and less structured, making it more difficult for people and enterprises to comply with. Intiwushe Weyana is a Vice President, BAWUMIA and the Assembly to just say, sisi a tax yete numa kofo no anase ankra we eduma no tax ebeba the close of the month se omutua no eso ema enyama nshada enkoyi ema difficult se ankra for bitumi ebi numeko anase bitumi aye enyama like more than ebia no na se tax na etwe nti ema enyama mani so ade hu bebre into me bem because mani so ade hu bitumi ebema na bottom. He feels that pardon for all is necessary in order to close many of the loopholes in the tax system and start over from scratch. According to Mr. Berima, the Vice President's move to implement a flat tax system for all individuals and businesses is reassuring. Until Shahana said, Mr. Berima as a vice president, ni move, ni initiative, ni attempt say na me aduna so be president, not just say flat tax system and or the air bass and a bebo ankrankre a companies be na ebema businesses bear smoothly na ebema also we jumano at the close of the month would you see okay why juma and no or kase a reassuring I say vice president no or assure ye or catch my who say it is something that he would do if only say to Abama and Robert Niguanima. He clarified that the vice president planned to destroy the opposition National Democratic Congress strongholds while putting out great efforts to boost the NPP's vote total across the board had begun to show positive effects. Okay, into Shahana is a vice president, I am say baby NDC for your votes in Papa Pano, or one old boy Rasisia, Ama Winya NDC form strongholds, or capture one so a Canadian, it is your Bewora NDC for strongholds, it's while Shamson in Bibia NDC, sorry, on strongholds, maybe a one, not just on the comment section or a day a mammy to your baby boy Rasa Bia women constituencies we na na just say we rira home no ama nyama bi mu apeso ye wa keka che na de na ama nyama akoso e wo na afem now looking at what I read na I say nyama bi mu oye was NDC form strongholds and okeka che no e ye positive and as a show positive effects na I say or g or train or madrin is in so kakran. He pointed out that the vice president planned to divide projects equally among the 16 areas as a positive effect on the general public. It is encouraging that highways are being built everywhere in the nations these days. Inti Ushewe yana as a vice president na den sembia to us and another dankwa Ekufuado 16 regions na waye maimu. We divided projects ni equally inti ohun say ebeboa no in positive way say na be ya ni nyama peso na generally no ebe public and at the same time so encourage highways highways Ghana has seen being built by everywhere in the nation these days. Now it's the highways no is a building everywhere your country Ghana these days. Highways no to say baby bia bekobia it is everywhere. So I think say be a person you become and as we who say highways is everywhere. That means was say on so ye be there ye beshe side there vice president or per se okay. In order to boost pupils' academic performance, schools are being constructed, farmers are being helped, and students are being given electronic tablets. In social ASEAN, I say, or can say, o per se, o ma bibia to me con kind, now ma to me rini. Nema nyama ye wa country Ghana mo. Yes, so social academics. Social academic performance these days I say MPP net so now schools has and I say schools be now they are being built and constructed by this MPP for year. Farmers are being helped now farmers if we are for near then more system now say MPP by airborne and our students are being given electronic tablets. As a tablet you can once and I say students need be master to receive Omodi and I say Bebuamo ma Omadisua etumi akonka we nyina MPP abani na ye nti we na chumberi ma ejina so sanso eka say we nyina ka ho ye be ma BAWUMIA betumi ewi 2024 election. There is construction going on everywhere for both health and sports infrastructure. As a result, jobs are being created to employ youth. and the Agenda 111 projects are being built around the nation. It has a so to know say and Chumberima so says no health and sports infrastructure MPP for Ebiaho na osan social jobs are creating so na omo ho youth employment so and the na omo bia ho papa ye na Agenda 111 projects so omo ka somewhere everywhere. It's everywhere. It is being built across the nation and as around the nation. Now I say to me say Agenda 111 project MPP for Ekaino is being built around the nation. I say course of them. Dr. BAWUMIA is demonstrating the qualities that the people of Ghana desire in a leader, and they are what they are paying attention to. Thus, based on this performance, he has a good chance of winning, he said. In tuition way and same way Chumberima cannot try and say ye leader, BAWUMIA leader. This answer he is the type that or demonstrate qualities be as a leader. I was say unya a leadership. Wa wudi nkofuni no also unya characteristics bi unya enyama bi ewo ho obi are looking up to you eka say oh we there or a leader we na Chumberima eka say BAWUMIA was sadly we nyina bi nti eno na ema ono de oka say we ni nipa Ghana for ye here as a leader na ye hwen so a eba ne say enyama bi mu so a pay attention nti ema Ghana for so pay attention to him. At the same time the performances be or good chance of winning, and if they on that Ghana for BAWUMIA will good chance of winning because of signs no characteristics of being a leader in way and Chumberima Edituja. According to Mr. Berima, the Vice President's ability to bring the party's members together and invite those in the minority party to join him was a great sign of triumph. Intuition so I said according to Myankasa MP Chumberima na or the vice president or ability no or when you or energy no so the party members na beba together. Now I invited the minority party to join them as well. Now it created a great sign of triumph. Intuition way and I say vice president or the ability and now what to me no that was the energy, that was the zeal to bring the members together. So the members never together. That is the party members together, or the party members never together. Now sounds when to invite the minority party. So some Becca party members no and no share. And the great sign of triumph, Bibeba, and the great sign of victory, and the great sign of it is a great sign of victory. Victory in Ghana, we say it is a great sign. Our vice president, and the Beba Sanyam Kuponya and Dominas of its new Ghana president, and a Beko ye at the Amagana Fontino, when story Doma East MP, and also at the Betu Dry, at the far BAWUMIA Ehu. Yabeko ye, next story no so. Compensates victims of Ayawaso West. Awagon election violence. John Mahama entreats government. Compensates victims of Ayawaso West violence. John Mahama entreats government. Intuition we are. Na say John Mahama so and asan so akwanisui. Na so person try and say Ayawaso sensemia isia ebinumu prepare ebe ya yen compensate victims no be aban emma victims no ska na omuntumi fancy omuda dem omfancy omabra bonimu biom na omuntumi enko omoni ntiwe na ose government Former President John Dramani Mahama, who is running for the National Democratic Congress (NDC) in 2024 has pleaded with the government to provide compensation to the victims of the violence that occurred during the Ayawaso West Wagon by-election. Intuition we are now say former President John Dramani Mahama Onono Franka Tufo Idema NDC in the year 2024 year or the adisradia eto e the Amagana for say ya victims are and answer one who ba sem ewo Ayawaso West abana by-election no course no who titi ye wo prepare no ya want to any and show mo na mo bibi fan and start abrabo won compensate to omo iti we ni Dr. John Dramani Mahama Munsin. During his Easter Monday visitation in the Greater Accra region, Mr. Mahama made the call while he was at the home of one of the victims, Isao Yaro. Okay, nti Yaro ni sim ena BPM wahase a muchimu say during Easter Monday na yankasa vice president former vice president NDC for Franka Tufo no oni name visitation no osanso kopiem ewo Greater Accra region kopiem ewo Yaro efie na say Yaro ye ubia na Ayawaso West in some ne ekoso no ono so be victim na say ono so oprepare bia enam so mama nam Easter Monday na osasrankofo no okopie mu ewo ni fie no woni fie no ena Mahama make call bi na honom ena sansem we nyina efri eba. He said, "I urge the president and vice president to show compassion for this young man and provide the necessary funds so that he can restart his life. On January 31st, 2019, there was violence during the by-election in the Ayawaso West Wagon constituency in the Greater Accra region, injuring a few locals." Inti ushe we mana say or the adisradia to the ama president Nanado Dankwa Ekufu-Addo and the vice president Dr. Muhammadu BAWUMIA say beya omunche umobro emfa emma abrantie ya idin ede ya ruya eba na Ayawaso West constituency omoye by election ede mwitimi wakame wentri eba ya ono so oprepra ye bi no omonfa compassion and kuhu abrantie na mun compensate no omuma ne fans bi man sika no fan bobra on fan start brand foforo inti okasa same on January 31st, 2019. That was on January 31st, 2019. That was when violence the AC wo Ayawaso brana by election ekoso Emma Branti and Dindi Yaro etumi enya inju prepare. Okay. The government established a commission of investigation to investigate the matter, and it suggested that some individuals face consequences for their actions and that those who suffered injuries receive compensation. Until we say government may establish a commission via also more investigating some nesi wa Ayawaso West no more investigating a pakobana say more investigating wana wodi sanyamran semi na face consequences so makotra ban kupumudia and no mutrim nti omo face consequences nisisia and I wanna will prepare no was some receive compensation ebia sika ana say dine ana say car ana so whatever it is no compensation to mo receive compensation nti yento aso na nhwe say aso wona ya chio mo de achio na won so also mo receive compensation no aso omosa komu compensation no ana. However, Mr. Mahama claims that Mr. Yaro has not received any compensation up to this point, and he goes on to say that some victims are still dealing with the fallout and scars from Ayawaso West Wagon. Okay, inti we ena Mahama didn't cemento mountain so what say Mr. Yaro ya no victim or no sweet paper or no nani wasem no can or chim say Mr. Yaro in receiving compensation via in free government via home. As up till now from 2019 DAC up to now Mr. Yaro and San Kani and osanso koso eka say victims here omo dealing with fallout we any scars yi victim here omo prepare here omo hu atoto chimayi from Ayawaso West constituency no papa say ye one day one omo receive compensation. What are we doing to them? He will discuss the casualties and Ayawaso West wagon frequently. I take it again. We discuss the casualties and Ayawaso West wagon frequently. This is one of the cases from Ayawaso West wagon, but it looks far away because people's relatives were not affected. He remarked, okay, so here people's relatives were not affected. Until now I say, Ayawaso hono de omo discusses and no like all the time. Is omo and some sisi omo hono any omo fie no omo discusses and no all the time. Until baby now so dear omo relatives be any affected. Until let's go on and on. My name is Isao Yaro. He was a young man with great energy, activity, diligence. As a result of the events in Ayawaso West wagon, he is no longer able to perform the tasks he was able to perform before. Intuition and we are nice yaro ono so inya ska ni bi oprepare and now na ye so a young man or energy ye ban bema wo energy o bi paye ye ban activity so obon ho mode wo oye ye nyuma nyama bi mu a odi energy yen oye bi paye na he is diligent obuade ebu ne ho ene na we apako bimu say Ayawaso sensema ekoso ho a ema onya sa prepare ye enam so matisi ade anka wo so oye energy anka wo so de ye ejuma sa activities wo so oye ba na different ni fi be montumi ye biem nti amatisi ano wakafa ako a ontumi eye de anka first no otumi eye. I want Dr. BAWUMIA and Anado Dankwa to see this young man sitting here and understand how the violence that occurred in Ayawaso West wagon destroyed his life. In Tihanum, and Mahama Kase, Dr. BAWUMIA, one in Anado Dankwa Ado, the person will share a brandy way ultimate chain ye. Now, one say as say, a bra Ayawaso and some course na uprayen. Up to now, a brandy mean to mean de no. He is destroyed a brabona and destroyed the Wakafako. Oni baby a continue monshano. Na monsha ya yeti na monsha sing a brandy and a brabo I destroyed Wakafa, known to me ko baby and it was just say omuye baby and found. Some people should be sanctioned for what they did. According to the Commission of Appeal that heard the Ayawaso West wagon case, Mr. Mahama stated, Yaro is holding out for revenge. Into share adewe utumu say Mahama say wana way your sanko for omoye sadwe they should be sanctioned according to Commission of Appeal no omo amote sansem we Commission of Appeal tin sansem we aide course Ayawaso West sorry inti no sa in some way course Ayawaso West Commission of Appeal TV no was just said ebeya omoye bibi enfan because sisi an osha yaro ni state owo mo out to say inyama shada course we unyaya akobe take you revenge papa but unto me I'm sorry and far and yes. He hasn't received justice. Additionally, the investigation suggested that the injured parties receive compensation. He continued. Nti Usha Aseya, Rosansu Chimu said, according to Nyama Ekosuno, Omuka say, ono de Yaro receive you can say compensation via from 2019 at some way 2019 some we see Yaro de compensation in my no sense so at the can who say about we investigation no what you say one we pre-planning no look I say or say a compensate you. It is someone can say or say compensate you more. Why is it that Yaro de the compensation and then some kind? Okay. Mr. Mahama promised that the NDC would make sure Mr. Yaro received fair compensation once it took office. Okay, he will be one of our heroes if Allah blesses and NDC wins the election, and we will provide him with enough money to get his life back on track, he declared. For winning the last words of your former president John Dramani Mahama, I take it again. Mr. Mahama promised that the NDC would make sure Mr. Yaro received fair compensation once he took office. He will be one of our heroes if Allah blesses and NDC wins the election, and we will provide him with enough money and get his life back on track, he declared. Jusheri and I say, Mahama Etrimu say, Nakoponya Aduna NDC, Otu Frankama NDC, Nakoponya Aduna so betini guano so se president, and the Yaro dear, on Cananu too. Just say, Obefa Nintuma pay fra, Manaya tankeke, obey or hero, obey this for hero. Now I say, obey compensating a man in your summer, na na brabo to me a baba contract, na say, Nakupon Allah bless it, na say, NDC be winning election, and the Yaro ain't looking forward to some way are working na, Obeman is capudro, abemboa, mana brabo be to me as sansu in your good shape, ebium. Now, waiting a me bisa say, it is a former president John Dramani Mahama. It is a wamba and bemu bio in 2024 to a base one bem and in 4 years and count 2028 near there can come. So nyam bemu ya not just a yaro. Onya justice I was a unyana and onya the compensation I was unyana. What is our former president saying? I just want to buy being and sana with me compensating and our ABB mano. And I say Okowa or ABB mano, just that he's not saying that part. And I say saying it here. Se onya shrimano no ashon se Nyankopon ya adom na se oba abemu dia oba bibia mana. What if se wan ba abemu ti yaro be remain wo bebi owon sa obeka ni state a wo mu ne sa ana we ni nsema meto dia apeti appointing ebe na wo answer bia ubetimi dey go comment section ho e dey amami nti ha say trending GA celebs ahanom na ye dey yensem no AC in some way from Mahama akache e be free Chumberima MP eho or they call Magana phone na se BAWUMIA na me admondo ni se BAWUMIA baby Chumberima MP edit Madoma East. If you want so the sounds called BAWUMIA kache akoken kan same whistle ewo yakranta kurera Mahama kache same de bebre eni aka nti message say onso do comment be go ase ho edi amami and any day di kan share me message so be subscribe be like na wasan so ashare now like I bo my YouTube push video no edi mami just eti any di makram on my way mo aye wo mu so be we nim so we MPP and as NDC message so do comment in the comment section ho edi amami. I would consider endorsing a political party if the amount is life-changing. Kidi ebusia we ne nsema kidi ede atom wanten so ye bebuira sansem ni akwako ni tia anase dem pa na nam so akidi ede akaza nsem we ya ode atom wanten so. The Ghanaian artist Kidi has stated that he will not consider composing songs for political parties unless he is paid a huge quantity of money. Ebusia we ensema Kidi ede atom wanten so. Opese oche ense ban say political party bi eba na abobwana say oh Kidi ebe abonyuma media. And you no Kidi die obeya amankwa die. The money should be huge. Was this kind of life-changing way any sema Kidi and the atom wanted so. The sugar daddy hitmaker stated that he would never take money to promote a political party in an interview with Hit FM on March 26th due to the nation's harsh political climate. Way any some kidi ede atom wanten so sisi ade enya ade a ono obe promote political party bi na so beka se or bonjum bi ede ama political party bi we o sa level no enya ade obesa oya sa ade we na so ka sansem we e wo interview bi a one hit fm ekonyaye inti no we any sema kidi ede atom wanten so but so say nations and I say national hash political climate media lalai enya dia system where you won pa de kidi de no mo be for political promotion bia bonuma mi bia ene ne kika ka bia you won't we ne sema kidi ede atom wanten so yembo rem yendo musiko na enko hu ntia kidi disansem no etuja. He brought up the point that some musicians would not be able to resume their professions after endorsing a political party. Therefore, he wouldn't want to do anything that would eventually tarnish his name. We ene sema kidi ede atom wanten so ninsem no pache say ono die sebane say inyumtufo bebre na sorry inyumtufo bebre na eyesa nyama we anum de mu hihye sa nyama we mu enya dia like eventually no asa nyama nkoyi omutumi mpie ni pain biom omunyama betumi ayebasa. Okay, why did Kidi say this? I wish Sanka Kidi betumi a same way mu ede amaye. Under our system, an individual cannot openly support a political party and then benefit from it. We unfortunately do not operate within that system. Okay, so Kidi person mind say your system na ye wom sisi Ghana your system are you individual being it we a wine musician no common flow uton pure takra o kwan kra Kidi mayati asese untumi yi weni enka se me dem ye MPP ni o me dem ye NDC ni o no your country your system we in favor sadie no unfortunate say your system I won't see and support sadie. It doesn't operate like that. We nimpe obi ahun say we were party we you yenya yanka obeba be bonjumi oboma party yi bi de amaye na so esa na se onyama bi loki sika bi loki won chenchen nti ono de wa to na adwini se ba no se ombe friend na fine omo friend no so fine na no crampo na ye friend no enya ade a obey because system no is not favoring citizens no. Okay, he responded in jokes saying that he would only consider supporting a political party if the benefits were life-changing, ideally in the hundreds of millions of dollars. Okay, so Kidi person why say agrosso and a oka say ono de so be support political party bi pa na so be bon mama political party bi pa dia na sa scandal politics for no politicians no cool for no members na woman no de ba no huge as brabo esasafo samankania life changing betumi asesa na brabo asesa na nkanso afa brabo so one him says coming the all the shadia mu dia and the na nkanso afo nyina me ba be nya so mfa so nti eno na Kidi ka ho asem and the says ask can ebeboa no emu yedudia why not obey but wakano ewo agrosso. You see, everybody has a price. If it's an amount that can change your whole generation, like hundreds of millions of dollars, I may consider, he said, cutting to laughter and tea. Kidi didn't say more kind no saying, agrosso as a osreno. No kase obia won the price, obia wo adia, ebia, or certain agents say, yeah, adiwe me ya, ebia prizer. Mede to eni nti obia wo amount be price bi ode ye na ade nti eno de se ba no say political parties for we abeton sa friend say bia on be ye enum emfa mo dia or bomb pa say Says ade no mo bisa no scanner room ebe involve no di ade chronic no was say huge or say kese or say life changing. So says can be changing the entire generation there. Why not? You try into weighing some kiddy a day at all in mountain. So for me, I know who I support. But if you come to me, no matter the money, I won't accept it because I'm thinking of my future and the long term, he said. Okay, let me take that again. I say, so for me, I know who I support. But if you come to me, no matter the money, I won't accept it because I'm thinking of my future and the long term. Okay, that is what Kidi said. He said, "Say ono dear for no dear only political party odimechi or supporting no. Now so say oba say bia onye bibisa enfamawa. He won't accept it because orjane dachi orjane dachi nyende o so just can wa no bonjum no sa no ise no sa na ne dachi ye se intumi ankoyi amfa mani biom na ne music career na etumi ba foma and then na oye ne dey. Inti this is what Kidi ede atom wanting so ede amame. Inti ebusan for me bisa say system we aye wo aso wo yi we nim so ye MPP ni wo ye NDC ni e favor ya na and I say in favor. Let's just say what you comment no a better comment section ho a day amaya. Aha, trending GA celeb just easy any medium crowd. Aha nom trending GA celebs. Me mamu akwaba. $300 million World Bank funds arrived in Ghana. It was for we and ninsem ababeto ya bubuano. Bokoko. So just easy. Our trending GA celebs. Bonsem ni mwe inti yanko. According to the people familiar with the agreement, the Daily Graphic has learned that the first installment of the $300 million World Bank funding has arrived in the Bank of Ghana's account. This is anticipated to increase the nation's foreign exchange reserve even more and support the cedi, which has lost 6.8% of its value since the year's beginning. The $300 million is the first installment of the nation's 3-year, $900 million budget assistance program for development policies. Ghana is anticipated to receive $300 million annually for budget to help under the plan for the duration for 3 years. In a press release from January 2024, the World Bank stated that the International Development Association (IDA) of the bank had played a crucial role in supporting Ghana's resilience and inclusive growth, as well as the country's economic recovery through the first Resilience Recovery Development Policy financing. Among its objectives are the restoration of economic stability, the encouragement of private sector growth, the stability in the banking sector, the enhancement of financial discipline in the energy sector, and the build-up of social and climate resilience. Ebusan for way nsema ababetuja World Bank omuchemu say $300 million World Bank funds sisi ade ye receive arrive abedja Ghana hasi nti ehu nsem ena me reading ede amount nti ebusuan ye buira nsem fufuru. No baby has died at Tema General Hospital because of doso. Okay, inti headline which I say Tema General Hospital eba ni light ni dum neso ni dum neso omo the statement about bontin say akwala ba kokre ni wa ohwe ne nkwa sada na sadi no etumi esiye. Yakwayinim na iridi omunsem no ede amount or say in response to a widely shared video that showed staff in Tema General Hospital's neonatal intensive care unit NICU straining to care for infants during a power outage. The hospital has taken action. Enti weyine nsema Tema General Hospital for Edaba Betuja omutre say Oma responded to some video bia agent trenhan chesa obi etwa video bi ma video na agent trenhan ama obia ehusa video no makrofo bebre na so kasa after the same video no so me release statement omutre say sa video na atese no so kasa de akire Ghana fo nyina no hu say neonatal intensive care unit NICU no no ye in charge ba no say power ni kwa no hwe nkola no eso nti no Tema General Hospital for no edu sa da no sankrofo NICU for take charge omo position gina yi ma bibia ekoso senya SSA ekoso. The hospital's management reports that no one was hurt during the power outage. Okay, inti Tema General Hospital management no the report about one thing omutre say say sometimes no lights need do na so during that time no during that process no obi eniwa ne ho touchma General Hospital inti we ne nsema Tema General Hospital for day ababeto emonten so. It was explained by the hospital in a statement that there was a temporary generator trip-off. Oh, okay. Also, sometimes you have a trip-off B. And I say it's either adene cut off and I say adena sanswa about down. So this is what is going on. Enti oma de omo sema babo nti omo trim say Tema General Hospital for statement no say temporary generator trip off B na ebai nti na like ipa ne hu say bia light ni do ebra na yankasa ye man no light anke wo say yenya no fault ban ho a kakra na ye off kakra na ya ba on that time na Tema General Hospital for call off no was say omo a generator that is say the juma in the process almost omo generator no inya some temporary trip off hence yes a buy inti we say ready na nto aso na nko say sa trip off ne buy no omo tumi survey aso sen ns to me koye ya nipa no tumi nya video na video no etumi agent According to Dr. Richard Anthony, the medical director of the facility, the event occurred on Tuesday, March 26th, when the facility was relying on its power plant because the power from the national's grid was interrupted. Okay. According to Dr. Richard, Ononoye medical director at the Tema General Hospital for one person will say event no March 26th that time no light no etumi edumye and at the same time munya temporary generator trip off inti na that time no sanyama we na ekoso so one person will say light no edum no omo rely on their power plant. Yes, omo power plant na no more rely so inti sa power plant no actually say nyama etimi ankoso yi ebusafo kwaye ni na akohwe say aso nsema omo de tu dwa no tisi ade bibia da bokowana. The entire statement is given below. Inti na Tema General Hospital for statement omo de ba abonten no baby rudi ede amount. The Tema General Hospital has been made aware of a video that has been making the rounds on social media and purports to show something that happened there. The following are the facts. Okay, in Tema General Hospital for a release statement, say video be agent high video be a circulate with social media no so now so almost sema eye no cry a woman and almost state down there. I'm yet to read omo no cry. I was same if I need try the video definitely on so back can same or back can or pesoka if you attend sorry if you attend general hospital for any light or a best shock you'll say if you attend general hospital ni power plant or money generator or money say in that video no na a circulate we in a statement the general hospital for the or a good month and so for us to compare the panadian na compare modian you say ebi aso no krabi wo and I said no krabi enim nti ye read it at general hospital for statement na omode 2 months and so no emfa mai. 1 say the incident occurred on Tuesday March 26th 2024 while the facility was dependent on its power plant due to an interruption in the national grid's power supply. Inti we non person much saying March 26th a Tuesday and facility no ekoba say dum so no edu omoso na edu yen na hospital no depend on their power plant due to interruption na air light no e buy to no depend on their power plant say be supply your light. Okay, so 2 the neonatal intensive care unit NICU dedicated generator briefly failed. The hospital electricians worked to bring electricity back to the unit until the country's grid was restored. Okay, so 2 one person which say NICU for a dedicated generator briefly when doom sunny by the generator was working and as a age man it failed. I think the hand on a trip off no by a failure into immediately and general hospital for electricians no started working to bring back everything on point, to bring back the light on point into no way any in sema a course. So they were working on it to bring back the beer on point. So let's go to the 3rd one. It should not be noted. It should be noted that the facility's electricians restored electricity in less than 2 hours. Okay, so on my 3rd point, no much I say. Yen kaini won say, and I say yen show way and so say facility no and restore electricity, and I say electricians no work things out. And my hospital no enya electricity in less than 2 hours. So you see, say electricians no they were working on it and they did it in less than 2 hours. My general hospital got light or so munya no more share patients now more. But as in less than 2 hours you got light, fine. So let's say it's 1.5 hours or also bet me maybe in between 2 hours now. What if Sena Obi is under operation? You will be operation and a light need doing it. And in light need doing na na power plant and start to say ejuma. Okay, as I'm going back and I hear sani pan operation. Okay, in the course of operation and amunya trip off. Temporary trip off no yede e buy. Inti e buy no na was say so call off. Inti sa in 2 hours time my electrician for ni year ejuma ni year no. Are they saying say obedient to me? That is what they are saying. It is say you will be operation at that time. Ha, my brother, my sister. Nipa no, obey me as survive dear. Obey me. But in Sri Lanka, na kupon say ebiana obi ani wa that day no mo ye operation. But ye best say see a there home me facility. Obi a dane neni a or the neni treat my general hospital. Inti ebeya omonsan toto omunyama ye enya spare plant and I say enya spare generators, I mean new ones. So ebeya wave old one or fault but you switch to the new one. So ebeya and then they attend Sempao on March 26th. Now to say ebia na another time. Now kwa yesa family. It was therefore when you miss some kakra made the title just easy. Enemy di air trending GS celebs way and some about bonti amino ache. Let's just say what they want same na ebe comment section ho e dia mami wa drink train na hwegu ho efa mami. Let's show be to say one subscribe be and now what and then no first time I share me no bebo mo dia na wa subscribe wa so I like e de amame me so else will be to say on like ya e boama YouTube e push me video no me da say ahanom na me do see background. Do you think having any form of mental illness should your driver's license be given to you? Please comment down below. Why didn't the state seize Funny Face's driver's license due to his mental illness, Black Rasta? In some way, if he Black Rasta catching, and never Black Rasta say, states no, I didn't know when seize Funny Face the driver's license. In some way, yembon rim na yankoshen YouTube. Given his recognized difficulties with mental health, prominent media personality, reggae artist Black Rasta has voiced concerns about Funny Face's capacity to use his driver's license. Anyway, Black Rasta editor Monte so that is one also the Nadine Trey about reasons why Funny Face shouldn't have, and I say any quite say Anchor States no then the driver's license and the money they work no dear ko say Funny Face hotono and sana omode ni nyama bimo ede amano nti ye koyeni. He said that the nation had failed. Let me take it again because I think this thing this will do so that I can see. Do you think having any form of mental illness should your driver's license be given to you? Please comment down below. Do you think having any form of mental illness should your driver's license be given to you? Please comment down below. Why didn't the state seize Funny Face's driver's license due to his mental issues? Black Rasta. Nti we if we Black Rasta catchy and a airbag. We say adenti and a state no NCZ Funny Face a driver's license. So let's get into Black Rasta next story no. Given his recognized difficulties with mental health, prominent media personality and reggae artist Black Rasta has voiced concerns about Funny Face's capacity to use his driver's license. Okay, so when you say Funny Face, Black Rasta, and the Ababeto Mountain, so in some Funny Face, also the mental health, no, and a Black Rasta so Eden and Sim na dream tray aba. I say, ono dear, ebeya, adenti, and I name say, Funny Face, our mental issues kakra. Aden no manji, the driver's license influencing. Simple. Aden to no manji influencing. So this is the question Black Rasta ebisa. So we will go forward. Because we are going in he said that the nation had failed its residents by permitting the comedian to get his driver's license before ensuring he had fully recovered from his mental health issues. You see a Black Rasta person say the nation has failed. Or mine, they have failed. Or may failure citizens. Yet by permitting the comedian to get a driver's license before say everything is fine. Oh, he has fully recovered. They had to ensure accordingly everything is fine before the driver's license be man. Before inyama be more magic in sem no man. By looking at what is happening, I say man consem ni muye. Oman di funny face ni issue ni chiye. Oman sheni yari ni muye. So everything as a freedom, they've given him freedom. And a funny face so he's just walking there freely. So Black Rasta person say no nam so and as anyama we in accident we in akobai. Okay, so we are going. He went on to say that if the accident victim has been related to a minister of state or other government figure, Ghanaian would have been taking mental health seriously, and that the state should be held accountable for what happened with Funny Face's tragedy. So this is what Black Rasta 2 is saying. Say accident nearby. Sanka a minister of state be any womb, and as a minister be baby. Any womb ye jiri omunai womb. Uncle Mino ever mental illness serious. Like mental illness very serious because I can't opening be but because common floor members be to say yemo and accident it me see say seriousness be a womb and for home as a as a market and one arrested. That is the country we are in now. Arrested. Sanke ban se minister B eba minister B nankasa ni yuri na BBC yanka obehu. Sana kombe enforce law B and diama mental illness like rush ye be pass law ni sisia. But look at this. Yeti. So this is what Black Rasta is saying. In Tizisiano, he is adding say there was say or more minister of states and one massing accident via Anton common flone to ye. Until was say ye fa or minor ye hold you more responsible for what happened to Funny Face, and as a Funny Face victim and 7 to 2 tragedy I cause no or say ye hold you more responsible for what happened on the Black Rasta Yaji. Okay, so let's move on. Once more, our country has let its citizens down. It pains me that we do not take mental health seriously. No matter where he travels, Funny Face will be free. Exactly. No matter where Funny Face will travel, so and then the Funny Face is would they crossing border to Togo, to Benin, to where he is free. There's no tag on him. There's nothing showing that this person is not like really stable. Nothing. He will go freely. As a Hanumpo, he will go freely. And the US, UK, mention, he will go freely. If I say ni see wa hey, e bi akwa kosi wa America, akosi wa UK, akosi wa bodin na my brother, akosi wa hwa. And I am fa tag beyond to Funny Face to say, oh, this guy, he's not really stable. In the American for maybe our copino, the many securities fund the many bedinachi. Then we say, okay, he is doing well, and I say probe and I say she see ya. I say bibi ko si wo we. Tag beyond that no so bibi ko si wo we. Ghana for ye bet to me akosa akonu so akotwitwa na as o mine bet me akosa akonu so akotwitwa Funny Face aso o bet me akotwitwa na say bia o Ghana ha na adwum kana kakra o bet me na wo ko keke de wanu akwa say no be say America for mu just anyamani at least something to should show na ko on a show anka de akosi won nka enkosi And go say nipa we say not nti enkosi. Ya waha na funny face sorry, but travel freely na bibia kwa kosi. Na beti an say a comedian, ya di na kwa kotu, abankaba, egu nsa. Hey! Nti ya beti na ma BBC. Okay, so nsem bi anyway mo ani ebi mo Africa Council and Black Rasta and then to Tom Mountain so say I was say a blaming state no for what is really going on, for what has happened in Ankasa, a blaming state no for funny face, ne tragedy. So this is what is really going on. What should we have done after it was established that he was afflicted with a certain type of mental illness? This is another question. This is a question. Anka den anka say ye. Anka timemfo Ghana ban. Anka den anka say ye. When ye better say funny face or illness, na dream touchy, boba. Why? Anka will say. So this is a question that Black Rasta is asking. But besides then Anka will say, if you have any answer to this, please give it to me. Why? Power me on comment section. Let me read it out loud. Just give it to me. I'm like her. I'm getting serious on this matter. I'm really getting serious. Serious. We would have taken Funny Face driver's license away and sent him to a psychiatric facility as soon as we've learned that he is experiencing mental health problems. Exactly. This is Black Rasta is saying say, and can say the Funny Face Echo Psychiatric Hospital taking a driver's license from him as soon as you find it out say, guy no as on your normal view. Torche, boba. As soon as you are finding out that this guy is really experiencing health problems, like mental problems rather, and hono and I was say, yes, anyama we but we left him. We left him. Okay, so we move. He had visited a mental health facility on a few occasions. Did they suggest that he should lose his driver's license? This is another question. And one say Funny Face akwa kopiemu a psychiatric hospital. Definitely he will go to these normal hospitals. Now you are referring then he will go to the psychiatric hospital too, and then go and find some things out himself. Into all kukokosa hospitals ni for some few times, occasionally, a kobi. Now be finding out say this is really going on. This is what is going on. Also, Charlie, this is another question. This is another question. You're finding out why didn't we take his driver's license from him? Why? He visited few occasions. He visited the psychiatric hospital few occasions. Black Rasta Kanya Yakro Becca say fear or timumpo and can be our relatives be. And now who be more trusted one at that. I was so one in chain. Was that now who be to me a one in chain? That they would direct him, oh, let's go here. So be planning one, they know how to like handle stuff. Say nyama koya, they will bring us news, say nyama koyi. Nyama en koya, we will know. Ebi anirere to me one in chain. Everything. Say the driver's license free in chain. Near outing in chain was say already start the driver's license. Then what me the Funny Face go anywhere, even clubbing impo. You can say like a Funny Face to me nice to you. Cause anything can happen. Obey to me about a proby. Even in the house, obey to me a plan and I say proby. So this is something that Uncle was saying taking it seriously. And look at what has happened. Okay, so we move. The last statement now was say the young children involved in the accident have been let down by us, he said. He have let Funny Face down. Exactly. That is how I also feel too. The young children involved in this accident, we have let them down. And say, akwala na yegu ni na yegu mu, like I mean, car no ehwe no, accident ni see victim, why victim? And say a Dutch president binu. So can we boldly say, oh, a brand of funny face for mental issue, and now can share into you lose your future president? What are you saying? We can't say that. And sounding good to us, or not sounding good to someone else. It's a Dutch president, it me free like how? So we see in Yama air kosono, we have to stand up, set him for. We have to stand up, say on mine, to say a bind. Now you put it in Yama now right, especially frontliners no. Yes. Also mumpo, omo out there. A man say could be to me turns a from a comedian, funny face, with me at once a friend back your program, with me like all these things. You can go anywhere. As all corner BBC. The bad name here to Ghana, so do you get it? So I'm really taking like the last line. The children involved. They let your mom down. And even funny face, you're letting it down. Because Obi or hard, they need to name mind so. When you say, oh, I'm a comedian, I'm doing it, they are laughing. Oh, I'm moving, I'm doing this, I'm bringing good name to Ghanaians. Like all the slay, you know. Na yari ebi beba bebo. Na bet na sibesuma budget. Na Obi ampon kai say there was a time. Na it's not TV set one. Na yinije. There was a time it's not TV set one. Say nye funny face na ebesha and the wine yen show TV. But we didn't real one day. That's because we have mental illness. No one to care for. Charlie, we had. Say last line not to a hit to send a hit him na. Message all the better comment section. But I'm not saying so say people didn't reach out, people didn't help him. Oh yes, people did. But when him said Ghana has say I will, and I am my way. Assemble as an accident as a market. Will be a cabinet to frame baby day. But my didn't so 2 days pondu, 1 week pondu, now some not die out. That is what we are experiencing. Banka say a funny face na same and I assume and up till now. You go swire shim na the update babble tia. I don't think so we be see. But see no people reached out. Kofu kohuno, kofu kosrano, kofu kosheni crying, kofu for maniska, send ye be ayamano. But ye win a die out. A die out. It was not for a hanum air trending GA celebs. My emotional cry. I just don't know what to say anymore. But then it's life, and life still moves on. I have never been corrupt, and I will never be corrupt. Alan Tremontin. Adofonum ahanum air trending GA celebs. We enen sembia yankasa, yaya papa. Alan Kojo Tremontin a day ababontin and as an insema a waka and I know a baby dream. Into year concern so. In the December 2024 polls, Alan Kojo Tremontin, the founder and the head of the Movements for Change and the independent presidential candidate, promised to combat corruption by appointing an anti-corruption commissioner with intensive investigative authority. So, we ending sema edabontin December 2024 polls no Alan Kojo Tremontin ono na founder and the Movement for Change ɔno nso so no standing as independent presidential candidate say ento no so aba. Okay, na o promise yɛ say ɛbɛyɛ a corruption obe appointed obi a anka obedi enim ɛde ama anti-corruption commissioner. Just ɔno de ɔbɛyɛ ɔno nkwa ɔbɛyɛ independent. Ɔno nkwa na ebegyina esi ne gyina yɛ. Ɔno de ɔyɛ against corruption commissioner. Someone who will be there and he did that no so anti-corruption commissioner. And for intensive investigation, just say investigation mu pole and just say obi dream same way ras ya fe akoko ko se na sa akoko kwa hwehwe nyama sesa na wakoyi ensem epi Nigeria for be say breeze don't blow, foul nyash don't open. Inti na say foul nyash no, you don't open. We nipa ne bi say, right? Na nipa ne say ne juma bebo no, say be ye den you. Inti yanka say papa Alan kojocho maintain. We ya dia odisi ni so say. Ya me ya dom na ka eto no so aba. No din kunima. Nyama obeye ebi ena mabos. According to a meeting with organized labor on Wednesday, 27th, 2024 in Accra, Alan Tremantin confirmed his commitment to fighting corruption. In Tia Papa on Wednesday, 27th, 2024, Ewo Accra, but the insembi etu just said, "Who to me who say was sing kete self corruption in the obe fight angasa so be fight corruption in different ways." Inti during a meeting no ewo Accra our nkofu bi mu etna say on 27th Wednesday no what we say corruption the why na adwin say obe fight angasa because oka say ono de onye corrupt and never will he be corrupt. Inti no say corruption de idea enim pese ebiehunu ni chinkokokokoko. He made clear that he intended to change the constitution and appoint a commissioner for anti-corruption who would be independent of the Attorney General and the Minister of Justice and would have the authority to combat corruption ruthlessly and impartially. Okay, so looking at what your papa and no etieno or say bano corruption party and kawaina dream say ono obefa obia ni din abeda no so anti-corruption commissioner just obey independent a obejina onagasa besi ni jina ye. Yes, that person I be appointing so on down. Ono kwa besi ni jina ye. Oni obi am pressure. Oni obi an ko challenge. Oni obi an dwene bibi ho aso da to dwa. Ono kwa ne be dwe ni nsem. No de ne nsem about it. Okay, and at the same time no, ono ba say anko be change the constitution. He is there sanka ye to no so abadia. Now be the president obesisa constitution and at the same time anti-corruption commissioner ononko attorney general sonko and a minister of justice sonko just say minister of justice ononko anejuma a ono obi ampremo ononko ahu na asema ononko na ede information ba abonten. So we see jina ye I no see jina ye de bi the Bible nti anu saso na attorney general so ono so ye na ejuma nko saso na nka ni anti-corruption commissioner no so be ye na ejuma nko so we ensema yankasa ye Alan kojocho maintain and to maintain so na just say nipa ne be ye ejuma na like on favor bia no favor impartial. Nyada me partial. Na me we from na me we ashim na me fixing me na me baby na. We dia impartial. Whatever it is no, you to edi. The wa to ho sa. So declaring, I have never been corrupt and I'll never be corrupt. Mr. Tremantin emphasized that the significance of personal integrity in pioneering the battle against corruption. So, we declare say Omo die, onye corrupt, and never will he be corrupt. Yes, or emphasize it was answer no, and the importance to him to say Omo die ni integrity ni die. When I just say wa building, say nya dia, only fin biara be for. That is why all the battle is still for corruption or be fighting against corruption. Yes, the integrity, fin bien onye corrupt and onye corrupt. That is something he has built until he is there. So be fighting my corruption or be fighting one akatase sheni proye one day I just omu no get common. Yes, uncle Funa kumbe yo munina to abonten. Now or be bring so uncle Mujuma be bomb, ye to me for youngsters no, I rap penufonimu, not just say or mine to me as a sakaka. Until Wayne Sema Yankasa ye Alan Cash added to a mountain song. So, Mr. Tremantin presented ideas for an agricultural revolution in addition to his anti-corruption platform. One of these investigatives is Operation Own a Farm. Catch what I say, Operation Own a Farm. Okay, you see, Yankasa ye Alan Cash and in the same way as and so calm. Not just say, Anka 2024, ye to a banner, Nanko be president. Anka Operation Own a Farm, ya dear Kodeka anti-corruption no, Anti-corruption commissioner no, the back one obey. Changing the constitution, the back obey. And an Operation Own a Farm, so ya den swan obey. Basisia only madi. One in your cosu. Yankasa, ya Alan Cash, in wifi. So all these things that I'm saying to you, at least, more we are upcoming, more banner, more mujina send to Muswaban. We bet me consider these things. I think the annually in our crown back PDA. Now the account, at least. And at least. Okay, so Operation Own a Farm. The Operation Own a Farmer. Do you think this thing? Okay, be quitting. Do you think say a man no buy up by a country room? And then my uncle say to me, "Ye Jews, it's me and Yama be timber." To me, and I say what you was saying. Okay, into the end, see, and I uncle say, "Papi, ever Operation Own a Farm." And the canny project, okay, I think say, Obe Chichu, Tiam Burim. Na yenkohuni ntia on the Operation Own a Farm account, which aims to attract both residents and non-citizens to engage in farming activities. Alright, into your so try say Operation Own a Farm no, by an again say or aiming at or attract both the citizens, the non-citizens, and our residents. The non-citizens and the residents. I be attract you, I be mom be engage you. They will avail themselves. Be share the farming activities in him. So this is a papani motive. I want the Tom Montenso. As you see there. I be there. He backed up his claims with, if you go to Botswana, everybody owns a cow. And they are encouraged to go and farm on the weekends. So he gets that corner. He ended. That is the last line. Obake everything, the anti-corruption. Obake the constitution change. Operation Own a Farm. Just the anti-corruption or church. Say on bed Ume yi katasi shene prayer for na just like this umonge count yi nefrio. So that is the explanation. And the second explanation is he is not corrupt. and he will never be corrupt. That is why he's fighting for that. And an integrity in our building. So, so that is the explanation for the anti-corruption commissioner. Okay, so the operation own a farm, we are here now. Also say uko Botswana or backing it up or backing the operation own a farm. Also say uko Botswana udruwa obia everybody owns a cow. And they say a cow ne boa mu nenchi say a bonne boa ne bana cry say na ba be do mame ana papa na so nebo into if every citizen ewo cow, do you think say cow no omo such people you funny say you such people, do you think say they care about what the government is about to do or not? Like in this way, you don't even care that there's something called doom so. When I saw a cow back, when you obey to me and generator, with me and fear be with simple one be a managing. Into the government Nagasana who he hand. Government Nagasana who he hand when Yama be home. Because the citizens are helping themselves. What they want to achieve and get. Into so or weekends ne cow didi or nam ne be more one or more the milk if you move back and all that. They sell them, then they get their money. They use it for their own personal stuffs. You see, Emma or mine to me, it to me growing. You get it? So that is the reason why. Sorry, Yankasaya Alan Cash, Alan Kojo Mantin. Ye, no say na Ghana, say it to me operation own a farmer, a beboa. It will help. Man no buy, Yankasanyama be rebe produce juice. Name them. Just a nyama be brave or one Yankasaya bit me aye. Yankasaya bit me aye or hasi. Tebe maska awo kuni. Bit me a maska awo Ghana. Na ma president no. So muha he home. I want nyama be on person way. Even to me mufon crab to me abwa project bia we abide per se. Because obia woni bibi obia woni sika. So you see, your mind bit me a bear crab. So that is the reason why Oyenando's operation on a farm, because of what he has seen or heard about Botswana for citizens and they are encouraged to go and farm on weekends. Intino abaina wa Botswana no, and I even set it team phone pa. Encourage you that every weekend we have to go and farm. Enkodo in no baby, enkodria nyama bi. Ya hate the farm. Let's go and do some things there. So you see, it is a weekend. Want to make don Dubai, and as some to make nyama, they go to the farm. Now other days they go to their personal work. Maybe on Fridays they go to Omoka na like wherever they are. They go check up on them and everything. To say to me, like citizen Ankasa, or you busy Saturday or where you see, he's getting his money or getting a cash. So I think this is the reason why India Ankasa Alan Cash and then I dream farm and was lucky. Mamma Fabi so Mbekam Nambwa project na me person me. So we shall forward over to you. Do you think say what Yanka say Alan Kojo Mantin in Semo Kama and I say Semo dia to jam? Do you think say operation own a farm like a baby me for a Ghana for? Or do you also think say anti-corruption commissioner a beboa corruption share project, to me free system. Okay, and do you also think changing the constitution like to me akoso? The sense they will be bisa. Best rest all day on some na big comment section ho at the amam just easy any meeting. I have no air trending J celebs macam. Another dankwa ekufu ado Ghana ye president. Or the Sembi igufom. Restati in Sembi na meno ebewera sansemu. Ya kwako say a man penny na sema okano eno anu no anase enye sanity. No one in the Fourth Republic can match my educational accomplishments. Nana Ado, not to say Yankasaya president na Nensem, the headline enono. At the Smart Schools Project launch in Accra on Monday, March 25th, 2024, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo asserted that his administration is the most dedicated to education of any Fourth Republic administration, citing significant expenditure on infrastructure, teacher assistance, and various programs and evidence of these commitments. Naturally, say Yankasaya President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and in same way egu mountain so ebrana okwakwaya Smart Schools Project launch na ewo Accra on Monday 25th of March. Naturally say sa time no na sa Smart School Project we launch na eba so ewo Accra na Yankasaya mampeni edru hono na nsem o kan say in the Fourth Republic administration not just obey any wow between no I compare the educational background adia wa achieve in education say the free SHS baso or the infrastructure teacher assistants various programs and evidence of sa commitment or the atuja nti yebeko ne akwakutie Yankasaya president the evidence and as an nsembia what they account. He also emphasized that over the last 7 years his government has placed an unprecedented emphasis on education as evidenced by legislation. Not just any evidence legislation for Nedatuja, the legislature and a datum wanting so. And I say, Amani whom say, you have done well, more powerful President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Intino, or say over 7 years, the government and I say, Tinton time, across the border, they are done. About education, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in the Fourth Republic of Ghana, or no, and a carry, warriors. The construction of the new facilities, the provision of supplies and tools like furniture, stationery, and scholarships, as well as enhancements to teachers' welfare. Now I say about construction of new facilities or about provision of supplies or about tools like furniture, stationery, scholarships. A ban say enhancements in teachers' welfare. So when I say teachers' welfare was shimukina, a ban also I say evidence I papi and Maya and I say summer or the PP and the tata nensem the tono de emotion. I dare argue that no government since that start of our Fourth Republic some 31 years ago has made the same investment and demonstrated a comparable dedication to improving education over the last 7 years. Now I say 7 years na asanso about now I say 31 years ago now was 30 years. Now I say 31 years ago when you are counting down 7 years. I say in penny for na yebi. They have done more than ebi a president nti or county from 7 years down. And say onu kwa go president and say onu kwa ena wetumi a jina brani eba ni demonstration a wetumi jina brani ewa education background mu obia ntumi ni no pre shoulders. Fourth Republic obia ntumi no pre shoulders say and I say me mama beti to say like why no president another danka undu baby or say in the last 7 years or man a beti so I saw chere Ghana for say a ban education obi ankoda dro bi anka dem ever say president another danka Ekufuado why this is what he's saying. He said these are seen in the areas of policy, infrastructure, furnitures, stationery provision, equipment and retooling, scholarship, and enhancement of teachers' welfare. And I say, a balance up so areas are, and I say a man penino, what power, original brand. Put me rubbish shoulders now. And you're with me about areas of policies, infrastructure, furniture, stationery provision, with me about equipment, no, you with me about scholarship, no, with me about teachers' welfare, was shame kina, sa parts nina, ujinaho, oridiga. As part of the government's initiative to improve education through technology, the President of Ghana announced that 1.3 billion senior high schools pupils will get smart tablets. So, as part of your government's initiative, and in Yama be up say or the babonting, as part of it, no, person say technology na Nyama babonting and see about digitalization and also hit ba intin no technology I on yanka say mapping na nado danko Ekufuado announce say 1.3 million senior high school pupils will get smart tablets. Now the same number of senior high school people will get smart tablets. And the figure near 1.3 million senior high school. I say Charlie. Pupils Charlie. Mamping or ba and now you know what I'm saying. Okay, I say these tablets will equip students with essential technological skills. I say a tablet where a students no na also enhance and I say more technological skills but I say until we some my young President Nana Dankwa Ekufuado ede atomonten so ede amaye no say no one in the Fourth Republic can match my educational accomplishments. And I say a ban of Fourth Republic na sounds ban educational they say nobody what I say we will build 100 smart schools across Ghana. President Nana Dankwa Ekufuado assures and say after in seminar auditor mountain so the Fourth Republic nobody can rub shoulders with him say ono die obetimi I am more than a president and now I am more than a president sounds with the way account say 100 smart schools across Ghana and he will build after no building from scratch. Into building from scratch. Now at the cities you are like 100 buildings or building smart schools. Looking at the word smart, and yet today dia or more free SHS. It is like something that a rise, enhance, like new ideas being when we use the word smart schools across Ghana. So we are getting into insema your president no or kind na yehunia echo. According to President Akufo-Addo, 100 advanced senior high schools would be constructed nationwide by the government. Actually say president say senior high schools no obe ensure say obe constructed that school no nationwide. Yes, Abine will do that nationwide. 100. It was not for any 100 schools, smart schools. Okay, across Ghana, it's nationwide. So we are looking forward to say a president in same way now the bear or see a bedding bear or you. By the end of the year, he says 30 of these schools will be constructed, and the project will completely change the face of education. So, next line will not say by the end of the year. So, looking at 2024, March, Ubewan say you're April, and I say, Minoka say April put their bang and pueri, and then can say April mumpo, Padiasia. Intino, to say a personal person say at the end of the year, into ye April fimo, ye March film. As I say a baby April, now kai how many months, now end the year. Now so all promise say 30 schools will be built, will be constructed. 100 smart schools no obesi 30 and sana we year ne be ending na saka 70 to go. Intino we your share boss by the end of the year 30 schools no be constructed. Ama project no be completely no project no be complete na sa complete na be no best the face of education. I get in the statement. By the end of the year, 30 schools will be constructed, and completely no, some schools no, a best the face of education. The president, we are waiting. No, we can't wait anymore. We can't wait anymore. During the launch of the Ghana Smart Schools project in Accra on Monday, March 25th, 2024. The president made it clear to dignitaries that the project goes to equip students covered by the free SHS policy with the basic technological skills in keeping with the government's goal of using technology to advance education. Yes, during lunch, Accra, Monday 25th, 2024, na lunch na seno eno ka se smart school project no na me aduma obeye 100 smart schools, but at the end of this year 30 will be completed. So we are looking forward say ombesha say gidigidi na 30 are completed into sa project no goals are oka say ebe koso no bi and say technology skills our technology moon just a student no cha they go run and what I say we will try this and take a ta so we won't say na line and I say nyama be ko from timer or best start to say school no e be crash never start to say basu. Just everything will change. Education will change in Ghana. The administration is still looking for creative ways to enhance the free SHS program. Okay, it is say President MIRT as I say administration no. They are there. They are still looking for creative ways. They are still looking for quine beer. They are still looking for like nyama B to enhance sebeboa ma education and ebeboa ma free SHS program ebe krabehwe. Ebusa for seka free SHS program wa woni ni akoso students ni bi ubehuna video ni na social media na wo hwe almost stew pa omode boy moso a asem kwan Well, we would inquire be cry or homedy benku said two said day and friend who say face the warm what mean say inquire a light that you can even see your face. It looks like mirror. Inti say a president at the initiative way bab on say like they are looking for ways. Our mbebwa macro airway free SHS program no able to make Gina Brania. That just say it's a good idea. Now I said that dance some man crofokeka say you can say when I wash SHS phone so and I buy it in Diana bar, no mind the lights, then they take some home. Now I say yes sanity. Looking at the statement here, not just say a president person shemukina, not just say in your every president no more ban or mine ho banny moon is swat. Instead of students need any kind of food. Anna. Okay, so the government is certain that digitalization will drive the next stage of improvement to free SHS. So, Sisiano, the government is certain CP, the Ogidiba, looking straight, says Sisiano, digitalization will be driving the next stage of improvement to free SHS. They say ban free SHS, there digitalization, ban digitalization, there free SHS. Next stage, next level, just everything will be technology. Okay, we look forward to this. So, I'm looking forward to Sanyama cyber society education. Amagana, yes, so you can't educational, yes, so wait me a boy, the warrior say. By itself, this will create a perfect teaching and learning environment, both online and offline. Okay, so you see, a president is sharing crying. Or catch you see, said digitalization your next stage, and the math free SHS. Not just say, and che, about be creating this environment be the learning. This kind of good and serene environment will be there for the teaching and then the learning aspect. And this is the part where I'm interested, online and offline. So we have a serene environment for teaching, serene environment for learning. With your tablet, you can learn online. That is depending on data, right? Data. You can learn offline. That is without data. So this is where I'm interested, the online and offline. If your student be and anybody take a tablet be, now say a person unya serene environment, fine. Your school has given you serene environment. Every place, everywhere is fine. When it comes to the teaching aspect too, the environment is good. Now you want to learn on your own. You have this tablet on like with you. Okay, fine. Our president is telling us online and offline. So now if the student is having money, what mean your data and then can learn. And at the same time, if that same student no feel crassy baby, so he's leg on war, was called better data. It is the online. Not just a new way crassy baby only scored better online, so can learn offline. That is where I'm interested. I say you can learn online and offline. The upgraded free SHS will, in fact, be more eco-friendly, increase productivity, and improve academic achievements with info-active learning and display. So what's the main US? 1111. So Tisiano, they are telling us that one baby upgrading the free SHS and a baby eco-friendly, and then a bit to me increase productivity, a bit to me improve academic achievement. Oh, okay, so all these things will come to display. Really look forward to it, which is what's powering the Ghana Smart School Initiative. said President Akufo-Addo. So this is your president initiative. Say Obabe see 30 smart schools no by the end of this year no. Say initiative when nana or the air to dra. Say you're looking forward in that schools. That is why I said say you're smart. That is why I said say BB. Eba be rare and to say old schools no and to say schools now no yes. BB rare that is why the word is there like smart. So you get it. Okay, into year call. The project aims to enhance the use of IT in teaching and learning at the second cycle level. He went on, in the end, it will improve students' performance and better position them for the future higher education and competitive professions. So really, this is the last line. I President Editudra. But say project we beboa ama IT sorry beboa enhance beboa improve. It will help the IT beboa IT, and then it will help the teaching and the learning in the second cycle level. I can't wait to. I can't wait. It will help in the second cycle level. He went on, in the end, I will improve students' performance. Not just say, your president is saying that it will improve the students' performance. Just say, tablets, he wants to go into, he wants to learn, and all that. Until a student, the performance, and a better position. A better position in the higher future, our education. Yes. That is what our president is really saying. So ahano ena mede in anado dan kwa Akufo-Addo nsema oditudra abrana oye the smart lunch no we March 25th 2024 abrasa lunch no course no nsema oditudra ni bi ena me bobo so ena me di egu apaso amawo ebusia for ahano ena me di ubesi. We are looking forward say president no bosha wa shey nyina no ebebem ama education ababe krabehwe ewo Ghana si. The Electoral Commission must ensure fairness in the 2024 elections. Asante Hene. As they get ready to plan the 2024 elections, members of the Ghanaian Electoral Commission have been tasked by Asante Hene Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II with acting fairly. In Titisiano, Yankasaye Asante Hene Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II, Eden Sembi Atumonten Swa, and they call Ediama members of Ghanaian Electoral Commission. Or the Kwama Electoral Commission say, Sisiade, it was said mama fairness eba abatono emu. Into when Sema Yankasaye Asante Hene Osei-Tutu Ede Atumonten so. He said that how transparent the commission is before, during, and after the election process will determine whether or not the results of the elections are generally accepted. Inti wei ene nsema odi sanso eka ho na otre say sisiano as it stands now electoral commission no se ba ne say abato no ibia be piemu perfectly na to sisiana yenya nto aba no o se mu ye genuine in the course say to abano in between abato no ekoso no was sanso ye genuine after election was a genuine na mo ye was said twaso was said sanso konini was some sanso ye neutral we ye genuine ewo honso inti enno na be determines the result na mo de ba bonten ya maye say yan jindi yan fanasa anase ye sanity. That is what Miakasa Yehine Ede Atomonten so Ede Amayin. Before Ebetu Abano, Muye genuine. In the course, in the middle, during, in the process, Muye genuine. Now, after everything, area payano, and also Muye genuine. Before you bring out the result to us. Na hon so mo ye genuine a ye behu. Se mo ye genuine, sa so na mo ye genuine so a ye de behu. At the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology's 56th Special Congregation, Otumfuo said, the Electoral Commission must ensure fairness and be seen as a neutral body in the electoral process. Inti na say so or the way PMP and Semno Akaho, but just say Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, a horn a yakasaya santi hene or say to echo PMO Edison Semwina etomontin so na ochemu say Electoral Commission was say a fairness ejum or some mama yenti assess or a natural body. Omun kashin ho eba ni genuine omu ye genuine omunka party biya eho inti no also mu process no eye genuine enso account inti we ene nsema yankasa ye hin or they ato emoting so political parties should exercise caution while making remarks during election campaigns, according to the overlord of the Asante Kingdom. International say political parties no way they echo edemamo MPP NDC ni chesa mona majidi ye papa echo edemamo and other parties na urban nti echo edemamo nyina say or say mo exercise caution while mo make mo election campaigns no when the election campaigns ne call north to south and they faha and they kwasi nano mo fa caution accept caution e ba no caution na emu ye dinyi e your weather yankasa ye o say tutu e dey ato umonten so and dey amaye yankasa ye Asante Kingdom or the same way at home and their mind say a beya political parties no fasa dewi namu in diso. It is the responsibility of all parties involved, especially the political parties and their multitudes of followers, to preserve the integrity of speech and abstain from spreading harsh vocabulary and abusive languages as the campaign heads up. Okay, inti your president. Inti yankasa ye Asante Kingdom was said to and in some way to ja or just say a pair political parties no any mon for a dimuchi so a bandasa I just say baby hit Bebia she hits wo bebia inti nkofo mu disa political parties we nature or stress say ebe ya mo kasim mo speech ne de bebre na ye nyina kasa ye freedom of speech but eno so nkyere say bebia was everyone no eba inti no kyere say ebe ya ye kasa ye choice of words or say you use your dream, or say you use no wisely, or say you won't sama, a bit to me a kaya abuse you be. Ya abuse you be ne casa, ya abuse you be ne word be there 2 months. So, what I say, my abuse your words no, because you have freedom of speech. When we are going out there, say back a campaign, and they are my political party now, I was say, yeah, they are doing a tone. Na yenso ya no kasa etumi ekoyi nti wei efri yan kasa ye henho ena ode aba. We must all strive to create an atmosphere of respect for one another and fruitful communication. As we take pride in being a democratic country, I implore everyone to band together in order to protect the integrity of our democratic institution. Otumfuo or say tutu a second. But I say, I just say, what I and say, beya, ye be a bonten, obey in or say you create some atmosphere of respect, or say you to me creating room for respect, or say you to me, baby ye jina na se baby wa ye kasa no yetumi command respect bi ewo ye kase na ye ma asema e be free ya no so beto fom enya asema eso aba your communication to the people enya asema eso aba nti as ye wo yetumi rub shoulders yetumi kase ye democratic country no sa ena ye kase mu so ye also enya pride yetumi kasa na ye kasa obi atumi kase oh ni pe atase na yetumi boy abaso ewe ye kase nti we ene nsema ye kasa ye hin Asante Kingdom yakasa was 82 the second otum for a day atom so a day amai nti ebusia yembora nsam fufurumwe Mahama's choice of female running mate inspires MPP and African politics. Okay, until Rebecca say, how do choosing a female running mate inspire MPP for? How? Alright, let's get right into it. Former President and NDC flag bearer John Mahama's brave choice to choose a female running mate for the 2020 and 2024 elections is Joyce Bawa Montari. Mr. Mahama's special aide claims that he inspires progressive development throughout Africa. In Tebusia, Yankasa president, your former president, you can say, Yankasa former president Mahama, okay, and now your flag bearer, Edema NDC, Ninsem and Amiri, Ede Amount. That is say, about the 2020 and 2024 elections now, Jinem gidi say to no swaba. Inti ni female running mate wansem ene kana sem Joyce na sem na ba be pimu ha sei inti we ene nsema headlines ye ka wansem na ebi mu claim say inspire progressive development throughout Africa. Why? Yeah. Hey, a flag bearer NDC for flag bearer Mahama. Female running mates na wakofa Mami Joyce say obeta nichi na mum kosa kwintuwe eno amoka say inspire the progressive development throughout Africa. Okay, yankum why and how yesa. She claimed that the former president's selection of Jean Nana Opoku Ajiman was widely respected and accepted. Okay, so she say Mami Joyce Bawa and an ensem no or the betu say Mahama, I Mr. Mahama, I flag bearer NDC Mahama. The choice of taking a female running mate may inspire the progressive development throughout Africa. So the same Joyce, Mami Joyce Yana Esanso Kase, the former president in the selection, say offer Yankasa Mami Jane Nana Opoku Ajiman, widely respected and accepted. And say Mami Jane. You be or ye accepted, as ye respected. A cow be a channing punsia, not just say Mammy Jean, Nana Opoku Ajiman, Nekas will be like baby or qua, baby or qua, not just a channing punsi, ya Gina Tuma, na sans ye, Nana Opoku Ajiman. Na say Mammy, a cry, ye, papa. Yen Jimmy Tum essence respecting will be Bibiara or Bay Echo. Yamami Joy stated that lengthy tweeted posts on Saturday, March 30th, that Mahama's choice of running mate was a wise decision for Ghana's future. Yes, so this is what Yankasa Mame Oka say oba tweetie obeye in the Twitter post be on Saturday, March 30th. Eka say Yankasa press former president NDC flag bearer Mahama. The choice of running mate no like or dream ye pa or deciding ye pa or choosing ye pa na ebeboa Ghana yedachi. Okay, sana mama iko nti yemburu na ehwe say asema mama iko our reason bi ana na yenkohwe say sa reason no so aso yenso a yeti ha ye ready ene wa otie mu aso no kre bi wo se beboa Ghana the future ana. She went on to say that his deep thinking and passion for progressive leadership and democracy have been recognized worldwide. So she went on to say that not just Mami Joyce Bauer aka say ono de watena se adwenhu yie pa and a passion owo say on the bear like passion owo say progressive leadership say in kind ko leadership mu no and na ye democracy mu no chesa watena se adwenhu say recognize that chibi that echirima amananofo ebe recognize adia ekosu ono watena se adwenhu say echirima that chifo ono leadership na watena se adwenhu progressively dachi ebe boa nationwide amanonifo be hu say oh okay we be Ghana bring this decision Mahama made. So this is what Mami Joyce Eka. According to the aide, while some political opponents and female leaders criticized Mahama's decision, others now recognize its significance and want to follow like. They did their utmost to downplay dominations and are now trying to replicate its. Let me take it again. Okay, so according to the aide, while some political opponents and female leaders criticized Mahama's decision, others now recognize its significance and want to follow like. They did, in quotes, they did their utmost to downplay the nomination and are now trying to replicate it, she said. So you see, I say, according to Yamame Joyce, what she say, while political opponents be more kikanka so female leadership de and the woman and cry ti mama to win you bia fa say mama nana Jane Mensa hey mama so de what you saying some akofo come criticizing Mahama left right center na about the decision and I say over the decision you make here so say nana Jane MBN running meeting, the same uncle kind or criticizing in Afe and a sanko form kind, any bimo I come, recognize it, dear tomb, picture the importance, sadly we the memory. So you see, I feel no more picture, said that she be their mama ye. Edi bibi pabi ebe brain tina fedi omu no mu di maami chi ye penana Jane Mensa ye penana Jane Mensa ye penana Jane adana nyu ntisi ano we any adea bebre na adane omu hu se ebe yinti omu follow Mahama ntino ye koyeni. However, Madam Joyce that said argued that Mahama has yet to receive commendation for taking the risk of choosing a female running mate. I take it again. However, Madam Bauer argued that Mahama has yet to receive commendation for taking the risk of choosing a female running mate. She described this move as the strongest indication that a female can become a running mate and vice president. So she described this move as the strongest dedication that a female can become a running mate and a vice president. Inti Mami Joyce in some can and they say, oh, okay, so she say I will describe it the Mahama yen taking Nana Jim Mensa, then running mate. I feel the offer, sir, like looking at it or describing as the strongest indication, like a strong. Or picture said, nah, Charlie, this is strong, man, that a female can become a running mate and a vice president. Charlie, it's huge, man. So this is what Yamame Joyce Eka or say according to his advice, the former president's move demonstrates his excellent leadership through courageous decisions. I take it again. That is the last verse though. According to his advice. Oh, okay. I get it now. Say according to his advisor, the former president's move demonstrates his excellent leadership through courageous decisions. So according to Yamame, no one so say according to his advisor. Now say Yamame no so advisor. So according to Yamame advisor, or I don't know, or according to the former president, Mahama ni advisor. The former president's move demonstrated the excellent leadership through courageous decisions. And say have taken strong decision. How they try say yes, or an excellent leader. Or an excellent leader, the first rob do or be form. So this is what Mame Joyce Ede Atomonte. So not just say so according to Ma Joyce ne advisor, the president it take them the demonstration are excellent, the leadership are strong, doing and now person taking Nana Jane Mensa as me running mate. When Sema made the best sumo every Mahama na kachi. Intino Mahama's choice of female running mates inspire MPP4 and then the African politics. Would you say Lucrebi woman now the actual comment section woman. Also I do trebia if I say any Lucrenswa na Odian also as or Eddie Amam. Addressed by election. MPP forms election committee to oversee April 13th primaries. I take it again. Addressed by elections. MPP forms elections committee to oversee April 13th primaries. The New Patriotic Party MPP has approved dates and processes for the next parliamentary primary to choose a candidate for the Ejuso constituency by election. According to a statement published, addressed by election, NPP forms election committee to oversee April 13th primaries. The New Patriotic Party MPP has approved dates and processes for the next parliamentary primary to choose a candidate for the Ejuso constituency by election. According to a statement published by the party's General Secretary, Justin Kodua-Frimpong, nominations will begin on April 2nd and end on April 4th. The primaries are set for April 13th. The party has also formed an election committee directed by Mr. Dankwa Smith, to ensure a fair, transparent, and orderly process. The committee's primary members include Mr. Bernard Ntwiboisiako, Asokwa MP, Patricia Apieji, Martha Kodua, and Evans Nimako. Interested aspirants have to obtain nomination forms at a cost of 3,000 Ghana cedis, followed by a filing fee of 35,000 Ghana cedis. Despite that, women, youth, and persons with disabilities who want to aspire to a higher political office will ensure a 50% rebate on the filing fees, according to the press release. Detailed rules and regulations governing the primaries have already been adopted and will make available to participants. The statement reads, "No individual shall be denied access to purchase nomination forms." The primaries aim to find a replacement for Dr. John Kumar, who served as the MP for Ejiso and Deputy Finance Minister before passing away on March 7. His death follows a by-election in the constituency to fill the parliamentary vacancy. Ebusuafo wei ene nsem bi a every Ejiso MPP for form oma form elections omo patre say by election bi eba bekoso ewo Ejiso ayi na enim say yankasa ye papa ya de nyina ye late Dr. John Kumar ofri mu no na kondwa abeda mpan ewo Ejiso nti ewo say ye mpo obi na okodi okotena say igwa no so eni nti ena say by election we eba bekoso ewo Ejiso nti no start April 2nd na end on April 4th. Nti na is a primaries in the Oma setting for April 13th. Table for way and nsema ababetoja na omu kase interested persons. Eba ne se ope se we need je sit no ho we need je yanga say papa ne juma na oye no ho ope se won so uremu bia na to say forms are be filling 3,000 Ghana cedis. Na if we want filling forms where we nomination forms we nomination forms 3,000 and now filling forms 35,000. So this any amount I was say to me prepare now to me kutia now so original na by election it me a cost. If you want so na almost a more can say enya dia omu deny obia access to nomination to nomination a man is a person pick a form now so best and bia obia si hu kwai until over to obia out there. If you want to pick a form now so be jina na to so aba eno to just do that. Okay, so if we want so na omun deny obia na someone ka say ebia we are disabled ntino omun sign the paper America na say omun sign the paper whoever you are we are disabled mpa oh la la just a feeling feel omun 50% if we so feeling percent sorry feeling feel only 50% if we so at the mouse a say we are disabled and I say we are free fair whoever you are you can pick a form whoever you are you can fill a form. So you see we NSMA MP before Eddie Abebeto in Monte so in Siciano ye bo era in some fufumu ni abakoshe nya ekoso ewo. Mahama promises to separate youth and sports ministry into way call Mahama Akachi. The National Democratic Congress Dr. Dramani Mahama, proposes to reform the Youth and Sports Ministry to better serve Ghana's youth. On Friday, March 29, 2024, Mr. Mahama highlighted there is a need for a more comprehensive approach to youth development. The new ministry aims to promote youth status in all sectors of the economy and mainstream their interests across industry. The move intends to rectify the existing focus on football at the detriment of other sports and youth development opportunities. Mr. Mahama's goal for the reorganized ministry involves the formation of a youth development department which will provide jobs for young people should embrace his 24-hour economy initiative. He emphasized the significance of youth involvement and empowerment in Ghana's development by introducing the 24-hour economy, which aims to promote economic growth and employment creation 24/7. The speaker stated that while the ministry focuses on the youth and sports, it has historically prioritized Black stars over the sports. I plan to launch a service for youth development. It will primarily address youth status in all sectors of the economy. It will emphasize mainstreaming youth interests in all sectors of the economy. The ministry will prioritize creating job opportunities for young people and promoting a 24-hour economy. Ebusuafo wei ene nsema efri yankasa ye president a former president Mahama ho eba na o promise Ghana for say opese o separate the youth ministry a free sports ministry. But this is what he wants to do. Say oba into power, oba be separate youth ministry, now separate sports ministry. So way and I will say you're looking forward to say Yankasa a president Yankasa ye former president Ebetini Gwariswa. This one so ya dear Obabe aka the 24-hour economy. And when I say a banasa youth for a benya ministry na sports force way na ministry. It's a for way and then sema ababe tuja. Amen. So, mede ababe somo. Enti just esi. Any media ha trending JSLFs. Dia mak eridi adia mauno. In some way na meridi adia mauno. That is what is really going on. And it been so yes, something we have to look forward to. Inti no na mijina ha na semetina ha na me somo sompadia na me pese mo comment section ho. Na nsema mu bia efa ni ameridi no ho so mo di begu comment section ho de amame message say nani dey di kan ya wo hwemia wo be subscribe na wa like video de amame say oh like eswa na kai ni ho say YouTube push video no de mame because you are liking it. Thank you. It was for hanom and I'm do besi macro. Senegal said to have 2 first ladies in presidential palace. Okay, Senegal's president-elect Bassirou Diomaye Faye represents the country's religious and cultural diversity and brings a unique flavor to the political scene with her 2 first ladies. As the wife of 2 Muslim women, Absa and Marie Koni, Faye stands in for the common practice of polygamy in Senegalese culture. The 4 children Marie Koni and Faye share are said to be the offspring of a veiled and devoted woman. And Absa, who is childless, adds to the family's cultural and regional diversity. The two spouses amicably coexist with Basiru Diamanifai, highlights the richness and complexity of familiar ties in contemporary Senegalese society, highlighting the importance of appreciating diversity in both society and leadership. As a distinctive element to the political scene by representing the nation's religious and cultural diversity with two first ladies. Faye, who is married to both Muslim women, Absa and Marie Koni, represents the widespread of polygamy practice in the Senegalese society. The 4 children Marie Koni and Faye have together are described as the product of a veiled and religious woman, while Absa, who is childless, contributes to the cultural and geographic diversity of the family. The two spouses' peaceful coexistence with Basiru Diamanifai underlines the extensive and complex nature of familiar ties in modern Senegalese society, emphasizing the value of recognizing and valuing variety in both leadership and society. Everything for way and nsema ekoso was Senegal. And say Senegal president Mr. Basiru or no, and I say His Excellency Basiru, meaning say no from president there. But then it is said say our 2 wives are Muslim. And looking at Bakono and Dini and de Marino, and I saw ono any president yi ewo mafo. Ankolano muwono omu classifies Ankolana as a veiled and a devoted woman, like I don't know. That is almost what they believe in omu culture. And the other woman also childless. Until not to stand for something among society. So looking at what is going on, Rebecca say that is what is going on. It was Senegal mining. So this is what we have. This is what we are saying. This is what is going on. That yede eba beso. It is eba ne say in cheche mubi. Essence ba vividly. Metna say nam de eba beso mo say say. Say bibi so epiem say it's not true. Say what they are stating, no, say be a papi, our man, you know, me now, so you're Muslim, not just and also, they are about one. Just a see any within a hand so air trending G celebs. Master will say, like video at the mommy, now yes, sir, and by my YouTube, a pushy video at the mommy. It is possible to break the 8. BAWUMIA at the same way at all mountains. According to Vice President Dr. Mahamadou BAWUMIA, the ruling New Patriotic Party has a good chance of holding onto power in the general election of 2024. Enti Yankasa Vice President BAWUMIA Trey say MPP Newo Igwaso Eneti Abin, and they are doing a good job. Like any idea will be fulfilled, and a party fulfilled, betting your bedia conjano, Eddie Efro Munsim. Now 18 they will break it. He claims that the MPP's achievements since 2017 has given the party a strong platform on which to govern the countries going forward. Until we Vice President Esanso Ede account. But Chinese will say, in the year 2017, our MPP for no Ebeje Akonjano till date, they are doing a good job. They are doing great, a great job, and they are giving a strong platform. On which to build a strong platform here. No government, betumi ababeji every almost just like that. Idea or MPP for Bekoswa Twa Iguanuso Betina Iguanuso from 2017 is 2024. Nti onudo nim hefe say 2024 enkoni MPP for besanso afa no masanso eruli country. That is why I was all say to me a breaky 8 and that is possible. The vice president stressed to a crowd gathered for a health walk on Saturday morning as part of the Kwewu Easter celebrations in Impraioso, Eastern region, that the MPP has accomplished more and than other political parties contending for power in the upcoming elections, especially in the areas of road infrastructure and education. Enti Vice President Kanasem Waunim say Ira East Moa na chese Kwewu na chese Koso. Enti Kwewu celebration na dodo na Ghana for pakupimu mo mudi omu ho na ye Vice President ekopimu na Kwewu omo celebration on Saturday na chese health walk. Inti ye Vice President ko piemu on Saturday morning. Ho eno koshia timemufo, ekoshia Ghana fo. Eno ni omukasa ye chom say MPP bomb model from 2017. Omayi ye jume bia just say compared to other political parties MPP dimfua. And at the same time eban road infrastructure Charlie Gan mechanism give me on mechanism. Inti na esansu bano education so in 9 free SHS and say MPP to mirror shoulders they are rubbing shoulders and say urban infrastructure, road infrastructure and education and say MPP dimu akotinye wo hono papa. Inti there's no way political party bia betumi any MPP ejina say ombe prapuna enya ejuma nti we any semi vice president and the Tom Montenso Dr. BAWUMIA implied that the NDC's claims might not stand up in light of the MPP's performance by challenging the party to name one revolutionary initiative completed while it was in government. NTCC Vice President Edresen NDC for a claiming on per se omudru level MPP for Edru. Na ode obi so one question. Near MPP for a year from 2017 till now. Omo time nya so say besanso ato ababi NDC for any miade ba ko mo papa o ma ba be ya echen dia MPP for na just say MPP for BAWUMIA to me jinem to me like or bold enough to say MPP nyama bebre na MPP gusu nyama pa bebre. Okay, he emphasized that he was confident the MPP would win the elections and that Ghanaians would not be influenced by false tactics used by rival political parties. So now, BAWUMIA is stating or saying that Sisiano political parties and our rivals are being it NDC, individual candidates to say other political parties being into the system. They can't influence Ghana for say, oh, okay, so do this into you say, then they are voting for them. No. Looking at what MPP has come to do from year 2017 till now, there's no way a rival be a baby. There's no way Ghana for be influenced by other political parties no, and then omubema Ghana Fire Force tactics be edia kako rim and as edia kako to aba edia no nim say MPP ebewino. Moving to the next, I will partner with you for development. Alan promises TUC. Next story. Alan Tremantin a promise TUC say dear onyomo ebe juma boom but the ntuma ebebo omodiano. Now the jumane etunya etoti. If elected president, Alan Tremantin, the founder and head of the Movement for Change, promises to work with the Ghana Trades Union Congress (TUC) to promote quick socio-economic development. Ewo Alan Tremantin akachino na ochese Ghana Trades Union Congress no TUC oni omo beye juma se ba ne se omo yi no so ombedi omaini nima ombe president oni omo beye juma. That is what a head of Movement for Change can inti ekoye ni akwakwa hwe ni inti a oni omo ebeye juma. He said that many of the main points of the TUC's manifesto aligned with the movement's policy recommendations. So, this year you say, Ninti omo pese ye juma and say, omo manifesto, TUC for manifesto, ene ono Alan Tremantin manifesto. Like I don't know, I say pay in a way. Until I say TUC any Movement for Change or madrin ye pay. They move like sideways into ne idea senyame adumna se obetini egwa so a ono mu beyi ejuma I ensure say bibia ebeye smooth. You may be confident that you will have a dependable and trustworthy development partner when I take office as president. Anyway, Alan Tremantin eka was saying and TUC for any rest assured say oba into power omo ibe dependable on the partnership ebane say ejuma ana manifesto a omo nyina de kruin ebane say be ejuma fa rain na shemi omo from rain na she ono Alan Tremantin emu esan say we dependable papa ne kwan a opese okono eno ana TUC fu and so eko. When Mr. Tremantin met with the Ghana Trades Union Congress leadership in Accra and presented his great transformational plan, GTP, he gave the assurance in Tisisiano, Yakasaye Papa Alan Tremantin Ekoshia Ghana Trade Union Congress, omo leadership, omo pinning for Ewo Accra. Na ordinary sembi etudra. Now to me say a great transformational plan. I say a sombo that should be a bit to transform Ghana. He gave the assurance or the nisem to form Emomu say no, this man was sure ye will GD wonimu or bit to me. So from there no, according to him, the goal of the GTP was to create a purposeful, cohesive, and peaceful nation where everyone had equal opportunity to reach their full potential, with a focus on women, young people, and other vulnerable groups. The TUC's Secretary General, Dr. Anthony Yauba, said that the union had developed a manifesto and expressed its position on matters impacting the nation, who served as the foundation for discussion with political parties, independent candidates, and civil society organizations that were significant players in Ghana's development. NTW NTUC4 Secretary General Dr. Anthony Yalba Eka say union or manifesto or express matters concerning the nation manifesto. So looking at all these things in being any independent candidate, the civil society organization, all these things, political parties, why my madrid said to use your madrid say a bemboa in the young Kolano. Na sanso abua the vulnerable groups na plan omo wanyina nsebe sanso abua anasebe focus ewo ema eso nti ebusua we enye nsema aba betu dwa me de eba besom from breaking the 8 BAWUMIA Akache to Alan Kodochemantin any TUC4 looking forward some be juma together You say I wasn't worried when Ghanaians were calling for my resignation. Ofori ata inti yebehun sen sometime be na Ghana for bebre na kasa. So mu yi ofori ata di we na di ejuma yenso ani ene sa de no ni nyama hikaka. Inti sansem no ene nam so ma yankasa yepini ofori ata ede nesem na dwintre aba abontin. Or say in the face of requests for his resignation, former finance minister Ken Ofori-Atta has shown his resiliency. He said that he was unconcerned about public pressure because his attention was on finding solutions to the economic problems. Okay, so Yanka say Papa Ofori-Atta and say Ebrana Ghana for to omwanom keka nsem edane nsem nyinaa ono de na enye ohona na adwen ewo na adwen nyinaa say odi ni esi Ghana eso say then na menye emma mean solve economic problems no then Ghana for keka ho asem. Okay, Ghana for keka say eniama enko yi ewo no ni aspect eba no ni finances ne calculation bi monyama enko yi nto ano de na adwen esi how to get a solution to that kind of problems, but not what Ghanaians are saying some needing and you can't expect everyone to love you for what you do for a living. And my goal was to cross the Jordan with the entire community. So, Ofori-Atta say, Adebia uye say individual, and the Bema wonsa ebeko wanode, and you be an obinian say obedo, I was sad in our year. The Juma be away, say Hona Obenya be dingy, and ya do be a bedrock say Juma now ye, and at the same time, I only go and say, and now say, I dare not in any instance to say that chibino, onya no say wa Juma pa, nina and say, Anka, crisis and Ghana for a name dinner. Anko ne Ghana for na be crossing. Now is a better solution to what is going on na Ghana for in to me crossing you do insunija and I say insuni 80 feels saying I can you do ani ahwe chine asre sana nanka open but ababa say to me anko sisa. Therefore it's okay for some people. Okay, therefore it is okay if some people don't like you. The data indicates that we have overcome a challenging phase that we had recently entered. I have faith that God will guide us in the correct direction so that we, the MPP, will win the 2024 elections, Mr. Ofori-Atta stated on Oyorupa TV. na just say sa conversation we nyina ko piem ewo Oripa TV abra na omo have interview no na nsem we nyina yankasa ye papa ofori ata edan di na o kire say ono de nkofo bebre no they won't like you nipa bebre nya de on bepe wase basisia no data na Ghana for ewa abontene chese ya overcome challenges na ye wo mu ene de odanyankopon asese visa etumi aba like improvement bi etumi aba nti obonyankopon pa yese obe guide na etumi afa the right direction so now sanso bompa yese MPP be win 2024 election nti we ensema yankasa ye papa ofori ata ende atom so although he was aware that not all Ghanaians would support him, he stated that his position as finance minister wouldn't necessarily win him support from everyone. Okay, so although na papa ya aware say enya dia nipa bia bedo Ghana fo nyina ntumi ndo mani ye Ghana fo nyina ntumi support o e mani ye nti eno ne sansem na okai even though na ne position e wa be mu finance minister no na enye necessary say obi abedo we fact send out tibia no one will like you say like obi an no be pewasem obi be pewasem ebi mo so into me pewasem nti no do any position wa be mu your finance minister there but it doesn't guarantee say obi a be supporting, it doesn't guarantee say obi a ebedo even in the face of increasing demands for his resignation. Mr. Ofori Atta persisted in putting plans in place to get out of financial difficulties. Okay, so even in the face of Ghana resignation, time and Ghana for ekikase muyinedi muye say ayampia koso ni ade nyina na ono de na adwene plans enyama bi o put it together and say Ghana for be fee say financial difficulties. So that was what the plan okay. When asked about the new patriotic party changes in the next elections, he was optimistic and attributed his confidence to the advancements in the economy made possible by the party's leadership. I take it again. When asked about the new patriotic parties, like their chances in the next election, he was optimistic and contributed his confidence to the advancements in the economy made possible by the party's leadership. Members of the minority caucus in parliament questioned Mr. Ofori Atta's term, urging President Akufo-Addo to remove him on the grounds of financial difficulties. Not just members of the minority in parliament, omo question Mr. Ofori Atta the time ana oye adwuma no na omo catch president say only no and free on relieving from the duties. Not just say we in some minority for no toto parliament in some cost that time. However, Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam didn't take his seat until February 14th, 2024, after a ministry reorganization. Not just saying, Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam and ebe replacing. But Omomayati say, Sata Mina free so na Dr. Mohammed Betina Iguanosuye until February 14, 2024. Ministry reorganization ekoso. Amo reorganizing yama ewo ministry enema Dr. Muhammad Amin Adam ebeteki city. Okay, in the Fourth Republic, Mr. Ofori-Atta has held the position of finance minister for the longest. As a social Fourth Republic, MPP aban ewo Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo na benwa utumi hu se Mr. Ofori-Atta na waje finance minister position abosu atena so for the longest time. Yes, ono na watena so ache na is ono so ni record ebusuafo we any nsem bia made free Mr. Ofori-Atta akache de bronti ye kan nyina. Say I wasn't worried when Ghanaians were calling for my resignation. Say na onya worried at all because anya shukwa if you are buying or record we say ono in the Fourth Republic on a position of finance minister what's not so long just what's not so ache I ono we break his record but negwa so obia into me engine friends. Here call your next story. Next NDC government will have the youngest cabinet. Mahama. Until we so Mahama chair and say next NDC government will have the youngest cabinet. Okay, this is what Mahama is saying. Let's dive into it and see. Now you will say, oh really? This is what is actually coming. And I say, okay, let's look forward to Nigeria Mahama Ekan. National Democratic Congress NDC flag bearer John Dramani Mahama has pledged, should he be elected on December 7, to usher in a new era of governance by choosing youthful leaders to his cabinet. So you see, so he's saying, "Nyame adom na say yitumi fa no, adom bi dom no, na ye vote ma no, na obetna pa, obetni egwa no so December 7th. Na che say obeyi youthful leaders, obesisa youth no, akwa kogu aben no. Na che say NDC forget the youngest cabinet ever." Okay, so I reassure you. Let's go on. Mahama intends to break with convention by appointing a cabinet that reflects the youth of the country, a move that has never before been seen in Ghanaian politics. So, Sisi Anu Yakom say, and I say, you reading me who say Mahama, I am not doing say Sisi Adi. Or bebe appoint is an appointment and na say your tone swaba no media or be appointing a new set of people, young youth, no mama betina, a guanimu, ama be fili political platforms no, abe we minister of way, minister of day, attorney general, nobody. The somba be rap on the scholars na say. And no idea Ghanaian history and Ghana politics a being seed. So this is what Mahama is also saying. When him say Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo to is saying the Fourth Republic say Onona Ojinemu Obian to mirror issue this with him about the education infrastructure, road construction and other things like that. Until we na mama so can so on so say to so about the 5 youth negum. I say a being sida Ghana so be a person will break your record. Mahama emphasized the need of youth representation, emphasizing that youthful ideas and vitality are essential for productive decision making at the highest governmental levels. oh okay, nti mama de ato for mama say youth no good ideas. Omo we can say in we can say ahoden sonko bia omutumi di ye niama. They have the energy and the zeal about productive decision making and their day. Until I na dream say a while no beko no a form go na nyame to nyande akonkan. I assure you, youth, that on January 7, 2025, the NDC cabinet will include some of the youngest members in our country's history, he declared. So looking at this, I saw I assure you say, Namian and Dona Yetuno Swaba, na January January 7, na 2025, Yeremwa, not to say, ono dear NDC cabinet no, some of them, not all, on your BAD, some of them, ebenya the youngest members in the country history. And say, baby na be youth, ebimu be youth no in the Ghanaian country, Ghanaian as a country, your history no, like some of the political people, everybody be young, that will bring ideas, they'll bring the energy, and then they'll bring the productive decision making to na manyama itumi akoso. So this is what he declared. Young people must be the majority in the cabinet. If you are putting one together and you look at the demographics of our country and you realize that the majority are young people, he said, oh okay, so your president, your former president, ojina se ntuno swaba, ka say ban say urera nyame mu a was saying young people, the youth, and also we majority in parliament, also we majority in the cabinet. So nebeya nyamba beko smoothly, the ideas, name them, everything. Abano realizing some mistakes in the grammar and other stuff, so the young and upcoming people will be like only good. They will be good in that aspect. So this is what Mama to like in the next level, something that he is planning, saying I may have done a swaba or the beba have been. So it was for so and on the next NDC government will have the youngest cabinet ever. So we look forward to all these things. Say Ama Yebenya, the youngest cabinet, and I say you don't look forward to that. Let me know comments in comment section or heading Amame. BAWUMIA calls on Ghanaians to reject the politics of diversion. Okay, so BAWUMIA calls on Ghanaians to reject the politics of division. Politics of division. So let's get into it. Let's go and know. Let's go there and know what is going on. Ghanaians have been urged by Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mahamudu BAWUMIA to uphold the principles of tolerance and mutual respect and to reject politics of division and violence. Okay, so Vice President Alhaji Mahamudu BAWUMIA didn't say to say principles of tolerance. I was a Ghana for to me embracing in mutual respect, cordial respect, in respect in my home. Nine sons will reject political division. And say me a party A, me a party B, and intimunya beyonko, and intimunya say no, we should stop that. Now enjoy violence, enjoy meeting wa come here, beboni be me, sanya manina, enjoy to win and sema Dr. Alhaji Mahamudu BAWUMIA Ede Ato Umontensu. Dr. Alhaji Mahamudu BAWUMIA urged Ghanaians to stand together both before and after the elections while speaking at the Easter convention hosted by the Church of Pentecost in Gomua, Budumburam. So, your vice president Ekopiemu and Church of Pentecost Gomua Budumburam and all this ansem we kotudra say ban se Ghana for a beto aba a yen fan kabom na yen jina na yen to aba say ye free one so a ye to aba ni wiwi a yen fa the same in kabom entina. So this is what Yankasa, your vice president, Ede Atuja, in honor in Kabum Ehia. Okay, Dr. BAWUMIA urged Ghanaians to use the spirit of Easter to address the urgent issues facing our country in an interview with Adom News. So, Dr. BAWUMIA aired in same way to Dra. Abrana Ekopiemu interview Adom News. Na nane nsema kan say Easter ya yedi Easter we yedi Easter. Yemfa sa resurrection power. Yemfa esa enije na Nyankopon yehu say wasori ama yaje nkwa sorry. He is risen. Yemfa sa enije no address ade bia issue bia ebe face bia way and semi vice president Edituja. Additionally, he urged every Ghanaian to use this election year to demonstrate our dedication to democracy, peace, and advancement. So, on the way I can say, Ghana for a beya, ye way ya, ye babeto abana, yemfa ahofama, yemfa asumdwe, emboa, na bibia, entumi enkonkai. That is a way ni Easter news, and I say an Easter messenger, if we a vice president, Akachi, and the eba. So, BAWUMIA calls on Ghanaians to reject the politics of division into wayne insema every BAWUMIA ho so it was my fault. Stick to the election budget to avoid crisis in 2025. Professor Kweti Prof Kweti so the nensem ababonti or say yes, stick it to the election budget. So I didn't think yes, take it to the election budget. So let's dive right into it. Prof Peter Kweti, the director of the University of Ghana's Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research, has issued a warning to the government advising it to adhere to the election budget and refrain from excessive expenditure in order to prevent the nation from experiencing another catastrophe in 2025. Prof. Peter Kweti stated during the 7th Social Science Conference 2014 held by the Faculty of Social Science Education at the University of Education, Winneba, that because of needless overspending, our deficit aim and results vary every election year from 2000 to 2020. Prof. Kweti said that the target deficit for 2000 was 6.1% of GDP in an interview with Adom News. But instead of spending 1.7% in 2004, the government spent 9.7%. The percentage climbed from 3.8% to 11.5% in 2008, 6.7% in 2012, 8.7% in 2016, and 11.7% in 2020, as opposed to 4% According to Prof. Kweti, government always overspend during election years and then take 3 years to address the problems they caused. In the event that the government attempts to overspend in the approaching elections, he urged Ghanaians to make financial sacrifices in 2025. In the meantime, Professor Samuel Kwabena Enim, a government statistician at the Ghana Statistical Service, made a plea to Ghanaians to begin considering pandemic readiness in order to prevent difficulties during COVID-19. Ebusiafo, wei ensema ababetudra a Prof. Kweti the percentage nina egu ho the amai se beya 2025 de Ghana for mpenyufo monte spending so nema inyama entumi enku. I delivered on my promises, but Mahama can't say same. I delivered on my promises, but Mahama can't say same. Way if BAWUMIA akachi, besoche so no the nsem de or promise no a promise, but Mahama into me and financem and to face into yankum yantia BAWUMIA ya vice president Kasa. Dr. Mahamudu BAWUMIA, the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party (NPP), has declared that he has effectively carried out all of his promises, demonstrating his ability to lead the country in the next general election in December. He claimed that over 30 of the projects he pledged to undertake have been successfully completed. Dr. Mahamudu warned Ghanaians to be cautious of former President John Dramani Mahama in the next elections during his speech to traders in Sunyani, Bono region. In light of his success, Dr. Mahamudu BAWUMIA emphasizes his steadfast commitment to keeping his word, contrasting it with Mahama's presidency. He pointed to accomplishments like the Ghana Card initiatives smoothly running and the card's distribution to newborns as evidence of his administration's unwavering commitment to keeping its word. I haven't served as president. The vice president is me, but I did deliver. Although my opponent has held the office of president before, I have kept my word. Dr. BAWUMIA said, "We delivered on our promises to roll out the Ghana card, and we fulfilled our promise to provide the card to newborns at birth." So we ensema every BAWUMIA ho ede banache say opeso chere say onya nye president nkunu ne nsema waka se obema Ghana card ya yejuma na asanso transfer akon kwala ye wo mo ndende so ye wo penache say Ghana card no ya ye ede amount wa fulfill waye and it's running smoothly, but in your opponent Mahama wow on power baby president pain and pono in your man just say koso and I say oh yeah wayne your next story. I'm totally against prophecies on presidential elections. Dr. Lawrence Tete. Dr. Lawrence Tete so about. So I'm totally against prophecies on presidential elections. Okay. Yanko Sansem Nyankutia Ekoso. Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete, the founder and president of Worldwide Miracle Outreach, has voiced concern regarding predictions made by fellow pastors regarding the outcome of the presidential elections. Okay. The well-known divine man who never held back declared he is vehemently opposed to it. He did not, however, clearly state his motivations. In an interview with TV3, situated in Accra, he declared, "I am totally against pastors who will stand on their pulpit and declare who is going to become a president," adding that sometimes pastors miss it. Dr. Tete was questioned about his inspiration for president on the sideline of this. "I felt bad for the president," he replied. "A headache? That is no, never. Haha." He finds fulfillment in serving God, and he has no regrets. "My career goal was to become a diplomat. I have a specialty in international relations, and I get to teach at many different colleges, but to be really honest, I enjoy what I do now. What I preach finds fulfillment," he continued. It was so way every Dr. Lawrence Tete or a reverend Nane Semodia to Mountains will say or no dear. We are totally against a software and as a prophet original pulpit so na omoka say we never win about to end this in a very MPP for a baby and away be film na we na. He is not for that. On pesa in Yamani. Na pass on be president. I heard it. That is no for him. He is enjoying, and I say he enjoyed. And you are all here. Serving God is what he likes. He is doing it. And I need your pound. Boy, na drensa anka ni go anani carry ansanko beba be diplomat na so we be aba be do so be preaching yakopon asem na like wa share afoforo cry nti be bio one day ni jipa ebusuafo hanom na mede nsem ni na esi just esi any mede sense afoforo sanso pie bi ma na tina se na mede aba be so mesra say one subscribe to channel me or more than subscribe. Now I also share me now like the message say ubesa and the mama say we are my YouTube and like it and I say pushy video at the mom. Trending GA celebs so and I'm a 18. Ghanaian lawyer dies in Dubai after Cuba diving. When in Sema ababeto ya boboanoa yenso ye kan ama wonso we hu ya ekoso ewo mine. Nana Sewa Godson Amemo, a prominent lawyer and partner at AB and David Africa, one of Ghana's leading law firms, has tragically passed away in Dubai, United Emirates. It was for United Arab Emirates. Honum ena ye mami sewa ekopie mu ewo ho abra mode omukuba diving excursion bi share so na je say oho enokwohwere ne nkwa nti ye nko ni wiwi ne nkohwe ebia deport nti a mami etumi ehwe ne nkwa. A report by AsasiRadio.com indicates that she collapsed shortly after returning to her hotel following a Cuba diving excursion. So, Sisiano, Yemun say, I am Mammy Nana Sewa Godson. Amemu, Ebane say, Cuba diving excursion be Diniko PMU Dubai. Now, Moko excursion by now, so call the hotel at least to go and relax and all that. Ntino Okodru ni hotel no, I say, Okolapse, surely. After ni collapse na just say ye no so ye den etwa so I say we dey ante asempa Ghana law firm na say to say mani abono modin ye papa ewo mra she mrenim ejuma no enu. With over 19 years of experience in the energy and extractive industries, Nana Sewa was a respected figure in her field. Now it's a say Bani Juma ya Kasaya Mame, what one and none was here do a year. Now I say we 19 years of experience, I was our field, na Juma no so only mu yentina, ama respect her friend respect the a be batani din papa ye. As a partner in AB and David Africa's Natural Resources and Extractive Industries Practice Group, she is reported to have represented clients on a wide range of matters related to natural resources, energy, mining, and other extractive industries. Now, as I say, bano mami ejuma oye na bebre na client awabo mo ebane mining, ebane so ojini mo in the energy sector. And I say why ye be papa AB and David Africa natural resources be more like I say ejumekuo bi they deal in natural resources. I want mami then a partnership ekurera and I say wabo ejuma ye enim ejuma eniso nti ebusuan for we ne asema ato Ghana for ye kɔ enim na ye ready na ye hwɛ na ye mami ye na say her expertise encompassed various legal and strategic aspects, including acquisitions, deal structuring, negotiation support, project development, joint ventures, and local content consideration within these sectors. Additionally, Nana Sewa is said to have led the firm's government, business and regulation practice group, where she played a pivotal role in advising African governments on public sector and organizational and policy reform initiatives. Her contributions extended to developing industry legislation, capacity building efforts, and support for enhancing systems and human resources. The report, however, did not mention when the incident happened, although a Facebook user, Nana Sewa Ameniampong, posted about the death multiple times on Friday, March 29, 2024, which also marked Good Friday 2024. This is unbelievable. 24th February was our general meeting as 1994 year group. You hosted us and really made us feel at home. The family of AFSA 1994 Yellow Check Year Group is heartbroken. This is too heavy to bear. Nana Sewa Godson, Amemo, Monica Teria, no, she captioned one of her posts. So it was for way any sema babetoja reading what Facebook post no kind natural said mame Sewa 1994 year group bia is a school group a school and a colleague back home and I say make say a classmate back then ebe posti wo social media eka say and I say Facebook eka say on the 24th of February and omunya class 1994 group no omunya meeting general meeting and they went for it. Now so your mommy our kind hearty what's one ananum see do ono posti omo emma omo feel at home omo be for them to know say oh okay this ya bafa so yensu yenye so emma me omo feel fine ibi akoyi fine. Now say 24th of April we nya general meeting na on March 29th yati say what's one ananum see do so we any post that nipa no editor one a drunk of people adwin a course to say yankasa ye lawyer and I say ban in mind na wo di mu akotimi a ono ankasa join AB and David Africa a enyo bia se na se wa gosin amemu ato anananom ewonse do we ni arehosem a yensaka trending G celebs se wa ha say insem bi bubo ba ye de beba begu abobo ano. Until then no dia wati sisi ano comment bi wo ho a message so de begu comment section ho amano send any day di kan a wo hwem so message say wo be subscribe amame na wasan so like ade a wo hwe say yo fa message say wo be share so ma afofo so ensa etumi akebi just easy any medina house so trending G celeb. Did BAWUMIA misquote Jeremiah 4:1 during address at Owusu-Bempah's church? Way any questions Ghana for ABC bisa nti ebebui remain say aso miakasa vice president o misquote ana say wa misquote ahanom trending G celebs and our subusu a 18. Vice President Dr. Mahamudu BAWUMIA had a busy Easter period visiting churches. One of the most prominent visits he undertook was the premises of Reverend Isaac Owusu-Bempah, founder of the Glorious Word Power Ministries International in Accra. In Tebusian for Nyakasa Vice President Dr. Mahamudu BAWUMIA Easter no onya no papa yi na chese wa yi busy oyehwe na enyi nti de obeya na se obe visit the church na wonding goodwill messages ama Ghana for abaye di Easter nti eno oyeye orewera sorry eden nsem edikobu ho edimomo na asori ba ko visit ya ema Ghana for enya na attention ema videos bi circulate ya any nam so mu bisa say aso your vice president o misquote Bible verse na say enye sa netie no Reverend Isaac Owusu-Bempah asori eno kopie mu ewo ho ewo Accra din a eda so Glorious Word Power Ministries International nti ebusua yenkoso ani ransem ne hwe se aso your vice president Omuskuti anase ran Omuskuti. BAWUMIA had the honor of being prayed for while sitting on Owusu-Bempah's chair before the priest attested that he was a good person with a clean heart. Afterwards, BAWUMIA also declared a short address to the congregants before departing. Nti ebusua for afi na ye dum afi na ye kwa ko hu se aso sa na se enye sa na tie na so ansa na no the vice president omoma na kwenya ma net na Owusu-Bempah na ne dwem akonja Owusu-Bempah kwa asori a otinim ojiji dim no eno na ye de my vice president man tinim na otinim wie no ehonom de hu se papa ewa akomapa. At the same time, he's a good man. So, Yambora and Semin. Days on, a short clip of BAWUMIA's address has been circulated on social media, with the vice president purported referencing a verse of the Holy Scriptures. After say, papa kon visit Isaac Owusu-Bempah Reverend Papa visiting no ordinance and my everything bibia dead. Everything is dead. A trim. I wanna say this on Mritia Wemu Yada Yasoria and short clip BPA on social media and I will be a count was it is a clip no and a train Ghana for be agency in summer Yankasa vice president Eko Kano and Reverend Owusu-Bempah Asori. If you go to the book of Jeremiah 4:1, what does it say? It is not by might nor by power, but by the Spirit of the Lord Almighty, he stated to applause. Ebusian way any in semi papa kokai okoti the book of Jeremiah 4:1 and a honomono omomote say it is not by might nor by power, but by the Spirit of the Lord Almighty. And I just say, Omomo na ye bonsim edema yankasa vice president. But those circulating the video have also said that whether the portion quoted by the vice president and the text align, suggesting the mixed up verses. Inti ebusua we ene nsem a ekoso na say nipa oposti ade ana say video agye ntre han yi na omuka say your vice president abdane ade no na say wan quote verse ni yi inti eno ni ade a enenam social media everywhere bebre na eka inti no yen konen kwhwe your vice president says Jeremiah 4:1. And our dream say it is not by might nor by power, but by the Spirit of the Lord Almighty. In ye dudodum trending GSLFs edudodum ne kum say King James Version, okay, Jeremiah 4:6. You see, say or say. So he answered and said to me, this is the word of the Lord to Zerubbabel, not by might nor by power, but by my spirit says the Lord of hosts. Now I say Jeremiah 4:6. This is what the Bible is telling us. And looking at what your president can, or see Jeremiah 4:1, and it reads, now the angel who talked to me came back and wakened me as a man who is waking out of his sleep. So looking at Jeremiah 4:1 and at Jeremiah 4:6 no na say it's really true. Okay, was say a vice president eka Jeremiah 4:6. Looking at the same kind, it says not by might, it's not by power, but by the Spirit of the Lord Almighty. Intina was saying Jeremiah 4:6 and na okoka Jeremiah 4:1, which we say now the angels who talked to me came back and wakened me as a man who waking out of his sleep. It's not just say a misquote. It's way and sema ababeto mountain so Ghana for kika. It's ebusia nsemi new. Nsemi nti also beka say pressure and my vice president edeka no kind. And answer obeka say ebia a normal slip of tongue and abibisa and ekobai. Send a comment me tie bia message in comment section or Ede amame ya concern from Stephen Amwa reassigned to finance ministry to replace John Kuma. In name say yankasa John Kuma ato anananum ewo siedo ye jumo ye ewo parliament no kwan babeda ho ohwadam pan ewo so munya enkofo ede kofile ho. And at the same time no by election ekoso ewo ejuso for them to get Obi Obefele John Kumani sitting. Until we don't know why it's going by election ekoso ewo, and at the same time yasanso apa obi foforo Stephen Amwa say onkotina John Kumani sitting tiembo ramu na yehwenya eko. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has reassigned Dr. Stephen Amwa, Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry, as Deputy Minister for Finance. Okay, it is here I say Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Yankasa Excellency, and just say Ode Sadiwe Aba what ye papa Dr. Stephen Amwa if he Deputy Minister for Trade, Edina Babesi Akoshe and Deputy Minister for Finance. Intina say ya papa, your man pin and I am yawayi. The move comes in the wake of the passing of John Kuma, the Deputy Minister for Finance. Into looking at what is going on, in name him say John Kuma in an baby ko. Inti na joko say oni ho inti anaso owatwa nananom ewon se adunti. Na ne kwan na aba beda ho ne juma na beda ho ne ehia se oso obi ye enimeni ya enti yeyi Stephen Amwa, Dr. Stephen Amwa ede akwa kofili John Kuma seat no bi be bisa se yeyi ye papa Stephen Amwa da akwa kofili John Kuma seat who then fili ye papa Stephen Amwa seat. Okay, nti yembonwe mienko enine hwe nia ekoso so at least ene obi say obefele ye papa Stephen Amwa so ni seat as Deputy Minister for Trade and Land. A statement released by Eugene Ahin, Director of Communications at the Office of the President, read: the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has reassigned the Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry and Member of Parliament for Iriaso, Honorable Stephen Amwa, as Deputy Minister for Finance. Enti ade a mi readi ye statement a yankasa Eugene Ahin, our Director of Communication at the Atuja Etresen. Yankasa President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and na Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry at the Nakwa Deputy Minister for Finance. Nti na say papa ena ayese ejuma, His Excellency ena ayese ejuma. Nti why did he do that? In him say John Kumani seat na vacant. Nti ebia enunti eno yes sir. Now so our another plan of putting someone ewo yankasa ye Dr. Stephen Amwa so a seat mo anana name so na be ya inyama into me like what I say. Okay, so let's go and see say ibisa ewo ho ana. Honorable Stephen Amwa, until his redesignation, was the Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry, and he takes over from the late Honorable John Kuma, who passed away on 7th March 2024. His appointment takes effect immediately. So ebusuafo name say John Kuma eja yeho anase oto anananum ewon siedo no on the 7th of March 2024. Enti no mo che say tisi anoni seat na bedampan. Enti no Stephen Amwa na kwakoshe na name. Na okoshe na name no so it take effect immediately. Appointment na a president ediama Stephen Amwano, take effect immediately. Not to say he is going to work, and then I can say a release letter now. Then he is moving there to go and work immediately. We be in contemporary space being yeah the statement number 1 then not to say he is there to work in Ebusia. With Amwa's move to the Ministry of Finance, President Akufo-Addo has nominated Kofi Ahinkra Mafo, the Member of Parliament for Achiase, as the Deputy Minister designates for Trade and Industry. Reading this, not just say yankasa man penny Stephen Amwa efi Trade Ministry no or the number be share finance Minister for Finance. It is here no share finance or no so seat no for trade Adam Pine. Inti eho and I President Mr. Kofi Mafo say on be share on be share a Minister for Trade. Into also be share. Looking at this man's name. Now, so also a member of Parliament for Achiase. It's a member of Parliament for this place now. Once no failing in a position, let's go down and see what is really going on in Parliament. Now, yes, we will comment here. Now, they are to a comment section home. Following the reassignment of Honorable Stephen Amwa as Deputy Minister for Finance, President Akufo-Addo has appointed, subject to parliamentary approval, Honorable Kofi Mafo, Member of Parliament of Achiase, as Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry. Okay, it is here now Papa has shifted from Trade, Minister for Trade, Stephen Amwa, to Minister for Finance. Okay, our baby file ye leads John Kuma sitting. Sisi Honorable Kofi Mafo so file Minister for Trade. Na before Honorable Kofi Mafo be file Minister for Trade no. Na oye Member of Parliament the Achiase. Okay, so now Member of Parliament for Achiasi moving to Minister for Trade. Is there Wawakudruwa? Then Achiasi, who is there? Okay, inti your president in same way to draka say we movie in Kofuwe, you know, year like omunjintum parliament no parliamentary people there no ministers omo approve ade we a why into let's go down and see if omo be approve and as a be later something that we will hear and bring out to you so and the ebesa President Akufo-Addo is hopeful that Parliament will once again on a bipartisan basis approval of his nominee so he can join the government forthwith and assist in the delivery of his mandate for his second term in office. The statement added. So looking at what I just read and as what I just read, I'm reading, right? So looking at it, you see say the president is hopefully waiting and I say Mubi say Parliament once again engine to approval no the abano. Next statement or the aba shifting people to different directions or shift your mark on approval na statement bia or the aba beto abontin to your share so benya say parliament no ebetna so once again to approve ni nominee no the aba abontin ne nkofa wa shift your mono or they to her once again say ebeya omo approve na parliament na entumi running smoothly. So this is what ewa abontin. So I want us to read statements now. Yede ato abontin no Eugene Ahin, Director of Communication, Office of the President, yede ato abontin say papa ka ena Eugene oye minister na say oye we Director Edema Communications no enyina no so ede ababeto montin so ede ne signature ato ase rawari ase na say really your president aka ena aba abontin so parliament for edom no wontina se na monhwe se ebeko yi anase nkwe anase mo benye obi aba behye achianse ho ede akaba yakasa ye honorable Kofi Mafo ana unti ye reading for immediate release. President Akufo-Addo makes new deputy ministerial appointments. Okay, the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has reassigned the Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry and Member of Parliament for Iriaso Honorable Stephen Amwa as Deputy Minister for Finance. Honorable Stephen Amwa, until his resignation, was the Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry, and he takes over from the late Honorable John Kuma, who passed away on 7th March 2024. His appointment takes effect immediately, contemporaneously, following the reassignment of Honorable Stephen Amwa as Deputy Minister for Trade or Deputy Minister for Finance. President Akufo-Addo has appointed, subject to parliamentary approval, Honorable Kofi Mafo, Member of Parliament of Achiasi, as Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry. President Akufo-Addo is hopeful that Parliament will once again, on a bipartisan basis, expedite the approval of his nominee so he can join the government forthwith as assist in the delivery of his mandate for his second term in office. Inti way free Eugene Ahin, Director of Communication, and from the office of the President. Inti way ene nsema boboba a ekoso ekoso just say me who word kwa me so this is what is really going on your presidency and I say your parliamentary nyama ekoso of parliament no and on ministers mo hwe na dia mo se mo ye fa ho mo ye fa ho na se mo nya ye mo ade a yenso de ye wo ho pa se beboa mo nti we free Stephen Akachi any Yankasaye president and Nana Dankwa and John Kuma and whoever Omunina we from Akachi. This is what Yate and De na ye she say another info beba say bia member of parliament be dia ma achase if not ebia omo prepare somebody bi and I say whatever it is any info bia ebeba bontin trending GS celebs me just AC metina say na me de honso that detail aba besom ahanom ena me de musi former GFA president Nyantichi and the revelations be egumonten so trending GS celebsuni ena wasubusu 18. Here are 5 major revelations from Nyantichi's interview. Former Ghana GFA, former Ghana Football Association President Nyantichi has once again become topical following his interview with BAWUMIA TV on Tuesday, April 2nd, 2024. In what could be described as a bombshell interview, Nyantichi made multiple revelations and allegations that triggered numerous discussions. Among the many allegations and revelations, there were 5 that stood up and drew a lot of conversations. So I will go on and then I will try to explain what he was saying. The 5 allegations that stood up that added more conversations about. I'll go into it and let's see how it goes. At 1, admitting to pay $100,000 to kill number 12 this documentary. So that is 1, admitting to pay $100,000 bribe to kill number 12 documentary. So this is some revelations from Ghana Football Association President, former, that is Nyantichi. On April 2nd, 2024, BAWUMIA TV had him. They did some granted interview, and then he brought out all these things that I want you and I to go into it and see. Say, was he under pressure? Sorry, or he did something wrong, and that he wanted to cover up. And I added signs and said, "Never be buyer." He had to just step down, and I said, what was the issue? In the first one, he had to pay. He was admitting, say, now I also charge some $100,000 just to kill number 12 documentary. Okay, so number 12 documentary no airing, and this $100,000 paying to who? Okay, so let's dive right into it. Nyantichi alleged that he paid $100,000 to Anas Arimeyao Anas to prevent the investigation journalist from airing his part in the number 12 documentary. So, looking at the first line, he's saying that he had to pay $100,000 to Anas Arimeyao Anas. We all know that this man is an investigative journalist. He brings out a lot of let's say hidden secrets, or let's say that he brings out all of these things. So I think here Nyantichi did something that he wanted Anas to cover up for him. That is why he had to pay that amount of money, so that the deal will be sealed. Okay, so what did he do, or why is Anas taking that kind of money before he do that for him? So let's just go into it. He detailed the alleged conversations and transactions that ensued before the airing of the interview. He mentioned some prominent figures who had knowledge of the situation and were involved in the arrangements that led to him making an alleged payment of $100,000 to Anas. So here he's saying that he made payments, and I say those that were there, those that knew what was going on, prominent people were aware of what he was going through, that he had to pay this sum of money to Anas Arumia Anas. So this is what was going on. Before Binom, they were aware. They are prominent people. They are maybe a bit more MPs, a bit more your businessman be. So you see, they are all aware. And arrangement, they were there when they planned everything, and then the money should be paid to Anas. So let's go down. He said that he got a refund after he was featured in the documentary which was aired in 2018. So I'm paying this sum of money so that you cover me up. That's the number 12 documentary. Just cover me up. And looking at what is going on, he just gave me my money back, because whatever that I was telling you to cover up for me, is now out. So now take your money. So his money was given to him in 2018. Before the video was released, a former colleague at the JFA, Adam Mukaila, took me to Anas' lawyer. I met him at his residence around Westland, and he told me Anas was his student and had informed him he needed $150,000 to kill the story. So looking at Kwesi Nyantechi and diving right into the story, you will find out that Kwesi Nyantechi did something. There is something hidden somewhere. If why then must we cover you with the number 12 documentary? So it looks like he did something. I think that thing, he had to say it, and then how Anas is coming in and everything. But this is how we got it, okay? This is how it is. So he did something and wanted Anas to cover up. And then everything came out, and his money was given to him in 2018. So looking at a colleague, Adam took him to Anas Arumia Anas's lawyer. Took him there at Westland, and then the man said that Anas is my student, and that I want you to pay $150,000 to kill the story, to kill your situation, to kill whatever it is. You get it? So I think okay, now that I think, let's just go and see what really went on. I gave them $100,000, but they told me the amount was inadequate and later went ahead to release the video. Nyantechi said in an interview with Captain Smart on Onua TV on Tuesday morning. So this interview happened on Onua TV, and then you can see it was on Tuesday morning, and this interview came up with Captain Smart on the seat. So you see, with this interview, Nyantechi was, I think he felt some way I had something, I have a problem, I want a nurse to fix it for me, cover me up with a number 12 documentary, and I had to pay 150,000 US dollars. But for the start, I'm having 100 US dollars, and I was told it's inadequate. So because maybe he couldn't meet that 150 at the spot, then the story had to come out, and then his money given to him. So you see what he was going through. Let's dive right in. After the video came out, I asked for a refund, and even the refund was done in installments. Today they would bring 20,000 US dollars, and the next day another 10,000 US dollars. They were giving me stories, but eventually I got everything back, he said. So looking at this line, you will see that he, instead of paying 150,000 US dollars, he was having 100,000 US dollars. And with that, the story came out because you couldn't pay the $150,000. We waited, maybe you couldn't meet what we want, our money, you couldn't bring it on time. So we had to bring the story out. Fine. Now the story is out. I have to get my $100,000. And with that, Anas Arimea, Anas and his lawyer were giving him stories. They had to pay 20,000, they had to pay 10,000. Today they pay 20, the next day they pay 10, just like that in installments until they were able to pay that money. So he was saying he got everything he paid. Okay. Becoming a minister of sports. So I think this is another thing. So the 5 things he said that were like stood up, the 5 revelations he made that stood up and draw lots of conversations. The first one was admitting to pay the 100,000 US dollars bribe to kill number 12 documentary. So that is one. And now we are here, becoming a minister of sports. The former GAF vice president expressed his readiness to grab an opportunity to become a sports minister in the government of the new Patriotic Party. Okay, so looking at Kwesi Nyantakyi, he wanted, and I say, Nani Nyajihu say ebano sports minister opepa obejinem e de amagana na ojinem so de amagana na MPP abenmu no besa, and so oye de ama MPP for oporem. But looking at what was going on, I think say we will dive right in and see why it didn't happen or what really happened to him and all that. He stated that becoming a sports minister under the new Patriotic Party government is possible while assuming the role under the National Democratic Congress is unlikely. So he went on to say Sebane say opeso ye minister for sports doing that under NPP government was like good assurance ni wo the vim day, but doing that under National Democratic Congress NDC was unlikely, like 50-50 visa. Okay, so if MPP comes and they make me a sports minister, I may consider it, but if the NDC comes and they consider me, it will be difficult. Okay, so looking at this, he's saying that the MPP ba bemu namkas, oh okay, Kwesi Nyantakyi come and be the minister for sports. He will gladly accept, gladly. He will consider that. But the NDC for ba bemu namkas, oh, you consider Kwesi Nyantakyi no be minister for sports. Bed man say or Benja to say okay, I've accepted. I'll be the Minister of Sports. A bad day, Eddie man pie. Nyantechi has transitioned into politics and is set to contest the MPP parliamentary seat in the Ejisu constituency. Oh, okay. So we're looking at what is going on. Say ono de eba no Ejisu constituency obena dun say obesi akan ni bi pa enya enim say John Kuma atwa nananom won siedo na Ejisu ona no odi ne hene pan yi and say by election ekoso ho say na be ye obetumi enyu obi abesi nanan na nsema ebobo ba ene say Nyantechi enya ya so onura politics ni mo anka obe conteste de ama MPP parliamentary seat na ewo Ejisu constituency nti we ene nia ewo nti ye call the third pointer na I say eba out ema conversations no more on the set and I say during the interview. Okay, the third one is relationship with George Ifree. Okay, the former GFA president addressed his relationship with his former vice president George Ifree. He clarified that there is no bad blood between him and former Liberty Professionals CEO, but the latter is not his friend. Really, I have no issues with George Ifree, he confessed. If someone offends me, I don't keep it in me, and I've let go of everything, but I will not call him. He is not my friend that I will call for us to sit somewhere or go to the bush canteen to eat fufu, said Nyantechi. So looking at the quote here, he's saying that George Ifree, that's the CEO for Liberty Professionals, no, and that's the former president, right? So looking at him, the vice president, the former GFA president addressed his relationship with the former vice president George Ifree. So George Ifree was the former vice president rather, and then Nyantechi was the GFA president back then. Until we are former, we so the informal. You get it? Okay. So to him, on any problem here, and on any problem, and I said, menu why ye kwa, menu wenya kasa mpa, and I mean why ye mpa. Na me fan shemimu only problem be with him. Say no problem be back then na me they were sorting me who out. I'm okay, I'm free, I'm moving on. But I also interested me no want na bush canteen, me no want na one place, yen to be an boom, yen no on some boom. That won't happen again. But just that I'm cool with you. It's looking at this now. Now I say BBNC pen. Emma misunderstanding argument be a pain. But on Nyantechi a moving on. Say me the check. I'm moving on. I'm free man. I'm a free man now. I'm just moving on. And I'm able me bra. But me no to mean to send the DPM. And I won't swear. Me no to mean no one some. Me no soon to mean to na fa kumbo. Yes, but you are my friend still. You are high no. You get it? So this is what Nyantechi is saying. So we are going to 1, 2, 3, and then we are going to the fourth point. Apology to Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Okay, Nyantechi apologized to President Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo and his vice, Dr. Mahamudu BAWUMIA, for using their names in the documentary. Now I say in some Boba Nyantechi yusu ye president, a current president, or yusu ni din, yusu ye vice president din, on documentary. Okay, well, let's go in and see what is there. I admit I was wrong to mention the president and his vice in that incident. I am sorry and I hope they forgive me, he said. Now I said, nsɛm ɛbobɔ ba yɛ kɔ so nyinaa no ɔkɔbɔ yɛ president din ɛwom and ɔbɔ yɛ vice president din ɛwom. And today he is saying say ɔde kotodwe gu fam ɛnsa dansa yi ɔde chopper ɛma yɛ president na ɔde bi nso akɔ ɛde ama yɛ vice president sɛ ɔmo mfa nkyɛ no nea ɔyɛ yi ni nyinaa no wenya nhuhu bi nti na ɔbɛsrɛ sɛ ɔmo mfa yɛ de ɛnkyɛ. Nti we are going to the 5th point. Ghana football has declined. Okay, so Nana first no a president the mom. See ano the 5th point no or the raw football ama you say oh okay see ano odd quality etna say no picture football no say we have difference when you are the president, your coach, and also a then in football you are close to them until you sometimes don't see what is really going on. But so what's nasi now, like you sit back, relax, now feel oh sure more. There you get to know say this person is playing well, this person is not playing well. And I will say you get a lot of things to see. So now that I relax it, not all show or picture he has something to say. So yenko say the same no person can ensem papa and I say ensema yebetumi aye bibi ede afam. During the interview, Kwesi Nyantakyi offered his thoughts on the state of Ghana football, implying that he was the glue that held the sport together. Nyantakyi asserted that the country's football has been on a nosedive since he left office in 2018. Okay, so in 2018, Nyantakyi a free akondwa so he is saying that ofri akondwa no so no nyama ayebasa abra no wo ono na ode nkabom eba football ni ono na members na mo football ni we stars na mo mu ode nkabom bo omumu ode nkabom ba leadership ni ode nkabom everywhere in football ono na ode nkabom ba ono na ye glue a obia to me beden ebe tachi omo ye baako. But looking at Ofrimu office seats in so in 2018 bibia ayebasa. Ghana football has declined since I left. Since 2019, we have consistently existed tournaments in the first round or even during the group stages. So if you plot it on a graph, you would see a sharp decline. So looking at what former is saying, Kwesi Nyantakyi is saying that since 2019, free akondwa to 2018, na 2019 tournaments ne ehukọ so first round penny eyi Ghana for efi. Ebi wo ha group stage ne eyi Ghana for efi. Just say we don't get anywhere. Yendru baby and at so na to say who draw sad na from 2019 who draw one graph so to me say there is a sharp decline. Ya fall cry. Looking at time on no bet now so 2018 no free so now draw a graph from 2019 down the line to 2024. You will see say sharp decline. Ya drop, ya fall cry. So this is what Kwesi Nyantakyi is saying. Inti ebusuafo we ne nsema Kwesi Nyantakyi ede ato mountain so we and the 5 major revelations or the ato or the chopper akoma vice president and the binsu kwama Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, sitting president, and also so $100,000 via utuaye some Kelly the number 12 documentary. And at the last you see can you money installment because he couldn't pay the $150 at the moment. Intina say or chance so kakra and then man sadie it to me a see as can also so anas aremeya anas ne lawyer ono ko pie mu ewo na say Anas was involved in all of this. Nti ufri honuma na chese nsem de bebre na oboboso becoming a minister of sports no adweno ana wo energy ne say that bia no obetumi aba be minister of sports under MPP aban no emu na say ohode ohunu say eyara obetumi pie wo because chance no huge big, but looking at MDC unlikely say betumi aba so na empo no so mo consider this Kwesi Nyantakyi wana be a minister of sports be say obekwa akopie mu wo say minister of sports and na osanso treat mu relationship or no any George Efriye na I say they are very close with George Efriye vice president the man vice president and the man Liberty Professionals and on also so Ghana for vice Edma football until to say where football we so football na I say vice akwa say we president and I so George Efriye vice, and from there no they had I think this misunderstanding somewhere. They say we have a former, we saw a former, but this misunderstanding no and no nenam soma Kwesi Nyantakyi eka say ono pa de ono do issue wana kumem on any problem bia, but let it go, we moving on. But say on any bet nasi, ebeton say didi de be on any bush canteen could didi on no monsa on any yash be a high de be one thing. So on day we moving on. So this is what he said concerning George Efriye and of you on swa church mu edema Ghana for say Ghana football no a drop it. Looking at time on no bet nasi 2018 free so any from 2019 down the line to 2024, who draw a graph so a drop here falling. So this is what Kwesi Nyantakyi edit to mountain so edema enti this me bisa say in some me reading man okay kan church mu edit no as so o wan same bi ya o be bisa Kwesi Nyantakyi ana but chome so the be comment section ho e dey amami and so we question be so be bisa no so as so be something bothering you person de to mountain so my so ye ko hunya so na ye ndwe mo de reply abrewana send your comment ni tv adofo no message say what better comment section ho edi amam ye free one so wa wo hwe me and then dey di kan a wo hwe me mesero so be subscribe be amami na wa so I like na video yi message so say obe share ma foforo so ensa etimi akebi. Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman attends GACU at 50 launching. Inti way and another story I answer aka trending GA celebs for yede eba besumu. Naturally say trending GA celebs and our subusua 18. The 2024 running mate of John Dramani Mahama of the NDC has attended the launch of the 50th anniversary of the Ghana Adventist Choir Union of the Northern Ghana Union Conference of the Seventh-day Church or at Sunyani in the Bono region. So, we ene sema babeto jase yankasa John Dramani Mahama ni Ramni Meta professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman ekopie mu ewo Sunyani Bono region oni odi odo kobo odom any SDA for ekohwibo mu ewo 50th anniversary no asi inti ebusia we ni nsema ba betu dwa ye dredre mu. Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman, who represented John Dramani Mahama, was a guest of honor for the occasion. In the 50th anniversary na Nana Opoku Ajiman kopie mu was Sunyane the Bono region kopie mu wo ho na so okoko representing John Dramani Mahama wo ho na okko representing John Dramani Mahama no na wakopie mu so ono no a guest of honor occasion no ase nti yenko. In her goodwill message, she applauded the church and the union for their hard work and encouraged them to do more. Enunti okopie mu ewo asori no na okwakoma ne message ordinance ekoto asori n'enim no eho na oda asori na se esan so show mu kena applaud omo ema omo more piafo say ejuma omo ye wa asori ho no mo nkoso a omunya vim no mo fanye. Speaking on the theme, she indicated that all God's creatures sing praises in their own way, and humans are no exception. Inti okanisem no ka say Nyankopon abodi nyina no obia wo senia osiji Nyankopon aye na ye nipa de ye de nyese ye nka ho ye ka ho papa ye free mu a enyi inti ye mbonwe. Professor Opoku Ajiman emphasized that the harmony created by the various singing parts indicates that everyone is important and has a role to play in life. Okay, into okoso kanin sem say enum to ayetu obia wo part auto form, tenor form, treble form, bass form, obia ne part a auto no echre Nyankopon echre importance, significance, all these things ema yehu say obia role to play in this life. Obia won near eseso ye, obia won asedia eseso ye ewa brabo ya ye boy emu. Nobody is unimportant, she stated. Na so obia niwa no so enim faso, obia so ewa mfaso. She raised a song and praise to God, joined by the choristers. Inti ehono ena oma enyom so ena otoye ena asori ni mu emu kwa afo no join no ena omotoye edi Nyankopon aye. The GACU leadership presented her and John Mahama with parcels of Christian books and music. And inti leadership ewa asori hono de books be any parcel be de ma be maame any John Dramani Mahama nti utumi say books no na SDA for don say omo ye ade wonwom ho nti omo him books ni bi enwom bi mo any Christian books bi mo any parcels bi omo society edema ye maame Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman any John Dramani Mahama. The national chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Johnson Esiedu Nketia, on behalf of the party, presented an amount of 20,000 Ghana cedi to support the work of the choir union. And intino, Yankasa, national chairman of the NDC, out to say a ban NDC one. That's a one boy Johnson Esiedu Nketia Dia. General Mosquito. One bony dear, and I say, NDC no. Where whom ye, Papi, one bony dear, ha, and then NDC assembly worker. So, national chairman, our dema NDC, and the Johnson is here Dunketia, in your platform. And so Ekanin on behalf of party no or present 20,000 Ghana cedis and the support Asori no choir union. The leadership and members of the party came in their numbers to support the program and welcome the running mates to the region. In Tibono region, not to say yamani ebedi nehene and as a sentence sampoa omu woka main ye ewo Bono region into leaderships and as a leaders members of party no NDC for no to be omu ba in their numbers just to support program and just to come and welcome Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman to just welcome her. I think these are some names. Metumiabo the amount said they were there, and more people too were there. This and more ena omupie mu ewo program na se. She was joined by Ambassador Kwejo Nyamechemafo, Bono Regional Chairman, Vincent Opon Asamoah, MP Doma West, Frederick Yao, MP Jaman North, Suleimana Adam, MP Team, William Akofo Dati, Dino, Piafo, Dati MP for Jaman North South, Rahel Owusua PC Doma East, Seidu Mubarak PC Sunyani East, Dixon Shredria PC Berekum West, Hajia Fatimatu Abubakar, Bono Regional Women Organizer, and other regional executives and constituency chairmen. In total, say Dia Mabwama Umpono Iswa Bebrena Nekeka home executive other regional executive chairperson constituencies for chairman and Wayna Babi just to come and support, just to come and welcome Nana Opokun Ajiman. Is it right to marry a young girl at the age of 12 years? Nine swing say Ghana higher your way 18 years and I himself way of age to do whatever you want to do. But 12 years under age, right? So do you think right to get married to someone who is 12 years and who sounds someone say, is it okay sa buying baby na say obi odi sa nsemboni na marrying under age no ebechi omatu bana? We enemy question message I do answer a big comment section or a day and mommy. Gender Ministry to probe Gobu Bulomo's alleged marriage to 12 years old girl. The Ministry of Gender, Child and Social Protection has reaffirmed its dedication to collaborating with the Ghana Police Service to investigate the marriage involving Gobu of Nungwa, and an underaged girl. Inti we ene nsema ababeto monten so Minister of Gender, Child and Social Protection ede hwehwemu omune Ghana Police Service hwehwemu. They are doing omo investigation as to dive into same way to see say is it true say Ulomo for Nungwa aware underage girl like a 12-year-old girl. Is it true? Say one wanted to is it true? Na say bibi wo ho na true na de also moye na omoye. The traditional ceremony, which took place on March 30th, 2024, has sparked widespread outrage in Ghana with demands for the arrest of the 63-year-old Bobu. So, looking at what is reading or looking at what is going on, it means a more traditional marriage akoso March 30th year 2024 and atisi ama ubia I say bibi koso ha nungwa ulomo yes and ama Ghana Police Service and the Minister of Gender and Child Social Protection and the omadwi boom ehwehwe nsem ahwe say sa enetiana neja umetumi arrest papi na papa ya yeka no wansem 63-year-old. Looking at this na ebi aware pen owoma aware nya ba ko ebe nya nya minsa owoma. And looking at all of this now wawari asanso be 12-year-old, what is he looking for? And I say could it be say wawari so wawari nkosihwe eyuro no muja ne ho nti say when I do say akwala keto na obefa obi onim hwe obi on sheda nim nyanse bia na obefa de na bobra na. Okay, Okay, the Bevubulomo has asserted that the girl will not be required to fulfill marital duties until she reaches the age of 18. Okay, until looking at what I just read, to me who say Ulomo no aka say girl ya me worry me under age ya me worry me 12 years old no. Me mani nyehwe eba na worry ayi say sex is involved, cooking is involved, cleaning is involved, a whole lot of things are involved. Ebia coming together or conversation, be making decisions and all that are involved. So looking at what he is saying, Professor Ochoa say, oh my girl need fulfill any marital duties until the girl reaches the age of 18. So girl need 18 years. Okay, we can now have sex, we can now cook for me, we can now clean the house, all that. But Sisi Anna Onya do 18 years needed, she is free. Mawari Odie, are you in the house doing nothing? People are serving you and all that. How would this be true? And as I say true, but are you trying to say all the time the lady is there doing nothing or keeping home or dressing until condo? One kasa rule no break yana. Alright, so let's go. In a statement dated April 2nd, 2024, the Gender Ministry emphasized its commitment to conducting comprehensive investigations into the alleged child marriage while respecting cultural values within legal perimeters. Okay. So on April 2nd, 2024, Agenda 4A released this statement. IHS they will investigate and send nana like Omashe how to assembly. But then yes book culture in Brabia, traditional in Brabia that will be we are not going to stop that. And I say, Yanka say, Imrani say, traditional rules no in this on this, but they would investigate and see how true is it and how to handle that situation. The ministry stressed that the social welfare department is actively working to ensure the child's best interest. In the ministry for no the sema say social welfare for no that department I active age no munaso ye ejuma gidigidi to ensure say akwala na ya ware no interest they take her best interest. Mama share nsem ni mu edue mu na social welfare for afa akwala ni best interest, like they would I think talk to her, listen to her, look at whatever that is going on to see say ebia na akwala ni pompe and I are wearing a diamond. Until listening to her, they will get to know say she's not interested, then they take action. But ebia na the lady to my convincing ama and I say yeah convincing konakasape with that no me what to do. Until that is what is really going on. The social welfare department is diligently working to ensure that the best interest of the child remains paramount. Trending GSL episode Enamasubusua 18. 9 aspirants cleared for MPP parliamentary primary in Ejuso constituency. 9 candidates running for the New Patriotic Party MPP parliamentary primary in the Ejuso constituency have received approval from the party's vetting committee. It was for looking at what I just read here, what to mean say MPP vetting committee for 9 aspirants omujina say omuntu omuso aba ewo Ejuso constituency na omunya approval. 9 aspirants for no enya approval nkofo 9 ena ejina say wonto wonso aba ewo Ejuso constituency na pakopie say sankofo 9 ni nyina no vetting committee edema MPP aban age omo atuma na say omo approval amo omo akwenya no so omo so mujina na vetting no ana say by election no enkoso no so mutumi a chese eno this once after the nomination opened on Tuesday, April 2nd, 2024. Not just say where it comes with nomination no that no will be platform no to say sisi ade mube to me aba mabibia akwa kosi ne esi no nomination forms no that would be to that would be upon to say afi die MPP for one awojina say went to on so aba April 2nd, 2024. The party has set a date for the constituency's parliamentary candidate election. Until looking at what I'm reading out, to say party no a date at all. Second date win that way, and a better election. More mujina say to Moswaba. Sad that way, and a better yebe election yebe to sabalo ama yehunia ofai. Following the passing of MP John Kuma on Saturday, April 13th, 2024, and looking at in say MP John Kuma called preaching Saturday, April 13th, 2024, and actually say on this prime minister so and say John Kuma seat no kwanya babeda wo say obi etina na name na nyama anasame mu etumi ekoso fefefe. Following the vetting process on Saturday, April 6th, 2024, the party declared that it would shortly release primary guidelines in order to get ready for the Ejisu by-election. Sisiano, Saturday, April 6th, 2024, and a party declared say okay. To say a shortly no release primary guidelines no send a beboa ma Ejisu by election a bit to me akosu fefefe. The committee also cast ballots for the candidates and a social committee na MPP for vetting committee no to me arrange ballots and the amount one na over big say want to almost by a way just constituency. Some of them, nipa back 9 and omujina ama omato almost bani ubia besi John Kuma anem. So number 1, Kwabena Boatin. Number 2, Dr. Evans Dia. Number 3, Klinsman Kari Mensa. Number 4, Helena Mensa. Number 5, Jacqueline Abna Pukua Amwa. Okay, number 6, Portia Balfour Abroni. Number 7, Kwesi Nyantichi. Number 8, Aaron Prince Dia. Number 9, Ya Ayama Boache. So this Grofwa Omujina say Yanto Muswaba and I say I just hope for Ento Muswaba now Mumbesi Jokuma and until yet was Evans Nimako, the new Patriotic Party's Director of Elections, told the media that all 9 candidates had been given the go-ahead to run, guaranteeing plenty of chances for party members who were keen on running. So, looking at in summer, maybe we do say Evans Nimako, NPP, and the new Patriotic Party for more director of elections. So Mr. Evans, the NPP for director of elections, and all these are necessary at what so Eddie Ama media say Kofuna ya mabobo omudi candidate omayo omuhana so me yo mwesi so yento omuso aba na omuso ama omu go ahead say ombetumi gina ama omuso yato omuso aba nti na chese nkofu we kwa ama omu go ahead na wo a we MPP ni na yema go ahead na say ashenso de ma one or more Ejisu and I say any important say we MPP member kwa in the soul kwa akwenya daho how much more the MPP for we MPP na akwenya daho so to be to mujina amayato usuaba ewo Ejisu constituency. Body of missing 3-year-old girl in Asokore Mampong found. Tank missing. Wayne Semayensa Aka. After going missing for 3 days at the Dagomba line in the Asokore Mampong municipality of the Ashanti region, a 3-year-old girl's lifeless body was found without her tank. It was for Wayne Sema by Abubuano. And Namiridi Ede Emma Mononite Mumu say, Asokore Mampong, Iowa Ashanti region, a whole ena abofra winya 3 years, ekopiemu ewo ehono, na okopiemu ewo hono, na isa da Kumba line hotel, ona abofra ete, na yi really body for be 3 days, na isa waira, aye baby abofra no, afa, na after 3 days no, ena mukumu say the body no hanom ene da nti yembura nsem no na yenko ne enko hunya ekoso. Children playing football nearby made the horrifying discovery of the deceased while removing their ball from a structure that housed police officers. Nti for looking at this no na say abofra no ne body no nkwale ene huye abra no mo ball ewo park bi so omuji omeni making like fun di agro or park no so no me ko ba no say omubon no share structure bi wo nti o ma no say sa de omu kwa ko ide ball no free ho nti e ho no mu hu say sa akola yi body eda ho na it was for such structure no police officers for structure nti ye be ko ni ahwem ni hu adding na police officer structure na eba ne say na abofra ne body no etumi ekopiem. The structure was undergoing renovation after a recent fire and the body was discovered on the top floor. It was for structure yakwaku say sana structure no is under a renovation. I say omo ye hono ebia fan bia say no mu ye we say no mu ye we say other na police officers take sa dining and e ban say no mu ye hono ye every ye need to say ejato sa bia ye ho e ma niama bi mu ssɛ nti we na so ene ma renovation no e ba so sa bia ye ho na say omo ye niama bi ye ewo sa particular structure ni ana say sa particular place no na ho so a enom ko hu abofra no ewo na say enye down enom hu no abofra no ewo top floor ti e ba ne say na abofra no tumi ko pie mu ewo top floor ene e ba ne say na then ni kra ni sie eno wu ye wo kwa a police for kwato say owo ho no na ne tetrema ende eni nti yenkoso na intinya eko. The victim, Tasliman Labaran, was a twin who had vanished on Thursday in spite of her mother's desperate attempts, which included filing a formal police complaint. There's a abufreya mashrenim queen abufrebia ni dini ede Labaran na oye twin. Na on Thursday ena ofrifi amwehu ni biem na bra ne maame kwaye complain police station no ena ode ka won say anaso feeling the form no ode ka won say ono maame na say oya attempt because sometimes we men ka say we mothers because me so me parents say nti no papa say muko maame no e kan sem bi attempt bi ewo abofra ne so eno na ma abofra ne fifie like Oman saying in Hunibim. The heartbroken mother, Rukaya Muntari, wept as she described her final moments with her daughter who went missing and expressed her dissatisfaction with the fruitless search. For looking at this, nice mamma no heartbroken or can say now when they are betting you now before so mammy dini ede Rukaya Muntari. Na all can say no watch him say fitimra oshia ne bano one ne bani dis han komono or attempt to whatever it was no we hu ne bani bi na so okai kaya na oti musuo ene mra hu ne bana omurewura kona ni toko bebre so me kwhwem bano so I say bibia emfiri mu amba no okaikaya na oka na ayadia ewo ho. As part of their ongoing investigation, police officials have moved the body to the morgue in reaction to the upsetting finding with community members' assistance. Looking at this, when I say community, to me, follow omo baby a didn't see the gomba line. Now I say oma boa at a 10-year course to me we baby on baby say on measure share free. It's your monso so omo your margin say omo be boa mammy busia I should share baby abufrano akwako. Now looking at Tisiano Mehu Abofrano, now was a police for I was a buraho, no mutambadi, and they come much Wena Apabusi. Residents of the town have gathered at the spot to watch the tragic conclusion of the search, which has sent shockwaves through the community. Way ending near a chattel. Now to know say, baby, I didn't see and I be very abufrano. A honor community members no 1 hour area need to me phone 9 Pisha Erika. One say Ghana for baby na yadi yan. Oh, na yeshusha na you and I see na sign to nice baby na I represent. The gomba line. It was for winning sema eba mabubu no amede ebeso. Yankone story eso. The 2024 elections, MPP flag bearer BAWUMIA engages Guta. The Ghana Union of Traders Association, Guta, and Dr. BAWUMIA recently met in Accra for productive discussions about the suggested policies and platform of the MPP flag bearer. Inti ebusia way and nsema abaya boboano not to say BAWUMIA and Guta for ebushia ewo Accra eko discuss ye omkofa adwin ni nsema no de ba wantin say that should be obetna igwanu so a obeying na from kotna say dwendwen sansen nyinara nti we nsema mede ebesom yemborem ne nkohwe nsem potia omo discussing. Participants in the interactive meeting, which took place on a Friday afternoon in Accra, included representatives from more than 80 Guta affiliated traders association. In for looking at some not some kushimu Friday afternoon ewo Accra and in some or some kind na tutuja na wana representing Guta for na Eko PMO Ewo Honum B. The forum was started by Guta President Dr. Joseph Obendako, who invited participants to discuss issues and ideas pertaining to their industry with Dr. BAWUMIA and his staff. Inti Dr. Joseph Obendako Guta for president na omko PMO ewo impuntu na sina na discussion na sin chesona o start in komono our discussing some bebre na yembo remember say yankasa ye vice president eka bibi ana. Throughout the event, Dr. BAWUMIA adopted an approach that was open, allowing many Guta members to freely engage with him. Into looking at some way not to say during a meeting national BAWUMIA approach be unya idea be Emma and Guta members nina umutuminya like freedom no omutumi day omo feel free any BAWUMIA tuminya productive conversation be what I say inti yenko yini. The president of Guta expressed hope for the advantages that Dr. BAWUMIA's proposed tax reforms, which include a flat tax rate and tax amenity, could have for businesses. He underlined how a tax system like this would simplify and enhance business operations. In way so any Guta president na Eddie Tuja, Dr. BAWUMIA promised to restructure the current tax system, which puts businesses at risk of harassment from tax officials. This was one of the main issues raised by Guta. Inti we so usha a tax and one semi ya to say obitumi ejuma ya tinihu inti we ene nsem bia na se we adia BAWUMIA ba egwa no so a promise say obeye just obe fixe inyama ama nyama etumi akoyi. In response to queries and recommendations from Guta participants, Dr. BAWUMIA emphasized his dedication to promoting an atmosphere that supports the growth of enterprises. He underlined his objectives of making Ghana one of the world's best business-friendly countries and listed important measures to do so, such as transparent flat tax rates, structure modeled after the nation's prosperous model. Now say we the BAWUMIA be nyemu. Let's go ahead. As part of his larger initiatives to interact with stakeholders from a variety of sectors, Dr. BAWUMIA is reaching out to Guta to share his policies and solicit their feedback ahead of their 2024 elections. Enti ebusanfo we ene nsema ekoso abra BAWUMIA eni Guta president and as a Guta penifotuna say ebobo nsem ehunu. Enti we ne nsema ekoso say before esanso pima ebetna say there no so aba beso na yenko nsem fufuru mu na yentie nsema ekoso. Italy committed to economic cooperation with Ghana. President Mattarella. Sergio Mattarella, the Italian president who is currently in Ghana, has declared that his country is dedicated to strengthening its close economic relationship with Ghana. And in Italy for President and Sergio Mattarella, aba bepiemu ewo Ghana haseya o chimu say ono baby o free ba aye Italy any Ghana ase no relationship a omo wo team no opese emu eyeden because ono de ote abemu no ne omo wo nchenchen ono relationship ni na or strengthen na emu etumi ayeden. We want to ensure that we build a complex form of cooperation in a number of sectors, he said, expressing his joy at the increased economic progress between Ghana and Italy. Looking at this, not just say president na Italy for president no other name sem eto mountain so onya enijebi abana all kase Ghana progress ayede abahase saso na Italy baby offering to progress etunya ayede aba honom inti nensem oka no odi enije pa ena ekan. As part of his 3-day state visit to Ghana, President Mattarella made the announcement yesterday following a bilateral meeting between Ghana and Italy at the Jubilee House. Naturally say Abraham mami we kasa sem or the announcement ne eto abonten not mean say okopim Jubilee House meeting na so ono ne ye president metna say edi in common na naturally say over 3 days state visit via eno na enam so ma be pimu ewo Ghana ha say nti maame no adinti oba ende ye behwe pa na ehunia koso. Following the customary greetings with the Italian counterparts in the Jubilee House, President Akufo-Addo and First Lady Rebecca Akufo-Addo went to the ceremonial room for a tete-a-tete. Now I say, looking at this, your President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and your First Lady Rebecca Akufo-Addo was ceremonial room. Omkonya omo meeting be private meeting where I say nti every hono na chese ne ebekoso biaye den ekoso. Meanwhile, the two first ladies were escorted to the presidential villa for a private meeting. Now I say every honor mra na ye kasa ye president and ye first lady in a private meeting. And Italy president and so any year so your first lady in a private meeting. It was your foreign queen. Following a bilateral discussion with their ministries, the two ladies spoke to the media. Inti every say omoye sa meeting no area no yakasa first lady and Italy for president in some conversation be with the media. Okay. The Italian president emphasized via an interpreter that Ghana was an essential partner for Italy, founded on respect and equal cooperation for the benefit of both nations' citizens. He went on to say that Italy companies showed a great deal of interest in Ghana and demanded the opening of a direct flight between Ghana and Rome, adding that this would facilitate a strengthening and the connection. In Usha looking at Accra and Rome, president no person tray and say one person we a direct flight be Edema Italy and Ibia Ghana. So you see from Accra and we do Rome just straight like that. Inti no who say yes sir a beboama carbon and I say friendship either Italy and Ghana emu to me ayedin. He emphasized that the value of Ghana and Italy's long-standing partnership, saying that it may allow us to further and develop relationships for the future. I take it again. He emphasized that the value of Ghana and Italy's long-standing partnership, saying that it may allow us to further develop relations for the future. And way and I am a Sunday account not just say Italy for any Ghana long distance or more and as a long standing partnership and no more so omuye adia or can wasemna a beboa and my future need to me aye crabbe. At a time when some West African nations appeared to be losing faith in democracy, President Mattarella praised Ghana as a shining example of democracy. Into looking at last and so we are married the amount which means say ya mamia of Italy then some more day to dra aita etratono or tremu say a brana West African nations bimu looking down on democracy can send be say oh democracy ebia enya de pa ebia yesi my example be of ebia countries be more ankoyi and far more mi yusu Ghana the example the momu who say oh there's like a good future be there's a shining example be somewhere Ghana into no way plus the my papa payi table for way any in sema trending GS celebs apofa day eba beso to say mami ya nidin de Mattarella said you oye Italy for president no what day in sempa bi abre Ghana for yeti ayeti memu phone cry and my team and the day. So joins worshippers in Medina and churches to mark Easter Sunday. So joins worshippers in Medina churches to mark Easter Sunday. On Sunday, Easter Sunday, March 31st, 2024, Francis Xavier Kojo-Susu, the Member of Parliament for the Medina constituency for the National Democratic Congress, celebrated the resurrection of Jesus Christ with the local populace. So, share Dinya Yeboya, Francis Xavier Kojo-Susu, MP at the Medina constituency, na Oka NDC for National Democratic Congress, na ban say Easter Sunday mo Medina aswe bi owa one Madina for Bosi celebrity Yankopon as a Jesus Christ ne resurrection dano nti we ne sema edamontesu. The MP was at the Patang Convention grounds, which were home to a convention of 78 other assemblies of the Church of Pentecost at the #1 school park in Medina, as well as several congregations from Weyarifa, Patang, and Adenta. Nti we ena ensema ewo ho na se wo hwa omokoye asori no ewo Church of Pentecost omokoye wo #1 school park ewo Medina. Now to know say we shall go for 78 assemblies back 78 in a share ya omoye wo park no so. Now to know say don't dey na ewo ho yi papa nti ho ena MP Francis Xavier Kojososu ekopiem ewo ho a omodi odobo odom osebo osim ena Easter Sunday no omo tonton Nyankopon ehu se o Yesu ayede etumi asori odade nti oni Madina fo ena esomi. He also paid visits to the Apostolic Church of Ghana and the House of Believers Prayer Ministry. Inti every sekopimo ewo Pentecost ya sorry bi ewo hono ewo Medina. Osanso kopimo ewo Apostolic Church of Ghana. Ufri bonso osanso kopimo House of Believers Prayer Ministry. Na yese Easter Sunday day Savior Sosu ekoko sorry no day okoko bebre. And sorry as Savior Sosu koye okoko bebre ewo Medina ne important. To enhance the education of the youth in his constituency, Mr. Sosu gave more than 100 boxes valued at 61,500 Ghana cedis to the church's children's ministry. In tuition so not just Xavier Sosu at the 100 books of boxes are books over 100 and eldema sorry ya okomu na o share books ya odema ya na o calculate and ase o same na o share total na never kwese 61,500 Ghana cedis and a pay a day ebo achi. Send ebema sorry youth ministries are omo to me akosua na sebema mu inya nimdie ebeba say when you are learning na usu and that means able to MP we be na de mame MPC na de mame emomu kinije ebema like omadisua na pepe to me aide akonkai. Furthermore, he contributed 15,000 Ghana cedis in cash on behalf of former President John Dramani Mahama, the flag bearer of the NDC, and Prof. Nana Poku Ajiman, who served as his running mate. Inti Hasino, that is also so de 15,000 Ghana cedis cash de ma sorry I hope you honona to say or way on behalf of the president. On behalf of former president rather John Dramani Mahama, Onono Franka 24 Edema NDC nti enone asema ewo hona osanso ye Edema Professor Nana Poku Ajiman ono ene running mate Edema NDC. Speaking to the assembly, Mr. Sosu described how God blessed him by picking him out of the street. Intuition we have say ana abakoye say brana Mr. Sosu youth no abrana ni ho sisi no so as a brantie no do ya brantie still but then no say wa brantie no wa brantie that time no what you say na no was street so na nyama ensheda enkoye but na oda Nyankopon ase etuntum nyame eka se eka ne kesiye ewo ni Nyankopon ayama no because Nyankopon fani free street in so then they were baby MP. I would like to utilize this platform to declare clearly that I am a dishonest person if I do not praise and appreciate God Almighty and Jesus Christ for everything they have done for me in my life. He advised, always give thanks and praise to the Lord for all that He has done to make your life better. Until she we and I say no na okai mechi mo say Danny Debia as you unya platform bi say onka bibia na wo say utumi kanfo Nyankopon kesiye enti ode onakasa ne life example say wantontum Nyankopon anda nasia na chese waye boni ayefo because some time ago na street ne so no wo say ebubon kofudi ana nkonopode onfra and so and then the free street so ababe empia na say enije sem ana say changes kesia abana brabo nti honom na oda Nyankopon ase na osanso dey advice ekoma youth ni say ebi biara obefine no bia no make sure say first thing so obeda Nyankopon ase so wama wa brabo etumi aye better. He continued by telling the assembly that humanity should celebrate Christ's resurrection as a victory. Inti hanom no sanso kaka ho say ebeya humanity yen nipa se eba ne say yen kanfo Nyankopon kesiye yen celebrating yen tontom na ayana yen fa eda Yesu ni wo sorry eda no emfa ye ewosebo Yesu ni wo sorry eda no emfa ye ewosebo ema dodo na hu se Yesu tiemu Kristo tiemu na wasori ede amaye. The MP also urged moms to instill moral principles in their kids so that when they grow up they will be sincere disciples of Christ. Intuition has says MP Francis Xavier Kojososu kase ye maame no was so omushe say omude good morals omude Kristo in some principles no ebe guide o mofran se ne ebe ya ebe mo beni wonyanso ombeni ababaye disciples of Christ atiwe and then Xavier Susu ede account. Additionally, Mr. Susu urged the congregation to cast a large number of ballots in favor of him and former President John Mahama in the next election scheduled for December 7th, 2024. And he has seen no and Xavier Susu edeka say was redom na waba mweni wa sorry them was ebeya December 7th, 2024 and our battle no basu name say Frankatufo de ma NDC enyo say John Dramani Mahama and almost Xavier Susu no ebeya wana wo nyina madina fue ne onimpotem monto aba enfama ono Xavier Susu any president former president Mahama nti we ene ne last words or the 2 months so once and for John Kuma to be buried May 18th nti ye name say nakasa ya de na MP John Kuma ato anananom awonse do na ababe told you say May 18th ena ne funeral writing na ebekoso nti yembo. Last Saturday, mourners from all walks of life traveled to Unwi in the Ashanti regions Ejuso municipality to commemorate Dr. John Ampontua Kuma, the late Deputy Minister of Finance, for his 1-week observation. It has say nice last Saturday and I will be just an important copy ewo baby yeah papa John Kuma ne funeral writing ebebason baby am 1 week observation ebebason be a copy ewo ho ewo Ashanti region omoji omwa omwegwa and nsɛmsɛm na ɛkɔɔ so ɛma 1 week no ɛtumi yɛ ɛkɔ abɛhwɛ. Among them were prominent figures such as President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, Chief of Staff Akosua Frema Osei Opare, General Secretary Justin Kodua Frimpong of the New Patriotic Party, and National Organizer Henry Nana Boakye. Institution Kofi Amabo Mudinya Nachise Kobi Muse Omukopie mu ewo hono bi. Yagasaye President Nana Addo, Vice President Bawumia, Chief of Staff Akosua Frema, Onoso Kopie mu, General Secretary Justin Kodua Frimpong Kopie mu Obio, na National Organizer Henry Nana Boakye. Nana Boakye eso ekopie mu ewo bi na kyese wa ekopie mu ho bi mpinfo akese pa. The others included district chief executives, MPs, traditional leaders, and Bernard Entry Boisiako, the chairman of the Ashanti region. Nti omo amisa mbobo mudino ebinimu ya chief executives, MPs ekopie mu ho, traditional leaders ebimu kopie mu ho. Osha Bernard Entry Boisiako nso a ono na ye chairman edima Ashanti region ono so kopie mu ewo bi. Nti osha 1 week na sia na ese nkofo dodo na mpinifo dodo na ene kopie mu ewo. In addition, Augustus Nana Kwasi, the National Democratic Congress Ashanti Regional Chairman, led a group of party supporters to the 1 week burial of the NPP MP for Ejuso's passing. Nti hase no Nana Akwasi NDC for Ashanti Regional Chairman na dom bidi ninim party members, party supporters bimu edi ninim ekopie mu 1 week burial no edema MP of Ejuso constituency, that is John Kuma Wednyani baby kono omkopie mu 1 week no ase. Alan Kojo Tremanti, the leader of the Movement for Change and the former Minister of Trade and Industry, was also present at the function. Nti hase na chese Alan Kojo Tremanti ono neye a leader edema Movement for Change, ono so ekopie mu ewo hono bi. Na yehwe Alan Kojo Tremanti na first no enkane no na oye Minister for Trade and Industry. Nti ono so kopie mu ewo 1 week no ase. Some of those in attendance grieved at the loss of what they described as a dependable MP who looked out for his people, turning the event space into a scene of sadness. People wore a lot of black and red, with the latter being the most common color to represent the people's depressing attitude. Nti usha ase anapa kwa say wana wo yeti memfo, wana wo free echichichi, and wana wo ben na bechi mo 1 week no ase no. Na che say adibia omo ye bia no na say esu na ashe omoma omo ni ase na omo pro esu say baba na in all no na say mo omo kan say MP we there na oye dependable odo ho trainer na odo ho atwe obutantim na che say onu de oyi nipa ama. In other words no se woni ni ye bibia otwe bebi otwere utumi twere no na mo ye bibia ade kro no mane esi yi anase ewie peye. Nti nsema no mo kafa no nyina de papa mo kafa no nyina na afi de njabo na se anase yi na se na 1 week na se na mo koye se omo kwa dwendwe hu data ombetumi di esie ye MP no na tumi se adane baby a ayeareho bia anase ama event na se anshada nkoyo bia esu obi etwa adwajo wutumi se omo adepa na ahwe omo nti we ene ade ekos na am se eyi esu de ukwase na black and red and ye trade him no and a monk of who say, oh, okay, so 1 week in the air day, air cost to a highway, air say, how to say soon, and I do crown for our cots now, to way, and then some mammy at the mom. It was also a chance for those who were eyeing the seats to figure out their level of popularity. Among them were Kwesi Nyantikyi, the former chairman of the Ghana Football Association, the Kwame Agyemang-Budu, the former managing director of the Electricity Company of Ghana. Inti hasi inu to say tisiano Ejuso constituency no akonwa no aba bedam pan because yankasa ya de nyina John Kuma efimu anase ato anananom wonsiedo nti ama kwan aba beda ho se by election because ama yetumi nyobi ama na ba bedi na de na honsom na nsem ekoso se Kwesi Nyantikyi ebepie mu ewo 1 week na se so na Electricity Company of Ghana omo former managing director and the Kwame Agyemang-Budu esube piemu ewo honu bi nti we na ene nsema ekoso tun se ona wonya akonwa na wombedi no ebepiemu ewo bi ebi ni Kwesi Nyantikyi na Kwame Agyemang-Budu. These two have been mentioned as potential candidates who would like to run for Edrison's parliamentary seat on the MPP ticket. The last funeral ceremonies would be held on May 18 and 19, 2024, respectively, at the same location. It has said to me say Oma yebo mudi Kwesi Nyantikyi na first no oye chairman Edema Ghana Football Association and Kwame Agyemang-Budu no so first no oye managing director Edema Electricity Company of Ghana sankofu mienu ebepiem ewo 1 week na sena papa ye say omo mienu eno mo potential chese ye ba na say yinchusu by omo obi obewini by election na sankofu mienu ena eda won team na papa say omo de omo wo skills na dada omo wo sa omo do sa level ne pen nti omo ni etuem it is sankofu we na ebetumi ba ko say omo be gina ema Edriso constituency no nti we ne dia eda ho na sisi funeral right no anase eyi na kasa eba so on May 18 and May 19 2024 ewo baby omukoye na the same location. At the age of 45, Dr. Kuma passed away on March 7, 2024. His spouse, Apostle Lillian Kuma, and their 6 children survived him. Intuition has said, to say, your papa John Kuma, you be a Ofrimu, 45 years, Ofrimu, new 45 years, and all the two ananum Sierra, Ofrimu on March 7, 2024. Now, the area as is here, Rebecca said, and it's a new Frimu, and he did at the Apostle Lillian Kuma, and on the area no in Baku 6. Into share ya na ese John Kuma bojuma yi papa on any yuri and any mass 6 no na so sisi ade Baku eje omo asisi ade so mo kakra say omo ni papa bia ewo bibia na so yese Nyankopon say obetchire omo yure nti we ene nsem a ye de ebetu dwa ede ma sisi an yehu emra John Kuma ye bisi ni kakra na bekata nechi kakra nti duwa training GSLF say pressure say ebetumi akwa pimu ewo honu bia na edede ekoso ho bia so abro nti sisi ano wo comment bia best say udi bebu comment section ho amaye onso ayenda udi kai a wo hwe so be subscribe na wa like na wa sanso a share ede amaye wonsem fufu no Vice President BAWUMIA leads MPP delegations to John Kuma's 1 week observation. Nti we so efa John Kuma ne 1 week na eho. Na is a Vice President ona odi emu the MPP nkofo bi so ekopie mu John Kuma ne 1 week no ase. Dr. Mahamudu BAWUMIA, Vice President and flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party MPP, led a strong team of the party to Edriso and the Ashanti region for the 1-week observation of John Kuma, the Deputy Finance Minister and former MP for Ejuso. Intuition Hana say BAWUMIA Vice President Aye Frankatufo Edema MPP no. Do say ono any strong team which party na MPP party na omo mujina brand no oni omo any kopie mu ewe Ejuso ewa Ashanti region eko boa de odobo odom ede omo last respect eko pimo ewo 1-week observation ase ye nine say John Kuma waka ni baby wenya ni baby kono Deputy Finance Minister wenya ni baby kono the 1 week ase no mko pimo ewo ho nti ho ena BAWUMIA ene ne nkofo eko pie. The traditional 1-week observation was held at the Ejuso constituency, hometown of Uwi, following the recent death of the Ejuso MP. Intuition Hana say traditional 1 week na ekoso ewo Ejuso no eho ena chese MPC ene mpemfo yake ekopimo ewo. His community was overrun by thousands of grieving people from the surrounding area and beyond for the customary 1-week memorial service that takes place before the big funeral. Okay, nti ushe hanmana say wana wati timemfo no wati kronim and wana wo echichichi ete say adiwe. And then ye be ye no na say omu nyina fifi mia bebre ebe pie mu ewo sa dwabo na se na ehon so tumi hu say ehon tumi hu say 1 week na ekoso no de bebre na etwe dwadwo bebre na etwe dwadwo tumi say place ho aye place yes ba bedwindwin ya ba say bedwindwin impenifo bedwindwin egusuafo bedwindwin data amudi be kata omudi hye ni chikrakra na so na honom aye place aye say eyi na no mo ya no so ana amanfo esu. Following cries of his name, a large number of people led Dr. BAWUMIA in a peaceful procession from the main street to the funeral area as word of his arrival spread. Okay, intuition as into Dr. BAWUMIA ebano na okita dom ye pa eno mudi neni ede baye not mean say wo bani nemu na enkofa wo ho nyina ensu no na omu bo John Kuma din no mabwa esu ni munu ena Dr. BAWUMIA so ene ne nkofo enante bro start say omu chicha wana wo benifa omu ti egwemu enina. Along with his spouse Dr. BAWUMIA made small talk with several dignitaries, including traditional rulers. Intuition has say Dr. BAWUMIA banwamba onoko de ne yiri edinichi ede ne bae ntino abra mu bedu ye no ena wonya small talk bi wonya mic e kan sem fo aba ko mienu bi ene me dignitaries na omubae ena traditional rulers no enso kan sem kakra. Intuition Dr. BAWUMIA e deliver speech kakra bi ena dignitaries na edi onyechi ne so de omonsem to kakra ena traditional rulers no so edu omonsem egu form. When the Vice President arrived at the designated for the deceased family members, including his mother and wife, it was an emotional moment. Intuition has here another person Abrana Vice President Libeduyen na fedi obia de hye bia wo obia ana say John Kuma ma mene ne yure akai omode hye a refri mu ate say adane omusu adane omu ejajo so twa no mu twa na so anu musu ewo 1 week no ase. Before addressing the other family members, the Dr. BAWUMIA delivered an this is something else. Before addressing the other family members, Dr. BAWUMIA delivered an embrace to the late MP's mother, who was sobbing uncontrollably. Intuition say, now I say, we ready and we now have to go back again. Looking at this, it means that Dr. BAWUMIA ebedu na or addressing other family members no who am we anu echiao who anu echiao we anu echiao na I say John Kuma mame ehun BAWUMIA na so yeniwe nusuo no entumi njai da so anu sunti na o se BAWUMIA enipa so ochia na o so hage no na o calm ne down ti we ni ade a ekoso ewo akosua frema o say opare the chief of staff Stephen Intim, the national chairman of the NPP, Justin Kodria Frimpong, the general secretary of the NPP, ministers and deputy ministers of the state, members of parliament, Bernard Intribosiako, the chairman of the Ashanti Regional MPP, Simon Osei Mensah, and several government appointees were among the vice president's delegation. Into shedi ya mabubo boya omu bepie mu 1 week na se we ne nkrofo bi mu a ene we ne din amabo ene wona okeka ho amambo mu din ene omu bepie mu ne vice president BAWUMIA ekopie mu ewo 1 week na se wo hwe akosua Frimpong Osei Oparia na so no na yo chief of staff ufri won so Stephen Intim ono so na oye national chairman of the NPP ufri won so Justin Kodria Frimpong ono no general secretary of the NPP and ministers and deputy ministers of the states, members of parliament bimu Bernard Intribosiako ono the chairman of the Ashanti regional ono the chairman of the Ashanti regional while to say ono so edimu akutini ye pa nti Simon Osei Mensah ono so no the several government appointees were among the vice president delegates nti Simon Osei Mensah so ka ho bi eno mkopie mu ewo dwabona sinti we ena nsema edida abonten na trending days celebs yensa so asomu ayede eba beso. Vice President BAWUMIA donates 100 laptops to KNUST. Nti we so yensem fofra every Dr. BAWUMIA nakachi na to say Dr. BAWUMIA as oye niama piye pa oni namofi ha no kwa ha ofi ha no kwa ni nsem bia wakasa wo so oye bia no o hwe nim say obeye na we deliver na ye papa yi because in sema koso twabo spreading nano na is wanted Dr. BAWUMIA din ewo mu na is asem na anya asem nti ya say so no vice president BAWUMIA din esanso wa nti ye hwe ade nti no the 100 laptops the koma KNUST for and na say okabibi en odisu and say the yenko sansem ni mu na yenko hwe ni a ekoso. Dr. Mahamudu BAWUMIA, the Vice President, has given 100 laptops to the Ashanti region's Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, KNUST in Kumasi. It has seen Vice President BAWUMIA at the 100 laptops at the Akodia Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, KNUST, Kumasi, Iowa, Ashanti region. Presenting the items, Vice President Gideon Buakom, the spokesperson for the institution, stated that they were a personal promise made by Dr. BAWUMIA during its 57th Assembly. So she has here Vice President BAWUMIA, the spokesperson, and the Gideon Buakom. Na odisa nyama we ana laptops we the abre KNUST for Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology intino or can say spokesperson no can say we nyama bia Dr. BAWUMIA abra na school ni nyani 57th Assembly and as anniversary no ba hono edin nsembegu abonte no or make a promise say or the laptops ebema school into we ni bosha or share na odisu. The computers were accepted on behalf of the institution by the registrar and by Professor Rita Akosua-Dixon, Vice Chancellor of KNUST. The computers were accepted on behalf of the institution by the registrar and by Professor Rita Akosua-Dixon, Vice Chancellor of KNUST. Intuition we announce computers na spokesperson Edema Vice President and Dean Gideon Wakon or the buy no as omo receive computers we no omudin edem Professor Rita Akosua-Dixon and we registrar Edema KNUST and omoje sa laptops into yen nyina to me who say we laptops are Vice President BAWUMIA a share book with this so into me a bosha or shake KNUST for about 57 as anniversary no a course no then somebody told more tend to say may promise say me bring more laptops no and then BAWUMIA for feeling why yeah the promise no the bosha at to form aye into way and semi free BAWUMIA akachi ayensa kan. Increase farm gate price of cocoa for farmers, minority to government. Iti we so yensem for fry yensa aka iti we say we dey for cocoa minority ena ode sansem we ede ma government. Iti yemborim minority prekwa ode sansem we ede ma government. Ena ade inti na we say increase farm gate price ede ma cocoa. To help Ghanaian cocoa farmers live better lives, the minority in parliament has urged the government to raise the farm gate price of cocoa. Inti has a minority in parliament no, and omo sema babonti interest a government boa. Bremu nama cocoa for abrabo entumi ensiom ye engina brani inti ma we gate price and a farm gate price no of cocoa no entumi enko nenu increase ma cocoa for so omunya musika na so mufo mutuma panye de infra. It was suggested that raising the price from cocoa to the raising the price from cocoa at the farm gates to match the price on the international market would encourage farmers and prevent cocoa smuggling in Ghana. Inti hasi no omo suggested say ban say omo raise cocoa price no Ghana hasi from the farm gates omo raise cocoa price na ebeboama international market no encourage farmers say okay, let's go into it because it's international market now. The price is high, we can get something from it. Ebeboa na sa cocoa smuggling na ekoso Ghana hasi omo etumi ejai. Eric Opoku, the ranking member of the Parliamentary Select Committee on Food, Culture and Cocoa Affairs, signed a statement containing this information. Inti hasi na ye Eric Opoku, ono no ranking member edema the Parliamentary Select Committee on Food. Na so ono no ranking member edema sanya maniam Eric Opoku. Na ohwe hasi ya na ka say ono na all signs a statement we ya ye reading ono no this information we buy no ono no sign asi. The management of Cocoa Board was criticized by the minority for putting other purchases like iPad keyboards for board members ahead of the needs of cocoa producers. Okay, to share say iPad we keyboards hase omo hwenim say omo farmer cocoa producers no say nebema omo edwuma no ebetumi akonkan. In light of the recent and exceptional increase in global market prices, it also criticized the farm gate price that is now paid in cocoa producers. Okay, that is now paid to cocoa producers. Into I say farm gate price no, they pay to the cocoa producers. Okay, nti hanom no ebebo ama global market prices no etumi akoni. A bag of cocoa is currently being sold on the world markets at about 8,125 Ghana cedis, while the Ghanaian farmer is being paid a paltry 1,308 Ghana cedis by the government, said the statement. It is statement no more release here. Statement Eric Opoku signing as the no. That statement no more release here. Now so Okwa world marketer senior muton cocoa no currently no 8,125 Ghana cedis. Now so Ghana has seen farmers no omu yisa cocoa ya ade omunya was 1,308, and so this is what they get. So this is from the government. This is what they get by the government. Okay, noting that the 2023-2024 crop section was predicted to be the lowest in 2 decades at roughly 450,000 metric tons, and minority raised alarm over the reduction in Ghana's cocoa production under the government's direction. The incomes and purchasing power of Ghana's cocoa growers were believed to be negatively impacted by this reduction. The living condition of Ghanaian cocoa farmers keep worsening by the day due to the sharp decline in cocoa output, stated the report. In the report, Nana statements are Eric Opoku, release and no science and not say social condition a Ghanaian cocoa for a woman, not just say any shame crime. Situation in was seen by the day like Osha, the price of mom cocoa no and kuyi. Now how much more a ham pone kuyi na koton international marketer ebeko ye there, but how do you pick it from here to that place? Nti almost situation and shada enye papasa and a de be a music asem enkuyi nti ebanesa omunyama like omunyama mo sitting muni nyama sokra enkuyi nti we na air state and I say air state a Ghana cocoa for eden farmers no. The minority also charged that poor administration by the government caused losses in the cocoa industry. It has a social na I say a bino administration and I say a bino omunyama omoyen ema nyama enkuye farmer cocoa industry. Omunyama enkuye nyama ye basa prices are enye embwama ye abrabum enkuye a whole lot of things and a coso cocoa industry ni bebrena super. The minority claimed that because farmers were not paid competitive prices, Ghana lost over 150,000 metric tons of cocoa, valued at nearly 400 million. Valued at $400 million to smuggling last year. Okay, so I take it again. The minority claims that because farmers were not paid competitive prices, Ghana lost over 150,000 metric tons of cocoa, valued at nearly $400 million to smuggling last year. Wow. In order to prevent the cocoa industry from declining much further, the statement further demanded swift action. In way any sema statement Eric Opoku assign as here not to use a cocoa for every year papa day in the day out no declining into a bear or showing him say statement you release no on be immediately na Ghana Cocoa for so afa omonto mapa ifra nti ebusuafo hanom na asem a me de brem na AC just AC any media ha say trending GSLs sense am fufro epie woni a me read e ama moya not na asenam de no so abeso. Let's uphold the rule of law. Grabbing. The people of Ghana have been urged by Speaker of the Parliament, Alban S.K. Babin, to preserve the rule of law and safeguard the rights of the people. Inti hase no to say the people of Ghana ena urge anase akikan sem ato Speaker of Parliament asum say beya on preserve the rule of law no na on safeguard your rights as we the people on safeguard their rights as citizens inti ahanom ena sem no ebubo edi efri. We can conquer any challenges as a team and come out stronger, more cohesive and more resilient than we have ever been, he declared during the 2024 Suma Akwentuo Kese Festival. Mr. Bagbin called on Ghanaians to recommit to the nation building endeavor. Nti ha say no abrana awantu kese festival no koso no na che say Alban Sumana Babin Edison Semu etudwa na ochim say Ghana tisi abibia ya wonu de ye nation building no ehia papa nti binya say edinkabom ebeye ejuma na ama country no enya sa kind of awarding no na yitumi ede akoyini. Let us use our people's collective wisdom and creativity to overcome challenges, heal sections, and create a future characterized by accessibility, prosperity, and peace, he urged. The topic of discussion was culture for development, and he has seen which means say Alban Sumana Babin can say yen fa yen penny for approacher nana mu use no eba say in kabum ewo we eboa papa yi say wo de wadwen twen ba me de medie ba we di ba na e ka boma e ma ye wisdom na say we na draw a plan Emma adena ye de ato form emu eye true adwen teach ne emma ne eye drew and emma creativity a display at its best nti at the same time no osanso try say ebeboa ma peace ebesan ma prosperity ebesan so aboa ma accessibility sanyama we nyina ayentem so nti we na Alban ditudwa na nyina nim say before can say be say two heads are better than one. It is say we eboa now so would they be eba we mienu anamiensa nkwande mu ya etumi eyeye na etumi koni nim tempara so but nipa ba ko eye ade a eyeye de it doesn't mean say nipa ba ko eye ade a eyeye de but in being fortunate say in kabum ku ana say enkofu mienu miensa be kom boma e man to me eye fast and at the same time creativity no so eye high into way and I am paying for kind and not to mean say Alban Sumana Babin so and the atom wanting so waha tiyambua efa your home boom nature say yenye ade money into me and calling. According to him, the topic highlighted how crucial our cultural legacy was in determining the course of the nation's destiny. It has say now say topic na Alban kasa also culture for development. The share my we are your culture. It is our culture need to be so we na to me ede adwumba adwumu na to me ede nyama bi to akwemu a ebeboa ama ye culture no ebeboa ama ye country ya ye wo ye development ebe ma no bra no ebe entem so nti we ensema Alban Sumana Babin at the 2 months so. We build our collective identity on our traditions, customs, and values, which also pave the way for sustainable development and progress. The speaker stated. He said that Parliament's adoption of the Proper Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill was evidence of the people's shared commitment to preserving the ideas and values that make Ghanaians who they are. As an individual, o person who be a yonko efria, na no de na any tradition, the custom and as any value, and now the be who be a sound yanko or free pote. This legislation is not only a reflection of our shared values and cultural heritage as Ghanaians, but it is also a crucial step in safeguarding the moral fabric of our society against external influences and colonial manipulation. Mr. Gbagbo continued reminding his unwavering commitment to seeing the bill become law. Intuition has said, Mr. Gbagbo said, no matter what, I'll say bill no it to me a bear law. Until ye shame say Albans, man of Gbagbo, the Speaker of Parliament, Baye Nia Wayede, Wakamo, Obeshini, say Bayes and Agana Foso, ye shame say, yes, sir. In order to maintain the dignity and purity of the Ghanaian and African identities, and to prevent the country's traditional values and traditions from being undermined, he asked all Ghanaians to be strong in their resolve. As a Ghanaian, Mr. Gbagbo catcher and saying strong, adibia ye muno. Yenya sa kind of ahwodin. Sanya beya will be looking down on Ghanaians. Onkas Ghana for the tradition I see, customs I see, values I say nah. As an individual, yakasa yenjina brani. Nema a customs, a tradition, a values no so into me, enjina brani, na eva into mapa infra. He stated that the bill's passing represented a victory of democracy in the nation and a reaffirmation of its commitment to preserving traditional values. Okay. As a result, Mr. Gbagbo urged traditional leaders to keep pushing for the maintenance of the nation's core principles. He expressed his admiration for the Suma Traditional Council's forward-thinking leadership in redefining the celebration as a driver of progress in the traditional region. Inti yeshe hasi ya na say Suma traditional festival ya me papa Albans man Babin ekopiemu hono odo mase esanso emu ye aware say or express gratitude Oshenia festival no standing for ena Oshenia no muye at the moment na otimu say Ghana ye cultural values ni de o see so muden na eni kwan say obia etumi ebe dada yen mayeka so okay we podie tete ade say no yen so muden na onim say ye so muden na ye koswa na ye ya ebe pushi Ghana ama ye krabeshe like ye betimi ejina brane e tradition mu ana ye culture emunti same way every albums man Gbagbo ho na eba. In addition, he recommended the council for taking the lead in creating a cutting-edge social center in memory of the late Nana Kujo Edinkra, the creator of the Edinkra symbols. With its priceless resources for youth training, cultural education, and socio-economic empowerment, the Edinkra Center will serve as a beacon of hope and opportunity. Mr. Gbagbo declared, in order to secure the region's growth, he urged the people of Suma to unite behind their leaders. Inti ushewe yana ise hanum Alban Sumana Gbagbo ekana sem no say as an individual we etimemuni uka Ghana ho kwandea and the unite nkabom emra team my ye with team wakame ye hu say oh okay I'm there say madam for be ye bibia na so be ka bibia I will tolerate him no matter what ye decide ni shame na say ye be ye dia ebeboa ema country need to me akonini na leaders a omoda yenim being it MPP government, being it NDC government, CPP, no matter who you are, penny for any some way penny for ewo abaimu anase wo Ghana hasim. My yen na ye citizens na afi na yinjumeku eba anase ye ni ejumeku bia ni mpono. Eni kwan say ye tete yen team ewo ye leaders name before ye leaders no united. And behind the leaders no so yansanso nye united omuba na sa wo bekika omonse mo bekika oh vote for me say my ma basabasa ye NC yentem at the same time oh ye beka oh MPP is saying na share your views but apart from that no united ye to say ka united to me no adam funo edidi bom share adwin bom yesa nyama nyina ebom ebeboa ama country no etumi akonenim na nakojo edinkra papi bia ono no de edinkra symbol no ebae na wutumi say esa edinkra symbol no aboa bebreye pa wo hwe youth training ni mu a they say ema aye priceless resources bia Ghana for intumi yi omadwe free so wo hwe cultural education so a edinkra symbol no aboa ewo papa yi wo hwe socio economic empowerment na na say ohonso edi hine papa ewo hono nti edinkra symbol ni de wo ye den a che say edemufo nti we ni nsema Alban Sumana Baben ede atom mountain so looking at the statement no say obe upholding the rule of law nti egusia we semi free Alban Sumana BAWUMIA attends late Sunyani Manhen's funeral. Hundreds of people from near and far gathered at the royal palace of the Sunyani at Shoni Roads to pay their final respects to the late chief, completely diverting attention from all socio-economic operations in Sunyani. Inti ebusuya for Yankasa Vice President BAWUMIA ekopie mu wo Sunyani Manhene ne eye ase. Na otumi hun say hundreds of people from near and far omo yetimemfo ewo Sunyani anase enpotemu ene like other places enso ebepie mu ewo eye na ase. The complex customary funeral rites which started last Monday and ended on Saturday completely stopped all socio-economic activities in Sunyani, including the downtown business center. Okay, so looking at this, different clothes or far but together na omama yenu etumi ewepe nti we NC ewo Sunyani omo free echi omo ben timemfo ehyiai ma eyenu fine na everyone no eyenu amamra ewo se omo ye no start every Monday na every Saturday na wona socio-economic activities once I would do biswa ba wo ho wo ho like everything is there nti ni ma sanyama ni na esizie wona mo ba bia o say omo operate no etu no njuma hodro so tutu no ekopie mu and nasi mabibia etimi ye kwa behwe. Vice President Dr. BAWUMIA led a government team to mourn with the Wahin Koko royal family and the Sunyani Traditional Council on Saturday. He was joined by his wife, Semira BAWUMIA. So, your Vice President BAWUMIA and government team nibi omudienim echo family of ye late Sunyani Manhen, Boyhin Coco royal family, we royals, Piemu, Ewohono, and Sunyani traditional council Saturday, no Piemu, pa, no Piemu Ewohonson, and an year, the needful, Edini Kumechi, Eba home be, the also the last respect, a better Jumedi Asim. Together with the Vice President, the new Patriotic Party, NPP National Chairman, Minister of Employment and Labor Relations, Bafa Yowua, and Minister of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Stephen Asamoah Boateng, were present. The NPP is running for president in the general election in December. So Vice President, together with NPP National Chairman and a Minister of Employment and Labor Relations, Papa Bafo Yowua, APM Wohobi, and a Minister of Chieftaincy and a Religious Affairs, Stephen Asamoah Boateng. Now so EPM Wohobi. Now to mean say NPP for Adoma. Omo prince omo breaking the 8 into MPP free so na MPP esamba ti yakasa president na adu danko ekufu adu free so na BAWUMIA so eba na say breaking the 8 omo 8 no the air course nti MPP esi akan general elections in December. Deputy Attorney General Alfred Yeboah, Bono Regional Minister Justin Owusu Banahene and Kwabena Ije Ijapon and a member of the MPP campaign team were among the other dignitaries there. In team to say Deputy Attorney General Ewohobi and Alfred Yeboah. Now to say Bono Regional Minister Justina Owusu Banahene and Sukopiemu Ewohobi. To me say Kwabena Ije Ijapon and Sukopiemu Ewohobi and the MPP campaign team also Sukopiemu Ewohobi. To me say when any other people are into me ambomudin and a copiemu Ewohobi. Now to me say program and as a funeral ekoye den krabeshe where Sunyani Manhen inya dom dignitaries akese pa ebebo ni chidom ebrana ohwe ne kwan ema family ni emu say sa ya hwe ade emu nipa na ya hwe no oye juma pi amende dignitaries impenufo etumi ababepie oni yasia achese wayebi. Okay, gunfires, drumming, and cultural performances accompanying the chiefs and mourners as they gathered on the town's main streets, dressed in black and crimson. It was a picture of tradition at its finest. So, it so to say on our training. One training and a cultural performances on our way was a way you won't be, way you won't be united, ego piemu, a brown TCU, croning fin, street in so now was now almost shoot, almost fire gun at the same time cultural performances be air coso, near coso, chief mourners no, mugadai, street in so. Our Ontario Moshe black and now it was a picture of tradition. Now to me say I know gather was street in so a be musa fire gun culture koso drummers drumming koso not to say now a dear koso na picture from afar and as I be now want me say with their tradition must go on. Tina is a tradition koso to me say something is really going on. The tradition in Wuye. A group of women marched around the town in a manner, chanting and tapping sticks on the ground. The women had imprints carved on their bodies from red dirt mixed with charcoal. So to me say mamifo bi etisi kunu just around the town na just more where they make manna in a rhythm like say na ye borrow them in a rhythm manner no money now e wo group yoku in my kubi in my bi o mabo omo bi like 4 5 you know aircon no mo tie si kronim e na in a rhythm manner no omo injun bi koso no mo de omo de omo everything and omo chanting and then they're tapping sticks on the ground. So the women had a body we no draw like with red dirt mixed with charcoal, on the red and a charcoal black. No, they are mixing on their the body no, on their your body no, and I just see grow chanting sticks no, just a tradition, a coso. The last statement now say every now and then children fled for safety as traditional executioners with blended charcoal on their faces charged towards the gathered audience. Okay, so to me say a drew baby any bray either aba into last statement in interest say a banisa na enkwala omwetwi hia wo job onase anase eyi nase san to me say sisi ano edru brebia eni bra bant na wonyina wo dwane. The reason why it's omudwane and say traditional executioners no one ye to make us a twetweti ye to make us Hindu and a twetweti o se den na ekoso ye beti bi sana ye de ni anaya tete nti mutu say e ba ne sana na munde nkola ne nyem se ye twetweti bo no America no pare ase na munde mudwane nti no osankrofo mutu say omunde chako aye yo mweni oma aisa mas matching chako ma grande chako ena aye mohomoho omunde omonsafa na aye se aye yo nsa hono da design bi momu amomu ayi with that ne ema nkola ne bohu ye ba ne sana se omo ye bandom ni mu na nkola ne de enyina skate ebusia fonti we ene nsema ekopie mu ewo omaheni ye no ase sunyane manheni ye ase na se BAWUMIA ene ne yure dignitaries akese ekopie mu ewo ho se traditional friend tradition so ekoso ewo ho nti we ni nsema sunyane fo ede bray ye bora ensempufro emu. I want Ghana to become a pharmaceutical hub in West Africa. Dr. BAWUMIA to Pharmaceutical Society. Okay, so looking at this, my Akasaya Vice President BAWUMIA Trace of Ghana, yeka pharmaceutical ye dimu akotene. Eba no pharmacy hunyama, eba ni nduru, eba sister, eba ni herbal, and the Ghana boy dia number 1. Salute. Nti weni nsema Dr. BAWUMIA Vice President now at the Atom. The Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana was informed by Dr. Mahamudu BAWUMIA, the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party (NPP), that his government intends to establish Ghana as a pharmaceutical hub in a West Africa sub-region by the end of the current year. Indeed, looking at this, Niger say Vice President Dr. Mahamudu BAWUMIA our person to Franca Edema MPP and I say O to Franca Ede Ama MPP no etre say opese Ghana yeka pharmacia pharmaceutical yeka herbal yeka yeche say yedim fua intino ewo West Africa nina intino this current year emba ne wie na che say nyame ya adoma na che so odi behihye so enene ne ne establishment and I say and then I dream pobia by an dream say na me aduma or the stamp baby ebesi so. In an effort to provide further lights on his vision for Ghana and the pharmaceutical industry, Dr. BAWUMIA met with the Ghana Pharmaceutical Society last Monday in Accra as part of his ongoing interactions with key stakeholders. Inti no to me say hanom no yankasa Vice President and Ghana Pharmaceutical Society ekohyiemu na mkohyiemu no mhyiemu Monday ewo Accra na honum eno munye omunkomode twitwe bi nti friti honum to me say interactions a course won komo twitwe na course no or pick key stakeholders bi mu ewo country Ghana we mu a onu di omuntama be de ebe boom na ejuma ne tumi ayede ayekra behwe tutum say wafa Ghana Pharmaceutical Society as number one stakeholder bia onu ebe ye ejuma ama Ghana ye ka pharmaceutical yetumi edem ba kope. Dr. BAWUMIA said that one of his main goals is to turn Ghana into a pharmaceutical hub for West Africa because of the advantages that come with doing so. Okay, so President, your Vice President, the same way to judge say the main reason to your person Oma Ghana it me pimba kope eka pharmaceutical platforms naturally say onim ade a Ghana ebe pharmaceutical ba kope ayede mfua West Africa onim advantages and beba onim benefits and beba onim importance and beba onim dache nsema ebetumi akoyi go we ide wa fano the gains will be huge for Ghana and we have to do it because we have a comparative advantages, stated Dr. BAWUMIA. I take it again. The gains will be huge for Ghana and we have to do it because we have comparative advantage, stated Dr. BAWUMIA. I say, BAWUMIA, your Vice President, say yes, I do. We are a huge advantage. Advantage kesiye like quite be the kakra and the Ghana. Into we say quite be the kakra and the Ghana you perceive. The MPP flag bearer went on, but first we need to support it with financial resources, highlighting the necessity of both large sums and strong political will. This year, the Franca 24 HSA, Siciano, Adi Pesa ya, now was say the support. Financial support, financial resources, bimu, so from good ploso, massa dear way it to me ye crabeshe. Okay. MPP flag bearer also discussed how his suggested tax changes, which would benefit businesses with a flat rate and tax amenity, would benefit the sector. Inti Franca 24 HSA MPP Franca 24 HSA tax changes na or they ban ebeboa ama businesses and crankre businesses so government businesses so businesses bia ewo yeman wemu benya flat rate kra like benya flat tax bia it will help and a tax amenity bia ebeboa which ebeboa business no sector bia ede ewo mu bia until we are looking forward say sir and tax na Vice President MPP for Franca 24 ede banas or suggesting ede ba say a big change ama businesses betumi akomi when it comes to tax na ye him say ebeba ni dunia ede ebekos. Dr. BAWUMIA has designated the development of human resources as one of his primary areas of attention in his drive to revolutionize the pharmaceutical business under his government. Yes, take it again. Dr. BAWUMIA has designated the development of human resources as one of his primary areas of attention, and his drive to revolutionize the pharmaceutical business under his government. Human capital is one of many things we need to have in order to be the greatest. Human capital is one of the many things we need to have in order to be the greatest. We have to invest in Ghanaian pharmacists, education as well, because without it, we cannot be the best, Dr. BAWUMIA stated. So your president and your vice president, say, say bana say, ni swadi hunwe ya ode babontin. Bana say, ebe hodi fem pa na se Ghana. Your pharmacy education, sa partner in go school also pharmacy, your Ghanaian pharmacist education. I was say strong because the one go school, you can't be a pharmacist. One go school, not to mean any. So we cannot be the best. Need to mean you're the best without education. Until we have to also the be share education sector. Then be able to be best in education. Then you venture into the pharmacy sector. Now also because of Alusiana Winya before now you're best go to me their backs are filled also. Now my way PA great. Now feed the new swadi moon ID it to me abe. It should be possible for us to establish a pharmaceutical training center to focus on training more pharmacists, which will impact positively on our quest to be the best in West Africa. Okay, in Tihano, a vice president say it should be possible, say a bit me establish a pharmaceutical training center. Hano, and a beboa. Ama be focus students and as a yena be focus pharmacy aspect. Ne beboa positively. A beboa ye benya zeal ye benya vim no say a person ye going to pharmacy. Then a beboa na ye the best in West Africa. Only a vice president address. Okay, Dr. BAWUMIA stated that his government will give priority to scholarships for students pursuing pharmacy studies as part of its goal to assist the education of pharmacists. I take it again. Dr. BAWUMIA stated that his government will give priority to scholarships for students pursuing pharmacy studies as part of its goal to assist the education of pharmacists. Ntihano, Vice President Interested na by no ebe bua ebe taking number 1 ebe on priority be on one dream nti on fa na on the scholarship at Montiama student biya kaketo enyoto eteto student biya our ben agent said, oh, me the pharmacy na me go into pharmacy na me pay the scholarship ebe master in Crawford na aye part of any swading na wafa say obema pharmacies at pharmacy etumi akon kan e Ghana asinti ebeboa ama wona wo sua de omanyi ni jebi ede sua ade na ye bo Ghana pharmacists for the etumi in order to support the industry, the MPP flag bearer also mentioned the necessity for a pharmaceutical park in Ghana. In order to support the industry, the MPP flag bearer also mentioned the necessity for for a pharmaceutical park in Ghana. So here, Dr. BAWUMIA say, in order say over supporting industry, ono no e franka to for edema MPP. Intine ebe wa say, oyebenya baby a ebe friend pharmaceutical park. So ye sheni, so Dr. BAWUMIA ebe ye we okanina eba ne say oba abenwa. Dr. BAWUMIA provided an update on the state of pharmacies in Ghana, focusing on e-pharmacy, the countrywide online pharmacy platform that he led from invention to completion. Okay, so here, Vice President Eltroy say, Obe provide any updates on the state pharmacies in Ghana. Update be a beba, and it's ready to be a offer concerning pharmacy way beyond or Sandy a Honsen, beba beto because of focusing on e-pharmacy. On e-pharmacy. We can say e-levy, what they say on e-pharmacy. So you get to understand this e-pharmacy, the countrywide online pharmacy platform that he led from invention to completion. So looking at this, I said the countrywide online pharmacy platform. It's Ghana hankwa and America hankwa. So you can see say countrywide to be a country be a online pharmacy platform. Be a ono Dr. BAWUMIA LED from scratch. Time I know more shall say ye dream who send ye be ye say to say see na e repay it na brand. To you know Dr. BAWUMIA obeshi him say update be a offer of pharmacy that we Ghana have been or the whole send about the 2 months so because a ban e-pharmacy the whole countrywide online pharmacy platform or not starting from scratch and then they repay. It's when your last line you did 2 months so the amount if we Dr. BAWUMIA Akachi when it comes to pharmaceutical business in Ghana. God will prosper Ghana under BAWUMIA Reverend in team Fodjo into way any in some so if we Reverend in team Fodjo home eba. Now just say Nyankopon ebeshira anaso be man yamam na konkai ewo Dr. BAWUMIA na memu emu adenti ena Reverend in team Fodjo Edison Semuli atomontin so yemborim Reverend John in team Fodjo, a deputy minister of education. He asked Ghanaians to avoid using religious stereotypes in the country's political discussions. So, Reverend John in team Fodjo, a deputy minister, Edema Education, Nanin Kanina say, Ghana, Sanyamea Dona ye Franka to 4, MPP Franka to 4, Ebetini Gwimwa, Dr. BAWUMIA, Ebetini Gwamwa, Nankupon Bishran, Bema, Dipia, baby, and Ebe Konkai, Naninientia Oka, and say, ono the Ghanaians to avoid religious stereotypes, or country Ghana, say political discussions, no, stereotypes, be a woman, Ghanaians avoid it. Because it won't help us. He hinted on social media that God accepts people of all races and social classes and that he chose people to accomplish particular tasks at any given moment, regardless of their religious affiliations. So, Dr. John Reverend John in team Fodjo Fancheme, minister Edema education. Na Oshoni Simu say, on social media, Ghana and answer Nyankopon, Awowe, Oji Obia too. Onye yim, we are Gbeni Alpha, we are Fantini Alpha, we are Frafreni Alpha, we are Pepini Alpha. Sebehu, Nyankopon fa obia regardless of ni trace and as any social class upa wo PhD, upa school dem kwa wen sida, upa ye shoemaker, whoever you are. Nyankopon de onfa ho ofa wa ochusu a na we chusu ena so ochusu won so a owo bibia o pesa obeye ubia wo ade a oba so obeye yemfa na ye president Nana Danko Akufo-Addo obo no ho asafo hene sese ba no education mu a odi hene pa so obi antumi empiti na so no so ba abemu ebetine egua no so no ni sector oba so be improve ebe ya ade wo ho na education inti Reverend John team for church say obi a Nyankopon fa obi a oba mu a obeye wo some parts also obe better ho say na be another person so ba ono so wonia Nyankopon fa no say on be better ho. So looking at this onya obi a wafa regardless of religion be our free nti we ensema Reverend John team Fojo ede 2 months. As a result, he thought Vice President John Mahamudu BAWUMIA would be a great blessing to Ghana and would steer the nation towards socio-economic development. Inti sisi anon Reverend Edge say Vice President BAWUMIA say nyame adom no betina igwani mu on the who say our great blessing Nyankopon de nsura kese the amano say only lead Ghana na yentumi enkoyeni eban the nation moving towards socio-economic development na say a Vice President Dr. BAWUMIA enebitumi ayesa. Along with Vice President Dr. Mahamudu BAWUMIA, I helped cut sod yesterday for the building of a 4-story 200-bed hostel for Trinity Theological Seminary in Accra. Okay, so looking at Ade I'm reading to you say along with Vice President BAWUMIA, okay, say ono de waboa emra amoma building a 4-story building 200-bed hostel for Trinity Theological Seminary ewo Accra. So Trinity Theological Seminary ewo Accra. Dr. I am BAWUMIA, your Vice President, waboa amasa building akoso like a 4-story building and a 200-bed hostel into way and I president, a Vice President, sorry, at the Atuja. According to the article, His Excellency Dr. BAWUMIA recognized the tremendous contribution of Christian institutions to Ghana's development and therefore envisions a stronger partnership with faith-based institutions under his leadership in order to propel the nation's progress. Since God doesn't care about human rights, let's avoid using religious preconceptions in politics. Under Dr. BAWUMIA presidency, God would prosper Ghana. Inti we ene wo since Nyankopon care about human rights. God doesn't care about human rights. Looking at him says no say Nyankopon enjene and I say na enjene po eni ade a friend human rights no ehun no. Avoid religious insensing be or politics ban religious fa Nyankopon ye say na and my famba politics mo inti under BAWUMIA the presidency Nyankopon ebema inshira edi nenim amagana itumi ababeye inshira. The remarks made by independent presidential candidate Alan Kojo-Kyerematen, who stated that Ghanaians should pick a Christian president due to the country's Christian majority, appeared to be addressed by Reverend Fojo, the MP for Assin South. Inti hanon independent presidential candidate Alan Kojo-Tremantin eka say Ghana for MPK Christian leader Obia is either a reverend and na Obia just say a banu nyamesemu a widi mu akotene Nyankopon sem ewura ni yenchu susani pano na ombeye president enfama Ghana due to country ye Christian for no ye majority wo hwe Ghana ase ye ban Christo sumu a ye na ye topic it is a Christo for a topic dia and the yempe obi anyamesro woni mu obi oya reverend ana obi oni nyame asem no be di oman no enim intisa asem no na reverend Fojo eka ho asem na reverend Fojo AMP edema asen south inti yenhwe sansem na okae ochechi mu efa dia Alan Kojo-Tremantin so ekae no speaking at the Dr. Thomas Yard's Assembly for the Church of Pentecost Easter Sunday Convention, Mr. Tremantin emphasized that it was Ghanaians' duty to select a Christian leader who was also Christ-like, positioning himself as the ideal candidate. So here no, what me won say speaker Church of Pentecost Easter Sunday no convention as Dr. Thomas eka say Mr. Kojo-Tremantin kan say Ghana for say fa we leader bia nyamesum ewonu nansro ewonu yeka Christo suma ote asie na oye nusuban se Christo na yemfa no ensi egba no so se ideal candidate ono no ye ideal candidate when I to abande ama ye ni sinisu ton yi ye ho den enfri ni enfri sani panos ono na ye voti ama no na ombe fa Ghana enko nkai. Both major party members have harshly condemned the remarks, calling them an insult to the nation's long history of religious tolerance and freedom. Last line. Both major party members have harshly condemned the remarks, calling them an insult to the nation's long history of religious tolerance and freedom. In truth, me say majority prefer enipa bebre na omo abemu party members ni bi omo tensem na de omo afọ mandwi anko deep omo afọ mandwi anko nti omo te ya na chese harshly omo ke kai condemn make cancel and omo remarks to wanting calling sansem ni na say calling them as an insult to the nation's long history. Say Ghana, your history na and adiwe ya da ba to jam ye share da bisi na you hu ni power tsada ni pass bio in some day bebre compare old times to now saying say putting certain till now yen say we say is the fire religious leaders are saying and a Bible like a whole lot so the party members no eden semi harsh any condemn words remarks be a emfa queen and by calling them an insult to the nation's long history of religious tolerance and freedom. It's way any last line doctor and as a reverend in team Vojo they any BAWUMIA they eto way any last line looking at God will prosper Ghana and BAWUMIA na is a reverend in team Vojo name se more kind no headline and the last part no and I'm reading at the man near concept for Alan Tremantin, Abu Sakara, and others to launch alliance into way any nsɛm foforɔ a me ne wo ebo edi ewremu a efi alantremanten akache abusakara ho ene omo maka nso eho ti yeboremu a ebia na yehu omo maka nso edi. The movement for change led by Alan John Kojo Tremantin has reached an agreement with a number of political organizations and individuals to form a grand alliance and cooperate in order to run for the general elections of 2024. In the movement for change and the Alan Tremantin and Odi Enimu. Nti oche say onone wire agreement with a number of political organizations onene ekuo bi political organizations bi mo aye nkabom bi a ompese mode enyama betumi esisi ni brano ema general elections no edma year 2024. Up till now, the aim for change, that's the movement for change, has reached an agreement with the National Interest Movement, a political civil society coalition that has been assembled and directed by Dr. Michael Abusakara Foster, a former presidential candidate of the opposition conventions of the opposition. Charlie, guys, I'm lost. Up till now, the aim for change, that's the movement for change, has reached an agreement with the National Interest Movement, NIM, a political civil society coalition that has been assembled and directed by Dr. Michael Abusakara Foster, a former presidential candidate of the Opposition Conventions People's Party, CPP, as well as a few other political organizations and individuals. Enti uhwe ya na say up to the movement for change no national interest movement ako agreement national interest movement NIM ako agreement sa political civil society coalition de ombe nyama bekoso na musha Dr. Michael Abusakara onona edasa political civil society coalition ono so ewo honum bi na former presidential candidate of the opposition conventions ono so ewo ho bi to say former president Abusakara Dr. Michael former presidential candidate, guys. Okay, former presidential candidate and the opposition convention People's Party, that's CPP, Conventions People's Party. Now Dr. Michael Abusakara Foster, a former presidential candidate of the opposition Conventions People's Party, CPP, as well as few other political organizations and individuals. Now to say movement for change, Alan Kojo Tremantin, any national interest movement, Abusakara, and so Ewohonum CPP, Onujini presidential candidate, Edma CPP. Now share other political organizations be ankrana to say na ako agreement. Maybe we say agreement ben on your mako tiyemba down and share near koso. In order to elect the first independent candidate to be the president of the Republic of Ghana, the alliance called the Alliance for Revolutionary Change, ARC, will actively mobilize Ghanaians from all over the nation, especially the youth and women, regardless of their political, religious, or ethnic affiliations. This will be done in a large coalition. Into to say in Kabum Koya from Ankran Kre, CPP, NIM, afraid from Monagasa Movement for Change. Now, Macom, boom, and as you see, Alliance for Regulatory Change, ARC, or Domina, just want to miss your confounded doors, and omu geared towards the mind being in our youth, any mass of women, regardless of so political, political no we so and says so MPP, we are NDC, we are CPP, we are whoever you are, regardless, young fahon, or more fahon, until no mood, especially at the my youth, no any man, I say youth, no any man before, no, regardless of whoever you are, and can come post so religious be our film be religion be our film be sorry religion be our film be say we are then we be our film be no ha religious group be our film be so you Christian so ugunsa so bra sister yes religious group be our film be and ethnic affiliation be our film be ethnic group be our film be the more fun omudiana say omu come boom aba youth any man women especially. Alan Tremontin, the M for Change, stated that the alliance, when voted into government, will focus on breaking the cycle of poverty and reset the country on a new path to prosperity. Into looking at this, not just Alan Tremontin say on other movement for change, not just say adiweya or they adrian base okay can kofa boom say omo na ebeboa ama me vote into government ebeboa ma alliance bi etumi aba parliament so mu vote masade na ebeba parliament be me be break cycle of poverty fire now reset the country on a new path be my country no yetumi a reset it. I say when you phone for friend, I say old phone now class now formative phone swingina. I'm a phone I answer for phone. Na fi de would wow ideas when you ma be a pay. Say I was so would you go to the sign of a soy. Tisiano of a back class system, a bit breaky poverty cycle na a system. Now fi do mark as my fixing there was some fixable country. Now boy. Am a new journey, a new pattern, I prosperity nkwa, I say nije nkwa, and a Ghana, ye babinya. Furthermore, the speaker stated that the alliance aims to eliminate the NDC and MPPs, in Ghanaian politics. The parties having ruled the country for 32 years. Have failed to address the fundamental challenges of development in our beloved country. In Sisiano, Speaker Nature said, Osha NDC MPP for like 32 years, Ome really Ghana, Hey, MPP, I MPP, I NDC, I NDC, MPP, I MPP, I NDC, just like that. Sorry, Ome really a country Ghana for 32 years still have failed us. They have failed some better addresses. A fundamental challenge I come poverty. A fundamental challenge I come doom so a fundamental challenge I come say. So let's tackle that. No, Ome failure. Everything that they are doing, they are not telling us the truth. They are not telling our beloved country the truth. Into MPP NDC at Nebuan so for 32 years. Into we are sacking them. There's nothing like MPP NDC again. And Kaondo Bimwa, there's nothing like MPP NDC again. No, nothing at all. The winner takes all syndrome to lack of continuity in the execution of government projects associated with the duopoly and the diverseness in Ghanaian politics have brought untold hardships on the good people of Ghana. Mr. Tremantin, a former Minister of Trade for the ruling New Patriotic Party, NPP, said. This year, Mr. Tremantin, a former Minister for Trade, and this year, no reconnaissance, send Edema New Patriotic Party, na ordinary atutu mountain so to mean say enyama e koso no enhye da anya ade a ebe kon kan yi nti watena se ajote ehu say enyama we de anya ade ebisisusu nti ne boye na dwiye e de nkofu bi abubobo ama nyama etumi akoso yi MPP ni NDC efiogwa no so na afedie yetumi afocus eyi poverty etumi free Ghana ye history na after the aka prosperity nkwa wo hwa nsem a Dr. Mr. ana say Kojo Tremantin dey ato mountain so atumu nze ebekoyi ebedin say ebedru ho ba ebedru ho ana say woni say enya ade a ebetumi ayeyi so adwentre na dey go comment section ho ede amami. According to him, the new alliance will be officially launched on Wednesday, April 17, 2024, and its goal will be to form an inclusive government of national unity with participation from academic institutions, media outlets, labor unions, faith-based organizations, businesses, farmers, fishermen, political parties, traditional authorities, and civil society organizations. According to Yambasa Yadina Alan Kojo Tremantin, what you say Wednesday, April 17th, 2024, and as Adiwe Obe launching. Na all launching na say labor unions, faith-based organizations, businesses, farmers, fishermen, political parties, traditional authorities, and civil society organizations, academic institutions, media outlets, just obia. Omunyina be participate ebi na just ometie ne nsem ehu dia opeso ye na ehu dia baby Ghana betumi edu with ne nsem na ede organ. Mr. Tremantin stated that in order for the alliance to realize this objective, the alliance will advocate for fundamental constitutional reforms, including but not limited to reforms in governance, public sector accountability, management of our natural resources, as well as mindset and attitudinal change in Ghana. So I take it again. Mr. Tremantin stated that in order for the alliance to realize these objectives, the alliance would advocate for fundamental constitutional reforms, including but not limited to reforms in governance, public sector accountability, management of our natural resources, as well as mindsets, change in Ghana. So, we ended last line here, Mr. Tremantin ended to dra, and say you read yen, and send me bring nara. Won't take to for comment to comment section or and mamma send any that Eddie Kaya or Shem so say one day one send na a baby comment section ho. Now I sound so I subscribe now I like it. Now I share my for front so and sa a kibby. Training G celebs and I buy a bubu and I use President Ekufu-Addo reshuffles regional ministers. On April 4th, 2024, the Upper East Regional Minister, Honorable Stephen Yakubu, will take on the post of Upper West Regional Minister, according to a statement signed by Eugene Ahin, the Director of Communications at the Presidency. inti wei every Nana Ado Dankwa Akufo-Addo ho ena eba na kyerɛ sɛ wayɛ reshuffle bi a ɛwɔ regional ministers ni wei nyinaa sɛ John Kuma enya the baby call inti kwan aba beda ho ntutumi sɛ president Nana Ado Dankwa Akufo-Addo reshuffle and the ebi mu kɔ ha ebi mu fi ha de ebi mu fix just like that to make enyama enkoso yi ewo parliament inti on April 4th 2024 and yeyi Upper East Regional Minister Honorable Stephen Yakubu and yeyi ni free negwa so and as say I will take you post of Upper West Regional Minister. This is with Upper East Regional Minister Babaye Upper West Regional Minister. According to statement via Eugene Ahin de 2 months. So now Eugene Ahin Director of Communications the my presidency. So yekoyin Sali, the regional minister for the Upper West, will also take on the role of Upper East Regional Minister. Into looking at the first statement I read, to me say Upper East Regional Minister Honorable Stephen Yakubu, and as you see Oba Beye Ijuma Ediama Upper West Regional Minister. To me say Upper West Regional Minister Niguano I vacant to be anyone. Into Hana who say her fees being and so ever be taking sa responsibility no Ababe regional minister Ediama Upper West. Okay, will also take on the role from Upper East Regional Minister. Okay, he stated that the modification were a part of President Akufo-Addo's continuous initiatives to guarantee efficient government throughout the nation. In to say, Adiwe Omuye Adibia president Nakasa na dreams or 1 initiatives so na dream chirebi anaseni nyama bi opeso ye no or twaso anything na yehu musenya yehu. The president has signed the ministers to work non-stop to advance the welfare and development of the people living in the Upper West and Upper East areas. The statement continued. It told me who say Yankasa president Edison same way Etujan. Not just the ministers now we push through almost say to say the Mukoye Juma wa hamu free and koye Juma, free and koye Juma. Omu ye Juma no stop. Omu ye Juma no stop. Now much welfare any impunto of the people omote Upper West any Upper East areas into any statement Eugene Ahin our Director of Communications Edema the presidency and the president the Atom Mountain. So now I say on no release it not just say free president and ever. Let virtues of Christ reflect in your lives. Professor Opoku Ajiman to church. Due to me say Professor Opoku Ajiman the same way Atuja Emma sorry I'm not saying sorry for a woman na ebekoni akwakohwem Betty Skura Professor Iboka Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman the National Democratic Congress NDC running mate for 2024 joined the Methodist Church Emmanuel congregation at Nkwabeng in the Sunyani municipality in the Bono region for worship last Sunday. For way and nsema every Professor Opoku Ajiman hone name say Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman nsem na yeke na yeban NDC I say mami we odi mu akotene wo ho ye pa osanso ye running mate Edema John Dramani Mahama nti we no chese Methodist Church Emmanuel congregation no honom na ye mami kopie mu ewo kwa ben ewo Sunyani municipality ewo Bono region kopie mu last Sunday eni omukosuye na ordinance etoto mountain so utiyemborim. As part of his tour in Sunyani, the regional capital of Bono, Prof. Opoku Ajiman attended the 50th anniversary celebration of the Ghana Adventist Choir Union (GACU) of the Seventh-day Adventist Church (SDA) last Saturday on behalf of former President John Dramani Mahama, the flag bearer of the NDC. Nti yehwe out me say Nana Opoku Ajiman Professor Ekopiemu ewo the 50th anniversary celebration at the Ghana Adventist Choir Union (GACU) of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Now say Ghana Adventist Church Union (GACU) SDA for choir na me mami Ekopiemu ewo honum last Saturday no on behalf of Yankasa former President John Dramani Mahama, a flag bearer, na say Frank Atufo, Edema NDC, to continue or share John Dramani Mahama shoes, ewo punto nasi, and sorry. Professor Opoku Ajiman exhorted the crowd during her speech at the church service to let the virtues of Jesus reflect in your lives through hard work and support for one another. She urged the believers to trust God no matter what their circumstances were, and suggested that Christians should live lives that includes giving thanks. Inti Professor Opoku Ajiman eden nsem etu dwana bra na dom no atena ase no na oka nsem no atwe mu se ebeya timemfo asorifo mo amene mo kasa eni omo betime nke nyina no mo fra Kristo esu ma Kristo su en reflect wadi bia obeye mu ma wejuma din a obeye so beboa ankrankra obeboa oyonko wana nada obeboa obi no ma Kristo Yesu no endi ukan na mfa yesa nyamanyina ena osanso ka kire omo se ebeya ye jidini na na trust in Yankopon sanye tie bia no matter what circumstance, no matter ade bia o feel ade bia ayo krankro ayo dadwene ayo den no matter what no fa ujidie na hunse udu ujidie bo Kristo jidie mu na bibia betumi akoso fefefe ede amount we ene nsema o suggest ya bra na ode Thanksgiving anase na orders no ewo program no ase. Prof Opoku Ajiman gave an undisclosed sum of money to help kick off the church's annual harvest. Preacher Dr. Jackson Adihe encouraged the congregation to accept Christ's death and resurrection to change and renew their lives as he preached on the theme, Christ has risen. Inti ushe team na papi edi preachy ya Dr. Jackson edi preachy out to me say ni team no Christ has risen. And say Easter mren mo asem enonka Christ has risen. Inti Professor Opoku Ajiman edi skabi abra oka ne sem na we no or the skabi amwambo din edi tie jumedie no or the tie sorry no jumedie no omoye no senye ebebo mo ma asori no annual harvest no etumi akosro na ho na preacher Dr. Jackson and so edi nkranhye ebeka ho ende ma wona no matna se ewo asori ho no se ebeya omunji Kristo niwu ene ni wu sorry no endi ne bema ebesesa wa brabo bema wenya abrabo fufro nti tima on the preaching Christ has risen. I say Yesu Kristo asanso asori nti we ene nsema efi Professor Opoku na Jane Ajiman ho edi eba bra okosra SDA asori no ewo pono region. Let's remain tolerant to facilitate peaceful election 2024. Prof Opoku Ajiman na say the sansu era na Opoku Ajiman nsemu biu a ochim say let's remain tolerant to facilitate peaceful election 2024 nti no yetumi hu say ahanu no che say yema ye bonjo yɛma nyama nkɔso yɛma asomdwe ene yɛntena kosi sɛ election no 2024 election yɛbɛto na yɛbɛto ewie nti wei ene nsɛm a ɔde ato mmɔnten so. Professor Nana Jane Opoku Agyeman, the running mate of the National Democratic Party NDC in the general election of 2024, has urged tolerance in order to guarantee a calm and productive general elections. Inti we ene nsɛm free ye Mami Jane ho eba ɔkyerɛ sɛ ɛbɛyɛ anka running mate ɔno no di running mate ɛwɔ NDC kuo ni mu anaasɛ amanyo kuo ni mu nti ɔkyerɛ sɛ ɛbɛyɛ yɛmfa ɛboa ɛgyew yɛn tolerate yɛn ho na yɛmfa enigye yɛmfa peace asomdwe na calm yankasa ho down na mboama productive general election entumi nkoso yesa ebema general elections aye kanko ebeko nenim na ma bibia etumi akoso esan setimemfo no yankasa ye wasomdwe esan setimemfo no yankasa etumi tolerate ye ho nti ebema general election ema basabasa ye obia enye de embi. As the 2024 elections campaign gains steam, she urged Ghanaians to accept one another's opinions, saying that everyone had an innate ability to contribute to the country's holistic growth. Inti Ushahana was say 2024 election campaign say ebinyani ye ebema bibia beko ya na say yenti memfo no yagye atum yedo ye ho etie yankasa ye ho ye opinions yesanso so etie obia ne ability a ode dream bibi obia ne ability a ode fa asem bi edwen yankasa yenti ye ho ase a ebebo ama country no etumi enyi ewo felso. Prof. Opoku Agyeman made his statement last Saturday during the Ghana Adventist Choir Union of the Seventh-day Adventist Church SDA 50th anniversary lunch in Sunyani. Intuisha ha na say nsema midi kan katre una say Prof. Opoku Agyeman copy mu Saturday no Ghana Adventist Choir Union of the Seventh-day Adventist Church Mokopimo SDA kwafo na omo honom Saturday no kopimo hono mudium 50th anniversary no na online chesans and same way Sunyane in the Bono region. The NDC 2024 running mate urged Ghanaians not to one another, but rather to consider themselves as one people wanting to create a successful society, stating that tolerance remained a crucial metric to measure and to prerequisites for a peaceful election. Intinaya mami interest NDC 2024 running mates Nana Opoku Agyeman oche say ebeya yendododo ye ho yen tolerate ye ho or the warning come say yema asumdwe embra ye ho yentim and election need to me akoso ne bansa ebema election a peaceful election. Professor Opoku Agyeman emphasized the importance of music, stating that it was a healing force for the soul and praised the SDA choir for their outstanding efforts to progress the music industry. Intuition has say na me mami try and say oche importance a ewo nyum nienti I was say nyum nyum oche importance a ewo no sanso try say nyum we eboa heal the soul eboa masa ubokra njoa nyum betime ma oboajo so wura ho a njum tumima weni age weni susu age so out mu say usanso tie nyum na ema weni je no eko higher level ntini we na otwem say edru edema ye so ena esanso say praising yakopon so a ema ni jai fe na ni jegi enye bi papa ye ena osanso try say SDA kwa no owo mo abaso wo omuso mo contribution a omode to or ede magana for ewo munum to nti mun se SDA for bebre na so eton nyum ema ye nkranhye wo hwe ampoa na kyerɛ ɔno nso so ɛbɔ edwuma yie pa nti ɔde enigye ɛde praise ɔmo ɛka sɛ SDA kwade wɔyɛ ade papa ɛwɔ music industry emu. As for the SDA Church, Pastor Edward Nyakon, General Secretary of the Northern Union Ghana Conference, stated, "We need holy music in order to help us to bring down the seeming chaos in the country so that we can go through free and peaceful elections." Inti Usha SDA Church, Pastor Edward Nyakon, and the General Secretary, Edma Northern Union. Or the same way Elto Mountain so eka say uhia and I say yanka say here say ye benya imrumbia ema rechichre ema nkranche ebeboa mautia obutumi enjo na the chaos a ewo Ghana ha se ne ho etumi abrase we etimi wakame wa emisi no etietie sanjom na ebeboa ama yetumi pull through ebeboa ama yetumi yembu etumi ajo ama yetumi nya peaceful election. Earlier, Professor Opoku Agyemang was warmly welcomed in Sunyani by hundreds of NDC members and supporters from the Bono East and Ahafo regions. She was escorted by a few party national officials, NDC members of parliament, former state ministers, and diplomats. Intuition Hasia, Abrana Professor Opoku Agyemang, era Sunyani era SDA sorry on now to say 1 hour by na man which an impulse and welcome in fair ye a ham and a boot it will and I said welcome near by hundreds of people and we NDC members and we NDC supporters. I be no every bono, every Bono East, every month every a half region, more escorting no any era on now to say a few party national officials be and so by Honda is a national officials be more na omo endorse so eba who be na NDC members of parliament and so etra honomo etra nimpunse and a former state ministers and so etra nimpunse and a diplomats for a war so etra ma nimpunse nti no say welcome dear unya be papa. In support of the anniversary lunch, the NDC's national chairman Johnson Esiedun Kitia made a 20,000 donation on behalf of the organization. Inti Ebra Mobeka Omonsem Yamame Professor Nana Jane Opoku Agyemang Jina in the mic Ekekani Seminary no after the welcome Ura Hotie preaching and also then in Sembeta Tony. What can you say really? And now to me say national chairman NDC for national chairman one boni dinko BNI NDC national chairman General Mosquito and Idianga Sahai Johnson is here doing Kitia and also J Mike no so can sem no kakaya no say you're supporting me 20,000 Ghana cedis as donation on behalf of Omo organization no to me say NDC buy no and the 20,000 Ghana cedis and the donation and the ma sorry and the boy anyway and then sema ya pack of na say a champion say a trim el social media na yaso trending GSLs yakofa a day about abobuano na say eastern mono Professor Opoku Agyemang nana eko pmu ewo Bono regional or the way opotuna yakasa former president John Dramani Mahama anemu edine nensem ekogu just so Emma Ghana for na say SDA for so who say we any insema eden ekos yankofi ababe boy papa inti hanom ena medusi just esi any media hanom trending GSLs say insema me kenyi say upebia na so person who be more and so questions be bisa mestre say comment section ho ye odi ahwe won sem nyina egu hono na say won so and then na udi kan a wohwem mestre so be subscribe na wa like na wa share ma fofon so ensa akebi until say me the next story bebel no fa we ya fa jojo obo makram.